what I'm hearing is, choose my words carefully here. Pretty straightforward. And the guitar shit, it's it's a little stock. So I started trying to introduce some kind of edge to it on the drums.
Those things we throw out to each other are complete bullshit. You know, it sounds too stock. It sounds too normal to me. That, I mean, you know what I mean? You're saying this shit so you can get your point across about doing a drum beat. I mean, you know, it doesn't hold any water.
To you.
It doesn't.
I think it's fucking stock. Which part of that is unclear to you? I think it sounds stock to my ears. I mean, you want me to write it down? I think it feels stock. Okay, so
no, when you say, you're telling me what to play right now. You're telling me you should play with what Kirk's doing, and I'm telling you it's stock.
Dude, fine.
You know what, guys? Why don't we just go in there and just hammer it out, all right? Instead of hammering on each other.
I mean, we're in shit moods, and we're not going to get anything.
All you want to do is pick a fucking fight, and
I don't want to pick a fight.
This is so silly. You're just sitting there going, I'm in a really pissy mood, and
I fucking told you straight up that I was.
Right.
And what are you trying to do?
I'm not trying to do fucking shit. You're just sitting here being a complete dick.
You're really helping matters. You're really good at that. I was straight up with you, and I told you I'm in a shit mood, and what have you been doing? Fucking picking at me all night.
Come on, guys. We've got better things to do. Right?
Yeah, I do. I do.
There we go. Yeah. Yeah, usually. I do because it's a very bad system I have on the thing, so I don't know. If we have a connection where we're over it, actually, that's why I never works on it. I can't connect, you know, it's like what I say every time. It's like if it's on my computer or whatever, and it's like even worse on there, but I don't know, it's also the iPad, so. What if it's called? I don't know. Tablet. What's Flash Gordon? That's a Flash, that's not Gordon. I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, Avatar, I guess. What's Flash Gordon?
I just got here. What are you guys talking about? Can you hear me?
That's a Flash, that's not Gordon. I don't know. Yeah, Avatar.
Can you guys hear me? Can you hear me? Okay. Your microphone has been muted, both Brandon and the yellow ball. I closed my window. So, what would you guys like to talk about? You can type it because I can see the chat. I was bored today, so thought I would try to find a chat. I am in North Carolina, in the mountains, the very western part where I border Georgia and Tennessee, and in a very isolated area, mountains, lots of mountains. And I'm really into philosophy, all kinds. I don't really make myself, I try not to limit my reality to beliefs. I don't limit it by having just ideas. Cool. How many chats have you done before on your channel? Because I just found you. Okay. This is my second, like, involved with someone else's Hangout. I go to the Logic Zone's Logic Church on Sunday, and so this I'm trying to branch out because I think that it is important that people debate ideas. I know discrimination because I live in a small town and most people are Scottish or Scotch-Irish. My grandmother was pure Cherokee. So in my town, even as light as I am, I was considered a half-breed. No, my grandmother was Cherokee Indian. So they discriminate against the local Indian population. And I've gotten over that. Don't really care. That was like middle school. This is true. I used to be married to an Irish man, had a daughter with him. She's 19 now, and they are both so stubborn, it's ridiculous. So, yes, I'm an artist. See if I can block some of the light so you can see it better. I paint, I draw, I love video games, but I don't really play them. My son's really good at video games, so I support my son on that. He's a huge YouTube fan. He's learned everything about everything video games. He's 9. So, can anybody else be unmuted? Okay. Have on my Tool shirt today. Tool. Seen him in concert twice. That's understandable. That's understandable. So, what is normally your prevalent topic? Good. I've been both. My parents forced me to be Mormon, when I was young, and it gave me cognitive dissonance at a very early age. So now I am Gnostic, which means I believe in knowledge, and that anyone can be an extraordinary human being. There's no special people. Everyone can be extraordinary if they try. And I think that when we get hung up in all of the beliefs and dogma, that it kind of turns us into programmed robots. And so when we have ideas rather than beliefs, it's a lot better. No, that isn't what I'm saying. I'm saying that dogma in religion is our problem, and not just religion. Hero worship and dogma and all that is holding us down. If we decided to only focus on ourselves and the people around us and how we could make things better, then things would get better. Religion is a huge factor in society. The powerful people use religion as a way to control people, and you have to break free of that. I agree. I think we're getting to an era where we should start focusing on making a reality that matters for us and the people around us, not worrying about the trivial things that other people throw on us. Yes, I did vote for Obama, but that's the choices we have. Maybe, yes, but I truly believe that Democrats are inherently more caring towards poor people, and I was hoping that they wouldn't care as much about corporations, but that hasn't happened yet. So I really feel like we need more than two options. We need an option that is in the middle. Yes, my town is Republican. No, no, I love the mountains. Waterfalls and just woods that have never been touched. They're not allowed to cut down trees. It's beautiful here. I live in town, don't have a car, but I can walk in my valley. I can walk pretty much anywhere that is important that I need to go. And if I don't walk, I can get a ride with a friend. But we got rid of our cars 6 years ago, and that was the best thing we ever did. Yes, I have cats. Yes, I used to ride horses when I was younger. I owned like 3 horses when I was younger. So, and I grew up on a farm. No orange. I have 2 like striped tiger cats. They're sisters. We call them Sisyphus and Cicero. The mother, we call her Mama. She's a black cat. And then there is a gray calico named Little Girl. Other than that, we have been stuck in the house for quite a few days because nobody wants to walk out in the freezing cold. It's cold here. We had an exceptionally warm winter until all this lowering of the line. It kept pushing down until finally we were in the cold spot. But it will hopefully be raising back up soon. Yes. Yes, I actually have a bear that lives in the woods behind me, and it will come. I have steps that go down to a loft on the bottom that would go into the basement. And one time I heard noises and looked outside and I saw something, messing with our trash. And I opened the door and I swear bears, I did not know they could go this fast. But it suddenly bolted and ran down the stairs with its big old butt. I can't believe it did not fall off those stairs. I mean, there are these rickety little narrow stairs. It was insane. But, yeah, it was a very big bear. And I live in town, so imagine what it would be like to live not in town. I tried. I got there too late. He ran so fast, and it was an unexpected thing because I was doing dishes. So, and it was, my back door is right beside my sink. So it was one of those, I wish I had gotten that on camera. Probably. Bears are pretty easy to scare. And they can smell fear, kind of like sharks. Yeah, they're kind of like sharks. They can smell fear. So if you stand your ground and if you are not fearful, you'll never get hurt by a bear. I've been in the woods, had encounters, and they don't want to mess with another apex predator that might kick their ass, as long as you hold yourself that way. Wow. Never been to Africa, but I saw lions and gorillas at the safari in Disney World down in Florida. It felt kind of like you were in Africa. But Africa, that would be awesome to go see Africa. What else did you do in Africa? Did you see any baboons? Now that is scary. Baboons are scary. I've heard baboons are really scary. What kind of book is spell writing? Uh-oh. She left. He, she. This fella, he or she? Oh. I should write a book, but my attention span is very low because I have repetitive concussion syndrome. I got it from 5 car wrecks that I've been in my life. And a lot of other stupid behavior. No. And in the worst one, my boyfriend was the driver, and he broke his neck in 5 places. But he didn't get paralyzed, amazingly. Just about anything in my life has been crazy because I'm finally out of the whole drug scene kind of thing, and I have seen things that would make your hair stand up. Well, I like marijuana, but I'm talking about the controlled drug culture in my town that you have to deal with shady people, and it sucks. And I'm glad that I'm out of those hard drugs now. I'm pro getting rid of the drug war because the drug war has caused so much problems. I just saw an interview on ABC yesterday that just came out yesterday of a guy 11 years ago who got 55 years for marijuana, and that is higher than rapists, murderers, and pedophiliacs. It's insane. Yeah, they were doing an interview saying that they were pleading to the president to try to dispute his sentence because he's already been there for 11 years, and he has children, and his children were just so like traumatized. It was insane. And that's just one example. I know people in my own life who have been gone forever, and it's all because of drugs. The main drug here is meth, and there's also lots of opiates, painkillers, heroin, anything like that. And, marijuana, I don't even consider it a drug, but yes, you can get medical quality marijuana here. Yes, my daughter is on meth, and she's also skipped her probation, so the police are looking for her. So therefore, I haven't seen her in 2 weeks, and it's really scary. I worry about her. My brother and my boyfriend's brother both died of OD, so it's crazy. Yes, I was an opiate addict for 25 years, I slowly came down. My doctor helped me come down. First, I tried methadone clinic. They want to keep you on the drugs and keep you on a high dose of the drugs. So then I got my own doctor and lowered it down till it was low enough that I could switch to what's called Suboxone. No, I did not go into any residential. I switched to what's called Suboxone, and it blocks opiates from being able to grab a hold of your neurons. So that's been 2.5 years ago now, and I'm so happy. Actually, yes, I do still use Suboxone, but I am manic depressive. I'm also dissociative identity disorder, and we tried doing the nothing thing, and I literally go crazy. Like, without it's insane. So my doctor put me on a very small amount of the Suboxone and with a small amount of benzodiazepines, Klonopin. No, not once I got on the Suboxone, because it has a ceiling effect. You can't get any higher no matter how much you take. You stay at a ceiling level. That's why it's good for opiate addicts, because you can go take more, but it's not going to make you feel good. It's going to make you feel worse. I take 2 strips a day and 2 Klonopins a day and 200 milligrams of amitriptyline. I would like to get to a point where I need less, but I have had so much problems with my brain chemistry that when I do try to decrease, I dissociate, and it's kind of like I'm sleepwalking. I go and do crazy stuff, and it's really weird, really, really weird. Yes, I have dissociative identity disorder. I'm in the process of integration, if you know what that means. It's where I open up all the boxes that my mind has closed and said never open these, and you slowly open all those little doors till you realize what your real truth is, and then they say that after that you don't need as much medicine. Yeah. And hallucinogens, I've probably tripped over 300 times in my lifetime. I certainly think that everyone should try to get their life together and try to get off drugs, but I do not find a problem with marijuana. I'm not for smoking it, though. I would rather it be atomized or eaten. I don't feel the need for them because it took me a while to get used to it, but I persevered without doing anything else. And just being around the people whom I used to be around that did it all the time, I could see how much different. I could see things from a more truthful point of view where they're just sitting there like they're in comas. And I have a 19-year-old and a 9-year-old, so I did not want that to be their future, or for me to be taking care of my children whenever something's like that. What about you? What do you think about the drug war? Yeah, and yes, all my old friends still do some kind of drug, and even my boyfriend goes to the methadone clinic. But I have a very strong will and have just changed my life, and it doesn't even cross my mind anymore to be like an option. So I'm lucky, I guess, that I have such a strong will. They say there's a very small percentage that can just, when they decide to lay it down, they're done. It's a very small percentage, but it happens. Yeah, that's why my boyfriend is still going to the methadone clinic, because for him it's just so much pain, and he has diabetes, and he's had 5 surgeries on both feet in the past 6 months, and so yeah, I guess he is in very much lots of pain. Can we get a voice?
Howdy, everybody. How we doing on this fine and lovely day?
Wonderful.
Well, I'm just sitting here waiting for another winter storm to roll through.
I heard that. Me too. What state are you in?
I'm right next door to Louisville, Kentucky.
Okay. I'm in North Carolina, in the mountains.
Yep. You're not too far, so we get to enjoy this another winter blast, and depending on what temperature it's going to be, they're kind of gauging on what we're going to get.
Right.
I just woke up for a nap, so I ain't all the way here yet.
Well, like I was telling him, this is only the second live chat I've been on, so I'm trying to learn.
Oh, it's easy. I've been doing online videos and chatting and debating for over 20 years now.
Yep.
And what is it do you believe, Miss Athena?
I believe I'm a Gnostic, not agnostic. I am Gnostic, which is the Greek word for knowledge.
Yes.
And we believe that every human being can be exceptional, and that certain human beings have been sent here to raise the humans to a next evolutionary level, and of course Jesus was a huge part of that, and we believe in the Jesus consciousness.
Interesting.
To be able to bring the whole planet to the idea of selfless love.
Oh, interesting. Well, before I even get started on dissecting that equation, I need me some coffee. So I'll be back presently.
Drinking my hot tea like I'm British or something. So give me another subject. I am against gun control. I believe that even though I'm a Democrat, I'm against gun control because I grew up in a family where we hunted. But I do think that when you're talking about super fast auto weapons, maybe it's a little much, but I'm not really one to judge that because who knows if we may need them. Yes, you have to have a gun in the South because if you're out on the top of a mountain and somebody is robbing you, you could call the cops, but it's going to be an hour before they can even reach you climbing up the mountain pass. So you have, and yeah, hunting, but you have to be able to have something that you can scare people away with. No, I don't. Don't know, Brett. Well, then I will definitely be checking out his videos. I just got my laptop about 6 months ago, and I had like 5 different tablets that I broke, and so that my mom had got me. So I haven't really caught up and tried to find different people. It was not intentional. I finally got a laptop because every tablet I got broke very easily. But I'm sure it was my fault. I'm super accident prone, and my brain is broken from like I said, the repetitive concussion syndrome. So I think it had something to do with that crap. Harder to break those. I also sing. I'm in a band, and my daughter and I sing with a band. Yep. The name of the band is Dirty Sundays, spelled D-A-Z-E. We have tons of original music. We're trying to record this winter. It's been very hard because the studio of our friend, it's in a very cold little building. But we've managed to record about 11 songs. Dirty Sundays. the name of my group on Facebook. My music group where I post videos and stuff. What kind of music do you guys like? I like everything. I like the full gamut. My daughter raps, but then we also sing murder ballads and, you know, Christian ballads, I guess you could say, and rock and roll, and just really a lot of stuff. I have my friend who is the writer and one of the guitarists. He comes out with he just writes constantly, and he has come up with so many jewels. It's insane. Just very catchy jewels of rock. Back to the ball. Do you have chats on a regular basis? Okay. Oh. Yeah. I'll have to check those out. I typed in for Hangouts and I saw your name and I saw that you debate different things like religion, atheism, all this kind of stuff, and thought that it would be I think debate and talking about the things we believe is very important to understand other people. Okay. So people come in and out.
Or people like me sometimes click the wrong button and close their browser. Duh. Like I said, my coffee's still brewing, my brain ain't working. I'll be into the conversation here shortly.
Yes, I'm sure your brain isn't working without the coffee. I understand that.
I told my wife, I said, she goes, well, I think I'm going to take a little nap. I said, well, I'll take a little half-hour power nap with you. That was 2 hours ago. Yeah. I'll probably be up all night now.
I'm drinking the hot tea. It's sleepy time tea and caramel cream. People think I'm crazy because nobody around here drinks it.
Excuse me.
So when you share your chats, do you share the whole thing? Ben? Like it will share their whole chat. Yeah. No, I know the chat isn't visible. That isn't what I meant. I meant the video. I said chat, but yeah.
Some people do go back and edit them, but most people don't.
Yeah, that's why I was asking.
Yeah, there is. YouTube has editing software built into it where you can take long lulls out of it if you want, or add background music, things like that. But most people don't mess with it unless it's going to be something like. Now, sometimes I have in the past. I haven't done it lately. I'm an online preacher, I'm also a pastor and an evangelist, and so sometimes on mine, if there ends up being a lull, I will edit them, just to keep people on board so they can know where I'm going with the conversation and the preaching. So, but other than that, most people don't.
Yeah, I was just making sure that he wasn't one of those that edits things, to try to change how people's opinions are viewed. That's all.
No, and a lot of times you can't even, it's really, really hard to do that unless you have a big library of the way somebody's talking. Like, Benny here, I've hardly ever heard him speak at all. Now, me, I talk all the time. There's probably hours upon hours. And then there's another lady, or I don't want to call Nadia a lady because Nadia is a transsexual. And so I just call Nadia Nadia. And so Nadia is on sometimes 16 hours a day. So you could probably build up a library of something like that and get a person like that to say whatever you wanted them to say by splicing the stuff together, because Nadia very rarely wears anything other than the same thing, so it'd be very easy to do that. But no, it'd be very, very difficult to really do that. Me personally, it's very easy to know where I'm from. My screen name is Christian Hillbilly. I'm from the hills of Kentucky. I'm a Christian first and a hillbilly second. I'm a Christian first and a father second. A Christian first and a husband second. I'm a Christian first and everything else second. God is number one in my life. I would love to lie to you and say I've always done that and I always do that. I don't, but I try and make that my goal, is to keep God at the first and foremost of my life.
Well, that's good. That's a good goal. I had to take 4 years of seminary when I was in school. But it was the Mormon church, and I started having cognitive dissonance because
what church? I'm sorry, you broke up a little bit.
Mormon. So therefore, I started seeing beliefs that they had that weren't congruent with what I thought was right. So.
Oh, that would be correct, because they are not. They do not believe in God. They believe in all kinds of bizarre things.
Yes, and I got to go to the temple in Atlanta, and I thought it was going to be this great big deal. Nobody ever gets to go to the temple. You get to have all these interviews and stuff like that. To be able to go, you have to pass all these tests of purity and whatever. I got there, and the point of it was to baptize me 13 times for dead people.
Yep.
So that it was kind of odd for me, very odd.
Yep. They Mormons, they say they believe in the Bible and they believe in Jesus and this, that, and the other, but then they pervert their particular version of the Bible is a perverted version of the Bible that actually changes words around, and they do not believe in Jesus.
It's not the Bible part that they change around. They use the King James Bible. It's not that. It's that they have the Book of Mormon, which is to them, it's a historical account of what happened in the Americas when Jesus was resurrected.
I'm thinking of Jehovah's Witnesses. I'm sorry. I'm still.
Yeah. I've dealt with them also, but it's with Mormons. It's because they added several books that
they have Egyptian plates that only one person could read, and blah blah blah. Yeah. Once again, a cult.
And they're very good at their programming. I went since I was a child, and it took me a while to understand that they were wrong and things like that. Like now I wear, as you can see, lots of necklaces, rosary, and all this stuff, but I wear it because the Mormons believe that wearing any symbols, even the cross, is bad. And I think that is not bad, especially not bad to wear a rosary. And
well, I don't believe it's good to wear a rosary because Jesus is not on the cross anymore. He is off the cross. He is risen. So the rosary really is kind of...
Well, mine has... Can you see it? Mine has him risen above it, showing the culmination of what happened. That's when I wear it. It shows the resurrected body. Not that may not change your mind on that, but that's what mine has on it.
Emmy needs something to eat. Emmy needs something to eat. There you go, girlie. Got you something.
I'll be back in a minute. I can hear my child calling.
There you go. There you got water. You got food. And you got an excuse to be here bothering me. And you go on about your merry way. Well, howdy there, JP. Howdy, Spellbinder.
What's up, Christian Hillbilly? How you doing?
I'm hanging in there like a hair in a biscuit. Now, honey, I just fed you. Go away now. I've been napping with you for 2 hours. I just fed you. Now go away. Go away. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. You're a good girl. Yes, you are. You want a good girl. Now go on. Stop there. No, stop there. Good girl.
Well, my CPU isn't pegging 100%. Maybe I finally got through to somebody. It's still a little high, but at least it ain't pegging 100%. It's running about 70, 80 something. I'll take it. That's better than 100. That's better than running 100 and burning up my CPU prematurely. I'll take it. I still don't like it, but Spellbinder. You sound like Robbie the Robot. Hop out and hop back in. You sound like Robbie the Robot. Hop out and hop back in.
Okay, it's a camera microphone I'm using.
No, it's lag. No, it's lag.
It's lag?
Yes, it's lag. Hop out, hop back in. It's lag. You sound like Robbie the Robot.
Okay.
Any new games? No, I downloaded all my old games because I'm getting ready to shut everything down. So I downloaded all my old SP games off of Steam. Batman Arkham City and COD Black Ops, all the Battlefields, all the CODs. I got all them downloaded. Got them all downloaded.
You listen to
that way when I shut everything down.
I listen to you.
Dude, I can't understand a single word.
To your video.
Spellbinder, I can't understand you. You sound like Robbie the Robot. I can't understand you. You sound like Robbie the Robot, man. I can't understand a word you're saying. Sound like a damn machine. I guess you're just having shitty internet tonight, dude. That's all I can tell you.
Okay. I placed the microphone on the camera. I don't know why the camera's acting that way. Microphone I got. I don't have headphones. I'm still really?
Okay, now that I understood.
Wow.
I understood really. I understood that part.
I'm in Cal tonight. Really? I go for my head sideways. You like Cal? Anyway. Okay, let me back up with my microphone. It's not.
Listen. Here's what you do. Reboot the whole computer. Because you may be low on virtual memory too. That could be a possibility. I mean, if he's been running his camera if he's been running his computer all day, he might be low on virtual memory. Can I play Skyrim every day? Well, hell yeah. It's a single player game, duh. I can play it anytime I want. What are the things I like to do in Skyrim? I like to have sex with every woman I can find, including my female followers. No, I'm busy making my own mods for the game. You know, I make buildings, I make followers, I haven't quite got to the point of making my own monsters yet, but what I was thinking about doing is making a Shiva type character for the game. I think that would be badass. Can I make a vehicle? There was no vehicles back in the era of Skyrim. They've got a mod out there that makes vehicles, but it ain't very realistic. Because there was no there might be, well, yeah, you could make like some kind of a gypsy cart or some shit like that. They had them back in them days. But you know, I would be hesitant to no, the wooden car wouldn't be right. What's my favorite mod? I'd say the ones I make, because the ones I make don't crash my game. You know what? Let me check something. You know that that Robbie the Robot chick could be on my end. Hang on a second.
Gone? Okay, am I better? Spell is talking. Yes, much better. Thank you. I just unplugged everything on my network, and apparently there's bugs out there that get into your, you know, your box, and stuff happens. Where's Vaughn? Vaughn disappeared. Where'd Vaughn go? Hello, Vaughn. I actually like talking to Vaughn. We had disagreements in the past, but I'm never a troll and never one of his haters, and I just don't know what happened. We just kind of went our separate ways, and I don't know. I like Vaughn. I really do. I really like the Tennessee Hill person. I mean, he's out there. He's got his kids. I think he's got his wife back. I'm not sure. There you are. Turn your mic on. Okay, I know you're giving thumbs up and stuff, but you gotta turn your mic on. You're silenced. There you go. Okay,
Hey,
there you are. Hey, how you doing?
feeling pretty good.
I love you too. I love you too. I mean, I have no
Thank you.
problem with any of these people out here. It's just that, you run into Kenny and stuff, and Kenny Perez or whatever he calls himself, Troll Master or something. But he's okay too, but he can be a pain in the butt sometimes. I mean, really.
Children can bite the hell out of you. They just can.
Yes, they can. Yes, they can.
They,
I'm
they
your
can hurt.
age. I'm
Hurt.
your age. I'm 55, so I'm close to your age.
We're supposed to be tough-hearted. We're supposed to be tough-hearted, but we ain't. We're tender-hearted too.
Yeah.
Us old fellas.
Oh, I know. And I have fun with Kenny and stuff, and Kenny would get on here and do his thing. What's his name? Dark, whatever. I get along with him. I get along with most of these trolls out there. Actually, me and the trolls get along, but you got to take them by the piece. That's all there is to it.
By the piece.
By the piece. And they are, you got Dr. what's his name? resin or whatever he calls himself. You just got to take them piece by piece and say, okay, I can take you so much. When you start to pick on me, I will just leave or whatever. I mean, you just leave them. Just laugh at them and leave them.
That makes sense. It says, take no judgment unto yourself. You know?
That's it.
Don't take it personal. Just let them be them, and it's okay.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, Vaughn takes it personally. I've never seen a person take these what he calls trolls and haters so personally. It's like, well, if you don't like them, just leave and let them go. I mean, it's really that simple. It's not like you have to fight them or anything. There's no, Punisher here. I mean, we don't need to do that. Just look at them, laugh at them, and leave. That's all you have to do. It's really simple. I always loved the trolls because they just get on Vaughn under his nerves, and he would be Vaughn. I mean, he would just sit there and fight him and stuff. And I was like, you don't have to do that. It's like these people that are being insulted by these trolls that end up committing suicide. They don't have to commit suicide. Hell, just shut it off. Go away from it. Turn away. Go somewhere else. Look at news articles. Yeah. I mean, look at news articles or something. I mean, you don't have to put up with them. They don't get under my skin. I laugh at them when they start to attack me and stuff, and I just and I laugh at them, and I walk away. I'll just shut it off or whatever and go somewhere else where it's more, entertaining.
Have you been on G Plus for a while? How long have you been on G Plus?
I've been on here for a couple of years now.
Right.
And I have my YouTube account, which has now been linked together on here because some reason or other they linked it all together. And just look up, just go to Google. I have 12,000 hits on Google when you put Spellbinder 00 on there, and I'm like a rock star. I almost feel like that, but I don't think of myself as that. But I'm like a rock star because I have so many people that's watched my videos. I mean, I have over 1 million hits of watching my videos and stuff, and I cover a long range of stuff. I'll go from narcissism to Christianity to Nibiru, and I'll go across that entire spectrum. And I get all these people on here, and I'm like, well, I just made these videos. I just made them to see what I would get. I used to do G. Edward Griffin. I haven't done him in a while, though I have several weeks I could do G. Edward Griffin and his newsletter. I was doing that for him to give him exposure. And G. Edward Griffin's the one that wrote, The Creature from Jekyll Island, which is about the banksters and how they took over everything that we know. And these monsters are out there. They're the true monsters. There's no demons out there as far as I can see except these monsters like J.P. Morgan and the rest of them out there, and the Rockefellers, and all these creatures are out there, and they have actually taken over everything. They're trillionaires. They're not billionaires. They got a T in front of their name now. I mean, and I sit back and go, why did we let these monsters get away with what they're doing today, controlling governments? I mean, that's the term fascism. is corporations under the umbrella corporation, and I use that quite literally because I do believe that Resident Evil is a corporation over us, and they're an umbrella corporations, and they own all these other companies, and they work together. And I mean, really, that's why I started picking up the term umbrella corporation, because I know these monsters are working together. They're just out there, and they are what we should be afraid of. Is these corporations that are running governments? They actually, the governments, the people that get elected get money from these monsters, and they owe them something in return for everything that they get in money to win the election. And when they're in there, well, of course they're going to fall down in front of them with knee pads waiting. And I'm just saying, this is how that works, and it's scary. It frightens me. That's the only thing frightens me. Demons don't frighten me. I can attack them and knock them off. These spiritual creatures, it doesn't matter. They're nothing to me. But these creatures who are in flesh and blood that own corporations and run governments scare me. They have the hand on the got marksmen out there that can come and take you out anytime they want. Well, demons can't do that to me. They can't just come and tear me apart because, well, I know certain, I've studied the occult for many, many years and know how to deal with them.
The Lord Jesus looks out after you. The Lord Jesus looks out after you. Ain't no demon going to bother you.
No, he never going to touch me. Now, demons are never going to touch me because Jesus is out there.
That's right.
But it's these creatures in flesh and blood that are out there with money and power, and they are the ones I'm scared of.
And AR-15s, they got AR-15s and stuff. It's pretty nasty, powerful
everything
out there.
Exactly. And you notice I have no fear of the demons in spirit, but I have a fear of these flesh and blood monsters that are out there. And that's what scares me. Not them.
I gave up politics. I gave up politics after I looked down the barrel of a couple of AR-15s. I said, enough of this. No way. This is a young man's game. I said, nah, I'm through.
Yeah. I understand. I really do. I really understand.
Yeah, and I mean, I respect folks that are political and have political vision, and want to battle for political ideals. And but I said, nope.
You're right.
After looking down those guns, those barrels of those guns, I said, nah. I said, I don't want to be cannon fodder in a war between worldly powers, Nah.
Yeah, the principalities of world powers. The principalities of them. I mean, really, that's where it stands. And I'm like going, I don't want it. I want people to stand up and say no to them, but they're so powerful. How can we stop them? I don't think we can ever stop them, really.
I think Jesus is going to have to stop them if they get stopped. There'll be an ostrich with my head in the sand, but that's my only hope, is that he'll take care of, handle it.
Exactly. I mean, I'm just like, I'm at a wall and I can't get through it and bring them down. They need to be brought down to their knees. They really do. And I guess you're right. Jesus is the only one that's going to do it.
I'm hoping it's on time. It sure seems out of control, though. In some ways, very scary, very ominous. All this crap going down. I don't know what to make half of it.
I already see Jerusalem taken over by Satan, which is in Revelations that Jerusalem will be taken over Well, I already see that. I already see Netanyahu, the white devil, and I'm white also, but he's whiter than I am. He makes a piece of paper make me look like I'm tanned or something, and I'm Norwegian. That is what scares me the most.
I'm fish belly white. I'm fish belly white. And tomato red. Tomato red. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I got Navajo in me. No, not Navajo, but Cherokee. I have Cherokee Indian because I had on my father's side pure Cherokee that was on his side. I have my mom who was Norwegian, and you know, I got both of those sides, and I'm basically white. I tell you, Netanyahu from up there, from from where we're having all the conflicts right now, up in a border of Russia and stuff. That's where his people are from. And they came down and they took over and said that they were the Jews, the 13th tribe. And I'm like going, there is no 13th tribe. It's not listed in the Bible. It's not listed in the Bible. Where does 13th tribe come from? It's like the Mormons or something. I mean, 13th tribe. There is no 13th tribe. It's not in the Bible. But yet, these people who came down from up there, south of Russia, and was giving any place they could have went. They could have went to South Africa. They could have came to America even. They went to Jerusalem. And these so-called Jews, but they're not Jews because they're not part of the tribe, came down and took over Jerusalem. They're not Jews. They were only Jews because during that time, 400 years ago, they were dealing between the Muslims and the Christians, and they said, we'll bring some priests up here from Jerusalem to convert us all to Judaism, and we will be the in-between between these two races. And that's what really happened. And you have to do your history on this. But that's what really happened. And that's what we got in Jerusalem right now. They're more white than I am. I mean, think about it. Just do the research and you'll find out that these are not real Jews. There's real Jews involved in all this, but they do not realize that these people came from the north, came from up there in, where we're having the conflict right now in southern Russia, which is Kiev and the rest of them. That's where they came from. They were a kingdom. They were a master kingdom. I mean, these people were so powerful at the time. And they lost their power when Hitler took over and was made into slaves and everything. And, well, when the war was over, they just sent them down to Jerusalem because that's where they chose. We want to go to where the temple is. And, okay, they allowed us under UN to go down there. But that's where it ends. They are not Jews per se. The Palestinians are more Jew than they are. The Palestinians have been there for over 2,000 years. It's probably the uncles and nephews and everything of Jesus Christ's bloodline that are now being killed off down in the banks. And I agree with that. They're actually killing off Jesus' offspring. His cousins and uncles and nephews and aunts and whatever that's been around for 2,000 years. I mean, do you disagree or agree or what? I just kind of do my research and I see this, and that's what I'm seeing. I'm seeing the language of their also, no matter if they're Christian or Muslims or Islamic, it's the bloodline is what I see being killed off down there. That's what I actually am focusing on. I'm focusing on that because that's it. That's why Jesus is going to be pissed as hell when he comes back, because Jerusalem is ran by Antichrist. They don't believe in Jesus. There has never been a Jesus. He's coming sometime in the future. And it's like, no, he's already came. He's already been. And you just can't face the facts. That's what I look at them down there. And they're secular on top of it. You see what I'm talking about, right? Really? You actually see what I'm saying.
I'm hearing you.
Screen share. Go ahead, screen share. We can't see. Can't see what? I'm not able to see my avatar. Well, it should be on there. I mean, I'm talking. I mean, I can put an avatar on there. Hell, I can put my cat on there. I'll do my cat. No, my cat's not working. Okay. Let's see.
I like that wolf. It's colorful.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Isn't it beautiful?
And it is. I like that wolf. It's a fire wolf, and it's on mini cams, and I use that as my avatar because it's beautiful. It's a flaming wolf. I mean, I'm a cat person, but this is over me. I had to use it, and I had a guy who was, he said, he says he's gay, and he wanted to use that, but he honored me by not using that image because it's red, white, and blue or whatever.
He'll grow out.
And he'll grow out. Yeah, that's what I figure. I figure you can grow out of this gayness, and you and your husband or whatever. I mean, it's like, you guys, I have nothing against you. I'll let you do what you wish. I'm not going to preach on you or anything because that's not my place. That's
boys will be boys. Boys will be boys.
Boys will be boys. There you go. I like that. Boys will be boys.
That's it.
And
when we were boys, we acted like boys, and we thought as boys, and we spoke as boys, and we behaved as boys. But now we're men. Yeah. What the heck?
Yeah. What the heck? Let them have their fun.
I know it. That's right.
I mean, Sodom and Gomorrah existed back then. It's existing today. And
that was different. That was a bunch of homosexual rapists, Those folks were into violent rape and all. That's different than your average youthful circle jerking or something. It's
oh yeah, they want the angels. They want these angels to come out and have fun with them, and it's like, oh no! And the angels just held up their hand and blinded them, and that was that.
Yeah, big mistake on that crowd. Yep.
That was a big mistake.
Of judgment. Yep.
Yeah. They just.
But I like what you say. I like what you say about it's not your place. It's not your place to condemn anybody. Or to preach at them in a certain way. It's I don't know. I figure this: we're commissioned to proclaim good things, good news, not condemnation.
Exactly. That's
not a bunch of condemning hate.
We have to do. Yeah.
Yeah, and to stand in judgment of another individual in a hateful way, in a condemning, hateful way. Fuck that. Fuck that. That's a youthful indiscretion in and of itself.
No, exactly. Really. You're right. You're right. I go right along with that.
Some folks feel like they have to rail against things, that they have to endorse some things and they have to condemn other things, but that's not accurate. You know, I ain't gotta endorse nothing. I ain't gotta decertify anything. I don't have to call something evil or immature. You know, I ain't gotta get in nobody's case. I'm just not I'm not it's not my calling.
I know it's not my calling either. So I just sit back and go, hey, let be. It'll all be in, let God, judge it out on the end, and let it go and stay back away from it. Otherwise, you'll get into conflict that you don't want to be in to begin with. I mean,
and it doesn't build anybody up. It doesn't build anybody up
I know.
to stand in harsh judgment of somebody. You know, it doesn't do any good. So, I can only speak for myself, of course. Now, as far as me, I don't like preachers. Yeah, I like preachers. I like grace preachers. I like people who preach about grace and wondrous things and cool things. But fearmongering, I ain't in it. Hell no, condemnation is not good news.
Oh no, that's not good news.
Hell no.
I mean, I went to this round church. It was called the Church of God, and I went up on the stage because before the preaching and everything, everyone was running around anyways. I was 15 years old.
Onion water.
And they had onion oil on the stage and a little Petra dish.
That's kind of cheap.
All they had to do is...
That's kind of cheap.
And they needed to cry. No,
that ain't
it's
truthful.
not.
That's disingenuous. If they ain't got something truthful going on that they can preach about, maybe they need to go back to the library, and think about it for a while.
Exactly. I mean, I came across that. I never went back to that church again. I thought that was the greatest thing. I was reborn. I went up to the pulpit and they exercised out of everything, even though I've been baptized twice. Baptized twice. I went up to the pulpit and told my sins, and they, prayed over me and everything. But when I went up on that stage and discovered the onion oil, that's when I lost faith in it. I walked away.
Maybe everything you experienced was not disingenuous, but I'm glad you discovered that something was, that it maybe inoculated you against swallowing some things as if they were truthful. That was good. I'm glad that happened to you, that you discovered that.
What blew me away, I just watched a video on Hulu. I think it was Hulu, or it was one of these. I got Roku, and I watched this video, and it says, this is why you should run away from these people. Run away from this church. And at the end, this guy who's a true preacher was crying true tears, and he was telling the people, I mean, I looked on the camera and everything to see if he had anything liquid up there that could dip his finger in and make him cry. He was basically saying, run away from these churches. They had these churches out there. It's more entertainment than it was a church. They didn't preach gospel. They didn't preach anything. They just had people laughing and rolling on the ground, and it was like the Holy Spirit's in them. And I'm like, really? That's the church nowadays? You just roll on the ground laughing, and I mean, I watched that, and I said, I'm going to stay away from the apocalyptic church. That's one thing. That's what they called themselves, the apocalyptic. And they were they were just making people laugh and roll on the ground. They looked more like the demon possessed than anything else. And I
Just a
went,
bunch of childish hysteria. You know, a bunch of childish hysteria. But
mass hysteria. Yeah,
Benny,
exactly.
I wanted to address Benny just for a second. Benny, judgment might be coming. God might judge the world systems. You know, he might judge some individuals on the earth. But as for me, it's not my particular calling. I ain't saying it ain't somebody else's. But for me, it ain't my calling to proclaim judgment, the judgment of God. And I'm not saying that some other individual that might be appropriate. But for me, my particular calling, the best I can discern, is to proclaim grace, the grace of God, the free acceptance, and the unconditional. You know, wherever one is at, you know, whatever one finds oneself, whatever state of maturity or immaturity or whatever, that's my particular or individual calling. So if there's some other preacher who proclaims judgment, that's really his business between him and God. You know, I don't have a high appreciation of that particular theme, but that's their business is what I'm trying to say. For me, the best I can discern, I'm called to build up. I'm called to encourage, which don't mean I won't bust some balls now on occasion, yeah. But generally speaking, just to, you know, be easy.
There you go, right there. Benny, the gangster, is presenting it to everyone. There he is. He takes these people and you freak them out and they're dropped to the floor. And yeah, I understand that. That's what's going on in the icon next to you.
Well, that's my I can just say for myself, I make this call for myself. I can't make it for anybody else, you know. But my calling is to build up, and it's all about grace. And you know, I don't understand much other than I get to be at peace with everybody. And as far as it's up to me, you know, I get to be at peace with everybody. I ain't got to condemn anybody. I love that. I don't have to hate anybody. I don't even have to hate any behavior, any of this abominable crap going down, you know, Illuminati crap. I ain't got to hate
the abomination.
Yeah,
I don't call him Obama. I call him Abomination, and that's what Obama is with an A.
It's but I like that I don't have to hate anybody, even Obama or anybody. Just don't have to hate them, and that's a personal call, you know. And somebody else's calling might be to expose evil or to proclaim judgment. That's a legitimate message. Maybe it's from God, but and for them to proclaim. So I ain't standing in judgment of anybody who preaches something different than I do. You know, that's their business, more or less. But anyway, that's where my head is at. Currently, today, catch me tomorrow, it might be something different. You know, so watch out. I might lay the law on you. Keep an eye on me. But that's me. Appreciate it.
I mean, I'm total agreement with you. I mean, we're on the same page, basically. We're seeing what's going on, and it's just not right, though. Something has to change, but I don't know how, and I don't know. It's not my place, like you say. It's not our place. Right. But it's got to change. I mean, I work for Boeing and was fixing nuclear missiles so we can blow up the third world nations with ICBMs, which are out of stock. They're out of mind. They're basically really they were built in the 1960s, and I was keeping the gyros going so they could hit their target within 3 feet. And I went, okay, I'll play this game for a while, even though I disagree with it. I mean,
glad you got out of it. Glad you got out of it. That sounds like
Well, they put me to the door and said, there you go. There's the door. We're putting you out. And I'm like, why? Well, you know, I ran out of work is what I did. I actually improved the system to a point where I was able to do 2 a day, and I was going faster than the people who were prepping them. And they just came up with this crap and said, well, you know, you're out of work and you have made mistakes. And I went, okay, show me to the door. I'm on my way out. I went to my locker, cleaned it out. They escorted me to the door, took my badge away. I had a secret clearance. Off
What
I'm
can you
home.
do? What can you do but roll with it? Next chapter.
That's it.
I've been
Next
laid off.
chapter. Yeah. And that's where I went. And I went out. I went out the door. They escort me to the door, and later days, better days. I'm an electrician anyways. Why was I doing that? I have no idea. I could do it, though. I was real good at it. I was really good at my job. That's what the problem was. I was so good at my job, being 140 IQ, they couldn't respect that. And so I was doing it too fast. It's government welfare, as far as I could tell, where I was under, was a form of welfare. And I wasn't supposed to go that fast. I wasn't supposed to fix this stuff that fast. I was supposed to take my time, spend the money, and, you know, make bow and a profit while we're spending it. And that's what it came down to. And I look at it that way, and that's where I'm always going to see it. Because what I did in the mistakes was 3 or 4 times. And they're trying to say that it's a multi-million-dollar business. You can't be making these mistakes. And send me to the door. Though I actually talked to my supervisors, both of them, and they actually told me, I want you to go down there and go through whatever on the ECDC system and learn that. And I just turned around and told them, we don't have any product to play that game. Well, apparently that was enough for them to send me out the door. And that's why I went, and this guy named Burns with an S, burnt me and sent me out the door. And I went, okay, Burns, I'm out of here. And that's why I'm on the street now.
A season for all things, I guess. A season for all things. Do you still do electrical work?
I still do electrical work. I have all the tools to do everything. I mean, I can even do conveyor systems because I got a job contracted to this removing conveyor systems and installing them in post offices where they have a conveyor system. You know how the conveyor system works. They got the stuff that runs the mail and scans it and everything. I actually had to buy all the tools for that. So now I got conveyor system tools or mechanical. I can do mechanical or electrical. I now have 2 skills at my hands, and I'm just waiting to get in somewhere on this. And that's what I'm looking at right now. I'm not worried about getting a job until March, April. I have $4,000 to fall back on. I have no bills. I'm just sitting back, and this money's not moving anywhere quickly. I got 65 ounces of silver. I'm sitting pretty. Really, I actually am at this point. I'm sitting.
So you
pretty.
ain't in the penny jar. I hear you. You're not in the penny jar. You're doing all right. You're hanging tight.
And hanging tight. Nothing is pressuring me, so I'm just sitting back, waiting for opportunities. And I tell these contractors, $17 or better. I was only getting $13.50 when I worked for Bowen. That was like minimum wage to me, $13.50. Now I'm getting offers at $17, $18. Okay, I like that. $20 would be my ideal, $2,000 a week at least. That's what I'm focusing on, because I can sit back and wait for that, and they're going to have to eventually start paying me that.
Hey, Monkey.
$20 an hour.
Can you hear me?
I hear you.
Cool. How you feeling tonight?
Not too bad. Can you hear me okay?
Yep, hear you
Yeah.
good.
Okay, because people had told me that I need a microphone and all that shit, but I don't know.
Well, you just need your video camera. That's what you need.
Well, I got my cam. I got a good microphone. I mean, I think it's good. I use it for a telephone and all that kind of shit. I get by just fine with it.
I have a C615, video camera, and that microphone is awesome. I can sit back 5 feet away from it, and you can hear me perfectly comfortable. And
yeah, mine's the same way. And I use it for a telephone too. I use this computer as my phone.
It comes through more bass, not as much treble, but it's good quality. You can to tell distinctly what you say.
Yeah, it's a Microsoft 5000.
Hi, Vaughn. Vaughn, what's that, Vaughn?
Don.
I thought Vaughn just appeared just to the left of.
No, it's down, I think.
Down.
Does something like this to me, I'm going to get an erection. Starts doing this with my boobs, I'm going to get an erection. It turns me on. I love it. I love it.
I thought I saw Vaughn there for a second, then you appeared. Wait, there's Vaughn. That's Kamuzi. Okay.
ST is that?
I wonder what happened to Vaughn. He disappeared.
Hey, Down, how you feeling tonight?
How many people have you killed?
4 of us. One black guy.
What? Well, you should see me when I do my cat. When I put my cat up, it's great. That's one of my avatars. I put up there sometimes, but yeah.
So you're sitting in the garage? Tank or whatever that ST stands for?
Say what now?
Are you sitting in a garage?
It's a corporate headquarters, world corporate headquarters.
Wow. Next to your house, attached to your house where you park your car?
I ain't hard to figure out.
You know, the BTK killer, Dennis Rader, also liked to stay in his garage a lot.
Well, I had somebody mess with my car and screw up my ignition system. Freaking pissed me off.
Wow.
Were they trying to do you right, or were they trying to fuck you up, or what was the deal?
They were trying to fuck me up, I think. And they did it. I mean, I still haven't got it running, but part of it got fixed. It's like way under there, and it's right down by the oil filter, right above the oil filter. Got to pull it out of the engine block. It's the engine oil sensor or timing sensor. But it's part of your ignition system, and when they fool with your ignition, they put the wrong key in it and tried to turn it over with the wrong key, and it turned on the theft control in the electronic brain, and it shut that sensor off. So I'm still not sure if it's the sensor that's out or if the ignition needs to be replaced.
I had a sensor, that timing sensor, if that's what you're talking about.
Yeah.
and it started cutting out intermittently, more and more, you know, at high speeds, and I don't know, it might be a correlation with what you're talking about.
No, it just won't start.
Yeah.
It threw
It
it.
wasn't real expensive though, but it was in an obscure place. It was like way up in there, had to reach way up in there, you know, and get that little sucker out of there.
And I'm still not sure that's what the problem is. And if I had one of those portable electronic brains, that, you know, a tester that'll test your electronic brain, and it'll tell me exactly what's wrong with it. And I think it'll tell me what's wrong with it.
Is it OBD?
What's that mean?
That means it's a modern. Is it a modern engine? Pretty modern.
96.
Yeah, that's right on the border, right there.
I mean, it's not like the old style where we just had to have where you had the basics, oil, air, and fuel, you know, to worry about. It's got the electronic fuel injection. The brain on it, the electronic brain.
I took the Honda in. Yeah, I took the Honda in, and they had to have the passenger side airbag replaced because of, you know, something. And I mentioned to them that I had maintenance light coming on, and they told me I needed to have maintenance on it. And they turned it off, I guess. It comes on still, but it only blinks about 5 times, and then it goes off. So I told them, just turn that damn thing off. I don't need that.
You can get the reset. There's a reset protocol on a lot of modern engines that you can find on Google or on YouTube or something. Different manufacturers have different procedures where you can turn the key a certain amount of times and pump the brake pedal twice or whatever the individual manufacturers suggest. But you can reset. Yes, and they're different vehicles.
It wouldn't reset, see, and so I decided it must have been the sensor that's out, because it's getting oil on it, and that's supposed to be a clue. But I looked it up in YouTube, how-to, you know, you look up the how-tos in YouTube, and it went through that and it was going to show me how to test it, and then they found a broken wire on theirs and totally changed the whole structure. Wow. So I didn't really have anything to go by.
Hey, Patrick. But yeah, man, that sensor for my Nissan was a timing sensor, top dead center sensor or something, and it was like $30. It wasn't too bad. I was surprised. It was
something brand new, 96, I think it was, brand new. But at the junkyard, they said they'll charge me anywhere from $25 to $50.
Wow.
But I'm still not convinced it's not the ignition. I mean, it could be the ignition because that's what kicked it off in the first place. Yeah. Although it's turning over okay now, but at first I couldn't even turn it over with the key. I really had to work it and jiggle the key, and because they jimmied the ignition.
I see, trying to steal it.
Yeah, trying to start it, and they jimmied the ignition.
Yeah, I got a 94 Astro minivan now, so it's an older model. Everything's real spread out, you know, you can get to stuff. I like that.
Yeah.
You know,
So did Son of Sam. That's why he drove a big station wagon.
I had an ass. Didn't run worth the shit at first, and then I took it to a garage, and the guy says, "Well, here's the problem. It's all your vacuum hoses, all those little tiny vacuum hoses on your engine. Well, there was some missing off of it." And so he went through and he replaced every vacuum hose that was in it, and man, the thing went from, I couldn't get 45 miles an hour on the flat out of it. And he went through it, changed all those hoses. Shit, I was doing 90 miles an hour uphill.
A lot more power. Huh?
Yeah. And a lot more power, yeah.
The vacuum in my Buick went out, and it blew out 2 mufflers and a few exhausts.
Which vacuum?
You should have heard the bang on it. It Sounded like a missile being blown up.
Well, I'm not on bicycle anyways.
Is it cold where you're at?
No, it's nice and warm out this way.
Yeah,
We're
same
Western
here.
Light out here.
Yeah, it's about 45.
That isn't bad.
Yeah, it's about 45.
It's
Right up in that
22.
Well, that's not too bad. 22, I could live with 22. It's when it gets down below 17, that's when I can feel it coming through the walls.
It was single digits around here a few hours ago.
Wow.
Oh, man, I don't like those either.
20 now.
I have to wear 2 sets of clothes in the house when it's single digits.
Well, we had a problem with the boiler because the temperature, and this is not normal for Jersey, but the temperature was something like 6 or 7 degrees, and the sun was shining, and it was, it was 8 o'clock in the morning, and the boiler was starting to pop, 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 and finally I had to shut it off for a while, but the technician came and he changed the filter on it and threw some stuff in the tank. So the oil was crystallized from the condensation, I guess.
Patrick, you're saying that it happened a second time. Hey, by the way, Monkey, you're the sole source of that echo. Can you reload?
Yeah, it happened a second time. But the first technician, a young kid that came out, didn't change anything. And,
What happened? Did I have to reload?
It's all right now. No, but yeah, just mute while someone else is talking.
Should I put on my headset?
No, just reload.
You may have to go to the speaker because I know that reverbs a lot of this conversation.
Yeah,
And,
close mic is.
I got earplugs in, and I'm using my camera mic, and that's what I'm on right now. I mean, I used to have a headset, but I kept breaking them because they kept going bad on me. It was obsolescence going on with these headsets, and I'm like going, why do I have to pay $40 to have 2 months worth of obsolescence, and it goes bad on me? And it's like,
I found a good set. My boy goes through one a month, and a good resource is Rose's Dime Store. $5, good Chinese generic headset, works pretty good for him. That $40.
I know. Wow, I know. I've gone through these things over and over again, and right now I'm just on a pair of earbuds to listen, and I'm using my camera mic to talk, and that seems to be working all right. I mean, this is a $40. Yeah, it sounds good, and I'm able to. If I don't use my speakers, I don't get the reverb.
Yeah,
it's the whole thing. You have that reverb.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. I'm using his speakers. If I lower the volume, it'd be all right. But I generally mute when somebody else is talking. But anyway, yeah. So down. Yeah, the second time around, and this time it was actually even colder. What's happening is that the condensation stuff in the oils is heating up, or it's crystallizing, and it needs to be heated up. But he threw some chemical in there, some treatment in there, and he changed the oil filter this time in the boiler. The other kid the other day didn't do that. So it's running a lot smoother now, but it's also not in single digits anymore. The temperature actually went up. Even though the sun went down, the temperature is actually going up. So
wow.
It seems to me that it happens when the temperature goes below 10 degrees, which is not usual for around here, but it only happens once or twice in a whole year. So.
Speaking of 10 degrees, that's what it is outside here in Ohio. 10 degrees out there.
Yeah, it's 40.
It went on like 5, which is not normal for around here, but it is what it did. Some places had 0 degrees.
Hey, Patrick, do yourself a favor. Save a lot of money and switch to a propane furnace to save a lot of money.
Yeah, it's not mine. It's not really mine, so it's not going to happen.
Because I assume that you're too far away for natural gas. Is that right?
To switch to gas would be a multi $10,000 project. Let's just say that it's not going to happen. If it was mine, it'd be different, you know. But it's not mine, so it is what it is.
I know people that pay $500 a month just to heat their house on that oil crap. It's super expensive.
Yes.
Well, it's not $500 a month, I can tell you that. But when it gets down below 10 degrees outside, when it gets down to like 5 degrees, and you only have a quarter of a tank of oil left, the condensation can crystallize and start causing trouble.
Yeah, I'm paying 86 cents a gallon for propane, so there's a big difference between that and the price of oil.
Wow.
Yeah, my
natural gas. Yeah.
My heat pump died 5 years ago, so I just got a bunch of space heaters, electric space heaters, and my electric bill went down, so I never got it repaired.
Really? I was surprised. Whoa, your power bill went down over a heat pump? They're always like, those heat pumps are efficient. Now, thanks for telling me this, because I'm thinking about getting one.
Well, it was an old one. It probably was from 1989, 1990. So, you know, they're more efficient these days than the old relic I had.
Did it cost more to heat the house or cool it with the heat pump? Which one is more expensive, the cooling or the heating?
I haven't really I don't recall measuring it against each other. I use window units for cooling and space heaters for heating, but I don't remember it. It seems like it was about the same for cooling. You know, in the summertime it did okay, but in the wintertime, man, it was very expensive. I think maybe it was because it wasn't big enough for the house. It was a 1.5 ton unit, and I could have used about a 2 ton at least. And but anyway, my electric bill went down significantly when I got these space heaters, and everybody's toasty. So you know, I just rolled with it.
Yeah, get some space heaters and like a wood stove, and you know, you're all set, really.
That's it.
Yeah,
I had friends who had a wood burner heaters, and they're saying these things are just awesome. You put in your basement, the heat rises, you have no problem warming your house on 5 or 6 sticks of wood, and your whole house is warm. And I went, wow, that sounds pretty good. That sounds energy efficient. I mean, but he was, you know, he had a wood burner. And I don't know. How many of you have wood burners? Any of you? I mean, these wood burners are awesome. As the way he was telling me, he was saying, I just throw 5 or 6 sticks of wood in there, and it heats the entire house all night long. And wow, wow. And that's wood burners. I mean, it's like a, yeah.
The bad thing about the wood burner, though, is that you can't really control the temperature. So if if it warms up outside, it's gonna be hot as heck in your house.
Oh yeah, he actually mentioned that. He did actually mention that. Well, if I put too much wood in there, it's gonna be hotter than hell in here. But I opened the front door up to let the heat out. And I went, oh, okay.
Can I put it on screen share? I mean, you've already got it on screen share. I'll show you a good stove.
Yeah, go ahead.
She does look nice. Oh.
Yeah, I wanted to play part of the clip where she disproved everything that Nephilim Free said, and she's a real scientist. She's not somebody who just looks it up on Google.
Here's a good stove. If you can see it, can you guys see that?
Yeah, whose stove is
like a Ben Franklin.
Oh yeah, yeah.
No, that's the rocket stove.
It's the rocket stove they call it. Wow.
Yeah.
It looks like a Ben Franklin.
They burn trash in these things.
Everybody's questions.
Wow.
Try to help my subscribe. Is 48 and a half.
Check
That's
that
what
out.
they drew it.
Wow.
This ain't even a good one. I mean, this is a good one, but not the good video.
A 1/4 inch top plate. Okay, let's
I
get
think
on
it's 3 feet from the floor or 3 feet from that top of that table.
be an 18-inch square piece of 1/4 inch tread plate.
To put on something
Okay,
different.
the legs are made out of 2x2.
Looks pretty good.
Inch wall,
Makes me want to break out a welder.
inches.
You burn pallets and shit like that in there. All you do is burn
The feed
trash.
tube on this stove is an 8-inch wall.
You can take your fuel bill down to zero with these.
Rise
Wow.
inches.
That sounds good.
What do they burn? Wood pellets?
Angles.
No,
top
they're like a pellet stove, except
and
you burn
bottom are
like
22.5
boards.
degrees.
I don't know if it's that in this one.
For the clean out tube, it comes from the
This is a home built. Nobody's building these. You can't go to the store and buy these.
It swings real nice.
You have to build them yourself.
Now,
Where's he? Yeah, but where's the chimney on this thing? Where's he going outside with it?
It's in back. It's at the bottom.
it's 19 and 7/8, but you most certainly could do it 20 inches long.
They put out zero smoke.
Okay.
There's the
The
chimney.
exhaust out pipe coming out the back.
See, and it's at the bottom instead of at the top.
It's just
Yeah, but he's got to let that out anyway. He can't burn that inside. And not let that
Yeah.
So like all that smoke that you burn, that
Monoxide.
goes up your chimney,
it comes
stays
out.
inside the stove
Mine
and it
happens to
burns
come
up
out 5
before it
and a
goes
half.
out.
No. That's got to be connected to an outside chimney.
That's this is what goes to the outside right here.
Yeah.
So it burns all the particulates out of the smoke.
Yeah, it burns everything out of the smoke. When the excess leaves, it's absolutely clean. There's no smoke that goes out your chimney.
Well, no, it's you don't hook it up to a chimney. Yeah, you hook it up to the outside wall.
Welded to another piece of square tube that is also 5 by 5, but it happens to be 1/4 inch wall tube, and it is centered inside and centered on this plate and centered on the inside of the tank. Then everything is welded to your floor plate here. This tube coming in is actually welded straight to it. This was welded at an angle here, and then this tube inside comes up, and the gap here between the top of this rise 5 by 5 1/4 wall tube, this dimension here, it comes within 1.5 inches. It's 1.5 inches to the top of your tank. That gives you a sufficient amount of airflow to come up this tank, over and back down and out your exhaust.
What the fire does is it circulates inside in that tank until everything's all burned up. And all that goes out to your chimney is hot air.
Welded it back together, or what the story is.
Cool.
Well, this propane tank.
And he didn't even build it.
No, I didn't cut the tank.
He didn't build it right.
Or anything like that. This was just a scrap propane tank that a buddy of mine had given me, and it was already like that. I measured it up with another store-bought type 100-pound propane tank. There's no difference between them. Just for whatever reason, somebody at some time said, get something for free. It doesn't affect the stove or anything. It's just, that's the way it was when I got it. Well, I hope that answered everybody's questions. Sorry it took me so long to get a video and get around to I was overwhelmed by people's interest in this. If there's something I missed,
I'll look up another one.
Send me a DM or a comment, and I will do my best to try and help you out in any way I can. I can't think of anything else on this stove that somebody would want to know. It's a
Here's a different one. These are all home-built stoves. You can't buy them. You have to build them yourself.
Wow, they're like the turbo. I've seen similar models that were smaller for survival and everything, and they were like turbo. They create a turbo.
Look at this.
Wow.
But you can just put, like, you can cut up pallets, broken up pallets, and you can just put the boards of the pallets in it, find scrap like that and throw into it. And all the wood just stands upright inside that thing, and it doesn't burn up the wood. It takes all the fire down that tube and up into that cylinder.
Wow.
Yeah, look, it looks like he has it literally. The exhaust literally going up. He actually has a chimney. He actually has a fireplace. That's what it looks like he has.
You have to have a chimney on them. You can't.
You have to have an exhaust somewhere.
Well, yeah, sure you do. That's what I'm saying. I'm trying to figure out where they're putting these things, and now I see that this guy has it literally in front of his fireplace. Literally.
Yeah, he's got it in his fireplace. We did that with our wood stove. We put them in front of our fireplace and covered up the fireplace hole, and just put in a chimney hole thing in it, and stuff the stovepipe in through that. That way the chimney doesn't suck all your heat up. But watch how fast this thing gets. 700 degrees.
Wow. Like I said, I know a friend had a wood burner, like something like that. Kept his house warm in the wintertime. A couple of sticks of firewood, and he could keep his house warm, and said it's beautiful.
When the fire down, catch the sticks of paper underneath it.
This will take your winter heat bill down to 0.
It's like over 200, 250. We're getting, if you see it, about 395, over 407. It's only been a few seconds since we lit it. Around 236, and we're over 300. Actually, about 420, 425. Just a quart of water, obviously boiling on nothing but sticks we picked up out of the yard. So, been burning about 15 minutes now. And it was boiling a lot hotter with the lid on. So, our exhaust temperature is still around 282. We're about 400 here next to the pan.
Wow.
650
on it and everything.
630, 718 on the side. As you add more fuel, it will start to drag when it gets lower. So
That was my next question. I was looking at the intake, and it looks like it's actually sucking the air from that intake.
36.
Yeah, it is.
Going up by the second.
But it sucks it from 2 different directions. They didn't show you the exact way to.
Hold my hand.
That tube, that intake tube on the bottom part, you split. You put something in there so you get a double air intake.
80 degrees in here. Start
And
off by
at the end where it goes, where it elbows up into that tank, is where you get another blast of the air with it, turn it into a rocket, turn it into like turning on a torch. And then when you turn on the torch and strike it up, you just got that initial gas flame, and then you add the air to it, and it turns it into the torch. That's what this is. That's what this does, and that's why they call it the rocket stove.
Wow.
You see, there's no smoke coming out of the chimney. Zero.
Wow.
Can't even tell anything's running.
It's awesome. It's awesome. I like it.
Yeah, 708, 717.
That thing over on the side is reading what, about 6? 575, 6?
That's on the side. That's how you adjust your heat for cooking. You move your pot to the side. Show that again. It's all continuous.
And it is hot.
Real hot.
Standing around this thing.
We're up to 82 degrees now on the mantle here off to the side. We're up to 720. I can't hold my hand on. So this is getting plenty of heat. This is without any type of fan.
And this has been running for, what, 40 minutes?
Yep. Wow. Running with a few sticks to lower the amount of heat output.
Wow.
Dan, what did you want to show us?
Oh, that's some stove. I really like that. I'm going to build one for me, but I got to buy a welder.
That's awesome.
Yeah, and it'll take your heat bill down to 0.
Wow.
You'll no longer have a heating bill. And not only that, it doesn't put out pollution.
No, it's burnt completely out. And
Well, you have to understand that there is, you have to have a chimney on it. I mean, there is poisonous gases coming out. There is carbon. You have to understand that. I mean, that's why he has it against the chimney. But I found it intriguing that all that air goes into the intake, and literally very efficiently feeds that fire with a lot of air, a lot of oxygen.
Right.
And by the time it comes out of the back, it's relatively smoke free. It's like you said, it's like a lot of hot air. But you do have to have it on
and stuff.
What's that?
A lot of monoxide is put out by it, but that's monoxide. I mean,
Yeah, I'm saying that's why you have to have it on a chimney. But yeah, it does look like a clean burn, very efficient burn. I was trying to look at that tube that it was the intake. I was trying to see on the camera, and I could see how bright it was on the bottom, meaning there was a lot of air going in there. Like it was being like constantly sucking air through there, which is very cool.
Yeah, and it really puts out a lot of heat, and it doesn't eat up a lot of wood either. The way that you stand it up like that, it only burns the end. I'm going to build me one. I'm getting me a wood stove, but I got so many other things I got to get, so I'm not sure what to get first.
Well, I'm going to go smoke a cigarette while we wait for Down Corner to come up with what he was supposed to show us. I don't know what he's doing right now. He's away from the microphone, I guess.
Hey, he shut it off for some reason.
Hey, can I just say I've got a I don't think I've spoke to any of you. I've spoke to Dan, and I think I briefly met Patrick the other night. But I've got a question as well that is I just want to hear what you think about it. It's just about a cannabis study, and I'm just in the middle of writing it out in the chat box with the link. And I just want to hear your thoughts about it. You know what I mean? What you think of this? If you ain't got nothing else to talk about, you know what I mean? But yeah, sweet. Anyway, let me finish writing it and then you just say. But when you've got time, I just wanted a link. Could someone put a link to the YouTube? To this actual Hangout, because it's getting streamed live, isn't it? So it's on someone's channel, isn't it?
We go through screen share. You can go
I don't know. I don't know what he's saying. I think he's saying that it's still being streamed live.
Yeah,
but I think it's geology, something geology and Nephilim free, which I know Nephilim free in one of the chats. So somebody apparently made this video, but he hasn't pressed play.
It's Benny. It's Benny at the end here, all the way to the left. He is the one carrying this channel.
Oh, Benny the gangster. Oh yeah. All right, sweet. All right, cool. So I'm gonna
I've got as a rotten brain.
And then, as this material.
What the hell was that?
Wow. I'll be back anyway.
And as it was compressed, the fast-moving water laid down the lighter, smaller granule-sized material on top of it. Do you see? In case you don't understand how strata are formed, they're formed because the heavier material settles first and the lighter material forms on top of it. See, you evolutionists are stuck with a conundrum, and that is that geology doesn't support your wacky ideas. Okay? It supports the flood.
I think you missed the point somewhat. We're not talking about the disposition of sediment here. We're talking about the fact that the rocks below are very deformed. Sediments that lie directly above them are wholly undeformed. And incidentally, the line of contact shows that the rocks that are deformed have been eroded. You seem to be suggesting that layers below were being rapidly compressed in the flood, while simultaneously sediment was being laid down on top that somehow by the compression.
In case you don't understand how strata are formed, they're formed because the heavier material settles first and the lighter material forms on top of it.
Okay.
See, you evolutionists are stuck with a conundrum, and that is that geology doesn't support your wacky ideas.
So your idea is that the sedimentary rock history of the Earth is one entirely of the coarser sediments being at the base and then upwardly fining because it was all deposited in the flood. Have you ever looked at any rocks in your life? Nephew,
Yeah, I remember that from his ideas.
sometimes you just simply leave me slack-jawed.
I have to go with her. I have to go with her.
No matter what you tell him, he thinks that his wacky explanation is the explanation. No matter what you say to him, and he won't let you say anything different. I remember now. He was doing that. He was doing that rock deformation with us in that one chat a couple of weeks ago.
The rocks are forming in it throughout. I have to go with her on this. I really do. And
Okay.
I have to.
Sorry, go ahead.
I have nothing to say. I have nothing. Really, I have nothing.
Well, I was kind of hoping that you were going to say what I was going to say, which is rocks don't lie, okay? Rocks do not lie. Now, the rocks inside of Nephilim Free's head, though, they do lie.
True.
You see, the great thing about geology is that nobody can twist it and say it's actually this way. A rock is a rock. It's going to look the way it's going to look. You're not going to be able to change rocks in the ground and sedimentary layers, okay? So this is why I like geology. Geology, there's really no disagreement over geology, okay, on these concepts.
I agree. I agree. I actually have to agree. That's why I have nothing. I mean, it's like, okay.
I mean, we don't need to go to carbon dating to find the age of the Earth. All we got to do is look at the layers of rock. It's that simple, and he won't accept that. So let me finish playing this. She's talking about the layers.
Go for it.
Most of the things I tell you aren't even sophisticated geology. There's something that a student would learn in an introductory class to geology. Get out of that chair, look at some rocks. Now here's a graphic showing the rocks of the Grand Canyon. And these rocks represent a wide variety of sedimentary environments. And in a number of cases, you have sediments that are coarser sitting on top of sediments that are finer. For instance, the country has much coarser grains than, say, the Hermit Shale. You go to Zion Canyon, you see the same kind of thing. You go anywhere, and the stratigraphy is far more complicated than you seem to imagine.
Uniformitarianism does state what you say, but it also states inadvertently that the processes going on in the Earth today have been happening about the same rate that they have been in the past.
No, it doesn't. Where do you get this shit? Volcanism is more intense, less intense than other times in the past. Plate tectonics has functioned at different rates in the past. Sea level obviously has varied greatly. Climate has varied greatly. Let me give you a simple example of what I'm talking about. This is a map of large provinces or lips. What those are massive basalt deposits, huge volume basalt flows. They poured out of fissures at various locations at various times in the past, and they were long-lasting events. For instance, the Siberian traps lasted for over 1 million years. They're so huge they've been associated with mass extinctions, like the mass extinction near the end of the Triassic, the mass extinction at the end of the Permian, and the mass extinction at the end of the Cretaceous. Presently, there are no active large igneous provinces operating today. That's what I mean by volcanism.
Now, you know this is all comes together, right? You know that America falls into Africa perfectly, and South America falls in that little gap down there that you're showing. And everything used to be one at one time, but I mean, I'm a Zechariah Stitchin believer, and I believe that this world was created after an impact from a moon that hit the planet, knocked it in our orbit, and here we are with all this water and everything. It's deeper in the Pacific than it is in the Atlantic. And I'm just, I'm just trying to organize. I'm just organizing. I'm not interfering. Go ahead.
Is there coal deposits on the ocean floors?
Just look at
coal on the bottom of the ocean. That's fascinating, hon. Mind giving us a reference? Because you see, I think I'm fairly knowledgeable, and I don't know of any vast coal deposits on the bottom of the ocean.
Well, yeah, I'll do that because I know evolution is just as creationists for things, and
I don't believe that unless you show me, because I don't want to look nothing up.
But
down, can you put that up by going a little higher resolution?
Tectonics. It's okay. Sign that. I agree with her on some of these aspects that she's pointed out, and it's really, it really is that plain, that open, that you see that the plate tectonics expanded from Africa and America. Why do you think they find the same minerals on the North Carolina and South Carolina, and they see all these plates happening. It's real. And I think she has a point, and I'm willing to listen to her. If you're not, but I'm willing to listen to her because I see what she's saying. And okay.
What she's saying is what's accepted by the geological academic community. This stuff has been proven through science that there is no coal on the bottom of the ocean. The fact that he said that is absolutely absurd. It shows how absurd his ideas are. She already made the point that all of this material is taught in a Geology 101 basic level course at a community college. Okay? His knowledge depth is lower than an introductory course to geology.
And I see that. I actually see that. I actually agree with you on that because they have their pet, forms of what happened on the earth, and they have their pets, and they're petting it. And yeah, I agree with you. I agree with that.
Hey, Christian Hillbilly, let me bring you into the fold here, sir. Are dinosaur bones rocks, Hillbilly? Yes or no?
Are they rocks? They are bones that have been calcified. I don't believe that qualifies as being a rock, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. I have more respect for you now. There are fundamentalist Christians coming on here stating that the bones
I have to admit, me too. Hillbilly, I all of a sudden have a lot more respect for you.
Oh, thank you very much.
Wait.
We can play games.
Hold on a second. Bob wants to talk. 1 sec. Bob, go ahead.
Wait, so Christian Hillbilly thought... I mean, hang on a minute. What are you saying there? That Christians that don't normally believe that... What are they then? If they're not, I know they're not rocks. I mean, I thought they was bones.
There are Christians that Hillbilly himself has talked to that believe that dinosaur bones are rocks.
Oh
and
my
we walked
days, man.
amongst them. And we walked amongst them, didn't we? At one time.
I have a hard time hearing somebody saying something.
Have you ever seen petrified rocks? I mean, petrified wood? I mean, petrified wood is a rock. But it was once wood.
No, yeah, but I think Down is missing. I think Down is oversimplifying. Some of these people actually believe that dinosaur bones are not bones at all. They're just funny shaped rocks. But yes, technically speaking, when something becomes fossilized, it technically becomes rock. But it's definitely a bone that has been calcified.
It's been calcified, and the calcification has made them into what they are, like petrified wood.
Yes. And technically speaking, you can call it rock. But what they're saying is that it's not even from a bone. They're saying that it's just a funny shaped rock, as well as what they're trying to pull.
Is that the thing?
No.
Is that the thing where they say, well, why did God put them there then? And they say to test their faith. That's just something that I tell you what, I can tell you directly where I've heard that from. A Louis Theroux documentary where he says to I'm sure it was a Louis Theroux documentary where he says to them, well, what about the dinosaur bones? And they say, oh, they was just put here to test their faith, like, you know what I mean? And I thought then, what? You know what I mean?
Yeah. They just threw them there.
Yeah,
I can agree. I can go with that. We are not really different discussing this. We're just discussing this, and let's be all friends on here and discuss it equally. And okay, I can see your point of view. I can see anyone else's point of view.
I don't get the point.
Me.
Here, I'll show you guys my rock. Put it
You
on
got
screen
one?
share. Yeah, I got a rock. See that?
I'm going to have to blink on it.
You got to click on it, I think.
Okay.
You got to click on my little thing in the corner. Or my little
Okay.
icon.
And what am I looking at?
That's the monkey rock.
The monkey rock. Okay. Am I
There's its
looking at it the
forehead,
right way?
its nose. You can see that I'm carving on it. This is its lips. See that? And its
Okay.
chin.
I see what you're seeing. Okay. I actually see that. Okay.
It's got an eyeball on it. It's got a cheekbone.
I'm not sure I see it, but that's all right.
Oh, no. He's actually showing something that has a
Oh wait, I do
factual.
see it. I do see it now.
You
That's
do
the thing
see it.
I named
don't
the
you?
monkey
Yeah.
rock.
I just
The
saw it.
monkey. It's
Yeah,
there.
it's got like a face. That's pretty funny. That's
Is
pretty
it on the
cool.
right hand side? Is it on the
And
right?
I look at it and go, I see what you're talking about. I actually see it. I thank you for that.
Yeah, I see that, man. Clear as day.
That's
Yeah.
pretty cool.
That
Where is that?
sick.
It's a landscape rock next to a highway. I just pulled over to rest, and then I looked over there, and I was parked just right, and the sun was just right on it, and it looked just like a monkey's head, so I took a picture of it.
That is definitely a cool
Wow.
picture. I didn't
Yeah.
see it for a while. You know, I had to like close
Yeah,
my
man,
eyes
that
and
is
open it again.
proper.
That's why I
It's
call.
too funny.
That's why I call myself the monkey rock.
You see, when I was just looking at
That's
it,
why you call your
the way I was just looking at it, if Benny was doing it, he was drawing around it. I see two eyes in it though.
Oh,
Where
yeah, I
where
see an
you
eye
do
here. I see this one here is a lion
And then
pit.
no, look, if you go down a bit more, like oh man, I'm gonna turn my laptop on and jump back on here anyway, 'cause I can't do anything. I'm only on my iPad, I can't. But if you look where his nose should be, it looks, I don't know, but he looks like a fucking monkey, man.
I can see that.
That is a good
I
picture,
actually
man.
see that. You're right. I can see that. Wow. Wow.
Mr. Hillbilly, how old do you think the Earth is? How old do you think the Earth is?
Oh, nobody knows for sure, but I would estimate it be between about 6,000 to 10,000 years.
Oh my days, man!
I
Really?
think it's
It's like it gets
20
me.
to
How many can know
40,000.
about the fossilization and turn around and just totally wipe that out by saying the Earth is like 6,000 years? I don't know how somebody
Patrick,
does
it don't take long periods of time to fossilize things. You know
that.
that,
Yeah,
right?
it does actually. Actually, it does.
No, it's over 2,000 years.
It doesn't.
2,000 plus
Years
years.
to fossilize things.
Okay, I'm
20,000
gonna
years.
have fun with this thought, and I'm gonna go smoke a cigarette, and you go ahead and ramble on about how it only takes a couple of years to for things to change. But go ahead. I'll talk to you. I'll talk to you in a few minutes.
I think it's over 200,000 years myself, but that's just me. 200,000 years. The
Before I go
Anunnaki
smoke that cigarette, by the way,
came
you can be sure that the Earth is about 4.5 billion years old.
and the Anunnaki came here after it was wrapped into its orbit.
Wow. Wackadoo guy.
Now, I'm talking. Look at the Pacific Ocean. I've seen the radar. Right, the radar went over the Earth. It shows the Pacific a lot deeper than the Atlantic. We're just a chunk of what was left, and life formed because life is life. It happens. It comes upon us. And the Anunnaki came upon us with the apes, and they said, let's put some of our gene, let's put some of our cells inside them and make what we are today. And they did, because they didn't want to mine those anymore. They didn't want to mine for gold. What the hell? They want to mine for gold. They have slaves that go and pull gold out. In South Africa, there's a lot of circles. I've researched that, and this guy came out and said, here, we have these circles that used to lift gold up to the ships, and they went into the ships and they magnetized it until it was turned into what? Atomized gold. And they took it and put it in their atmosphere. I mean, I'm really trying to inform you of what our outcome is, but you know, nobody cares. Nobody wants to know. They want to believe whatever they believe. The imaginary playmate in the sky. Okay, believe in the imaginary playmate in the sky. There is no God. He's inside you. He is in you, and you think he's out there. Really? You really want to believe that God's out there? No. God created the universe and stayed outside of it. And he's experiencing it through his creations. Okay.
Wow.
Play the game.
Oh my God.
Let's play the game. There is
Have you
no
had your
God out there.
medication today there, Mr. Spellbinder?
You think there's a God out there, don't you, in the sky that you can worship? Imaginary playmate. Okay.
No, sir, there is no imaginary playmate. There is the creator of the universe. There is the God of the Bible, the God of salvation, the God of creation, the one who has revealed himself to us. Oh, yeah, there's God, absolutely.
But do you not see? Do you not see that he's inside you, looking out in his
God
creation?
is not inside me looking out, sir. No. It don't work that way at all.
It don't work that way. I know. I understand that, and that blows me away, because he's out there looking out through the eyes of you and seeing the universe. And you don't see that? You don't see that?
Funny guy.
You don't see God wanting himself separate from all his creation to be outside and maybe come down. Maybe, like in Adam and Eve, he came down.
Now, if God is omniscient, omnipresent, omnipotent, why would he need us at all for anything? Why would he need to experience anything of us, by us, for us? He wouldn't, sir. And see, that's the problem. Therein lies the issue.
Well, by your own logic, that's flawed, because you believe in Jebus, and Jebus came down in the flesh and blood.
Experience us. He came down to save us, Juicy. We've had this discussion. Without Christ, coming down to pay the price for our sin, which each and every one of us are sinners, then we got no hope. We got no chance. We got no nothing.
Well, why don't you just kill yourself then? And end God's discrepancy. Go ahead.
Why would I want to do something like that? God's got a plan for me.
I am trying to tell you that God,
dude.
He doesn't have no plan for you. He's inside you. He's experiencing it.
God's got a plan for me, sir. God's got a plan for me, and his blessing for me is to allow me to be a part of his plan. That is going to be so awesome.
You know, when I go to bed at night, I take my rod to bed, and
take
some
your rod
reason,
to bed.
this rod
Is that what you call your
that I
wife?
created, as Moses did, I take this rod to me, and he keeps me from the demons that you want to worship. Oh no, I'm telling you this.
You are
it's
whacked,
true.
dude. You are freaking whacked.
You think so? If you want to believe that, you'll believe that Satan is God then. And
No, I
the
don't believe
government
Satan
is
is God. I believe there is
the government
Satan.
worships you, right?
There is Satan. and you're the one that believes in Satan because
No.
you're sitting there afraid of all those darn
I
demons. Where do you think demons come from,
see.
Deuteronomy?
I am a magician like Moses.
You ain't
I
got
take my
nothing like
rod.
Moses.
No,
You ain't
I
worth
take my
tying
rod to
Moses'
bed,
shoes.
This is
Why don't
and
you
like,
my
go back
rod
into the rock from whence
protects
you
me
came?
from you.
can I say something real quick?
Just go
This
ahead. It doesn't matter.
I'm
It
just
doesn't
curious
matter.
as to what's the claim here.
I claim sainthood because, like the priest, Roman Catholics, they
Hmm.
believe in all this sainthood. They worship idols. I don't worship them. No, I leave that alone. But yet, if you're a Catholic, you worship idols
Yep, that's
because of
right.
the saints. And the saints are out there.
That's what they call the saints, though.
So,
That's their version.
and anyone wants to translate what that was to me, please?
Anyone?
Oh, I quit listening to that doofus. He doesn't know what he's talking about. How can anybody explain what he's talking about when he don't know what he's talking about?
Okay, there's a power in the heavens
Because
and
I'm
on the earth,
holier
Casey.
than you, and I make you look like a fucking sinner. Because you believe in sin, and you must be punished. Okay, punish yourself. Why don't you go out and kill yourself and put yourself out of the misery when
I
I
like
am
this.
not
I like
sitting
this.
there? This is
I'm
great, isn't it?
I'm really
What
enjoying
did
it.
what did I come back to?
This is quality, man.
It's like two bald men fighting over a comb. It's really
Yeah,
beautiful. I like this.
Smack. You sound
Thank you.
familiar. Do I know you?
I don't think we met.
Oh, okay. You sound like somebody. What did I walk back into? I went out to smoke a cigarette, and now we're talking demons and things.
I don't know.
Demons and
It's
devils,
really
that's what you
confusing.
believe
It's
in. Demons and devils. Go ahead, believe in them. You want
I
them,
personally think
they're in your life.
Spellbinder. What do you think of my screen share? 1, 2, 3.
1, 2, 3. Let me
I say
click
1,
on
2, 3.
Patrick,
Keep it up on
right?
the screen.
No, not Patrick.
Yeah, it's me. It's Patrick. I'm talking to keep my thing up on the screen because nobody's presenting it.
Okay, I got full screen. What am I looking at? God in expression in His universe
It says
through
no
us,
God.
absorbing it. You don't believe God's outside, do you? You don't believe He's outside looking in. I guess you never listened to the Beatles, but that's
That's what
another
it says. It
story.
says no gods, and it's spelt out in galaxy pictures. There's a website that takes these pictures of galaxies that look like different letters, and they make it a font. So it let you could type in anything you want for so many. It's like only for so many words that you can type into it, and it shows it on the screen in galaxy font. So I typed in no god.
Okay, I see 1, I see 2, I see 3, 4, and 5. They are faces of God outside looking in. You just don't see Him looking in, do you?
well,
He's not part of this. That's beyond Him.
what part of
That's
the
beyond
picture?
Him.
What part of the picture was like his nose?
It's beyond Him. You know God doesn't involve Himself in reality. He doesn't have
I
to.
kind of wonder why.
He's
Here's another one for
outside.
you. How's this one? Was that one easier to read?
I can look at those
Spellbinder.
pictures and
I
go
have a
across
question.
them, and I look at it as God outside looking in.
I have a
He doesn't
question.
have to be here. You think He has to be like us. That's not what He is. He's
I have a
not
question.
us. He's
I just
nothing.
okay. I just have one question though.
Okay.
Why do you think it is that God doesn't involve himself in the reality?
Because it's called choice. You got
Every
to
time I start laughing at everyone.
do what you do, and you got choice.
So he
And
chooses
that's
not to.
where
So he chose not to.
exactly. Don't
To
you
do.
know God? Don't you
So
know Him?
if that's okay, so I have one other question then. If
And
that's the
Jesus
case,
is
if
on His side.
I got you, I got you. And okay, so being that you said God chooses not to involve himself with reality, what I have a two-parter question here. If you
Okay,
can follow me, okay?
play this
If
game. Okay.
if
Yeah,
that's the
go ahead.
case, if that's the case that God chooses not to involve himself with reality, wouldn't you agree that within reality that we as in human beings can perceive things only by the world that of which we observe, correct?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay,
We're
okay, cool.
examining
Okay.
this. Okay.
And would you, I guess this is more of a three-parter, sorry. Would you agree that us being human beings that we are fallible and prone for mistakes, and also can't really escape outside of our own subjective person?
Oh, sure. We're open. We're
S-
open to whatever
But
is
I
out
mean, you
there.
you agree that we can't possibly know everything like God, correct?
We know it's just that we don't recognize them, and
Okay, sure.
that's
I'm no, that's not the question. I mean, the question is, you would agree that we don't have the knowledge like God does, right?
we do.
We
He
have knowledge like
allows
God.
us. We have that knowledge.
You
God
mean
allows
infinite
us to
infinite
touch
knowledge?
that infinite knowledge.
You
It's
saying that
just
us
that
human
you're not
beings?
open to it. You're
You're
not open
saying
to it. You're closed. You're out there in the dark, and you're going, "Oh my
okay?
God!"
You're saying that us human beings have infinite knowledge, correct?
Yeah,
That is demonstrably false.
is it
It is.
really? Really? You
Yeah.
you are the God that's going to tell me that?
I'm
You
a human, and I can tell you right now that I do not have infinite knowledge, and I highly doubt that you
you
do.
haven't opened your mind up to it then.
I know
Okay,
for a
Therefore,
fact he
you're
don't.
outside of
okay,
it.
sure. Maybe you're right. So how would I go about opening my mind then?
Okay. Stop the internal dialogue. Stop the internal dialogue.
What do you
You've
mean by
got
that?
this internal dialogue.
What do you mean?
It's you thinking on yourself,
I
and you
have to.
continue thinking on yourself. That's internal
What do you
dialogue.
What do you mean thinking on myself? I just want to have a better understanding.
Okay.
You got to think yourself to be God.
So you're saying
We
that I
are
have to.
God.
So you're
God
saying
is not, no, God, you gotta understand this. God does not come out and say, I'm influencing you.
if
There's
we're
nothing to be influenced.
Spellbinder,
I
if
am
we're
watching in. I'm
Spellbinder,
watching you. And
Spellbinder,
I am like your guardian angel.
Spellbinder.
Okay?
I have one other question. One other question. You're saying that we humans, and including yourself, we have infinite knowledge, correct?
Exactly. We
Okay.
always have.
Can you tell me where I live right now?
You live in Aurora, Illinois.
No,
Or is
I
that
don't.
not right?
I
Right.
don't.
Okay. Let me work on this. But it's a
Wouldn't that
matter of
demonstration?
time.
Wouldn't that demonstration right there kind of debunk what you just said?
I like
No,
how he still had a go though, man.
I
He
I
tried it.
like this guy. I like, and I'm trying to focus you. I don't care if you believe or not. I just want you to focus that we are God experiencing His reality. And of
I
course,
I
you
don't
don't
feel
see it.
I don't
I know you
feel
don't feel it because
that
He's
I am
looking
a
through
god.
your eyes and out telling
I
you.
feel like I am just a human being, sir.
Well, be a human being. God will still be there looking through your eyes. He's
I
not
mean,
here.
but
He's
what? But
not
you
an
don't seem to.
imaginary playmate in the sky.
You don't seem to understand though, because if you're saying that I'm a god, then what's so special about your God?
Well, here's my God.
There is no God.
There is no
Click on
God.
my icon and
I
full
I I
screen this
kind of
thing.
I kind of agree with that. I don't believe in gods either.
All right, this
Wait,
conversation
now he's saying there is no God.
down and
Lightning
left,
is
and I think
God.
I'm going to leave too.
I will fuse you with God. Okay.
You do. I'm sorry.
God
Pardon me.
is is the Gnostic, right? It's a female.
Gnostic,
It's not a
Gnostic,
male.
Gnostic, and that
It's
would be the
not
wrong
a
word.
male at all. It's a female God. You
Okay,
got
okay.
it
I just
all
want to.
wrong.
Want.
It's a
I want to
female
help
out there running the
Spellburner.
universe.
Spellburner. I just want to help you out. The word
Gnostic.
thing to do with sexual
It's going to take more than you,
identification.
Smack. It's going to take more than you, buddy.
We're
Gnostic
living
is a
in a Gnostic universe. It's all about a queen, not a god. She is out there. She creates the universe.
what I'm
God
saying.
does nothing. If you
I
believe in a male god, then you're really freaked out. I mean,
okay. Why is it
a male
unreasonable
god.
for me to not? I'm going to just let go of those other points.
Yeah, it's just not worth it.
Why do you?
It's a
Why do
female
you think?
god.
What?
I'm
Okay,
telling you,
whatever. Okay,
Sophia is
whatever.
out there. Sophia runs the
Sure,
universe.
fine, whatever. I have a question. Um, do you think is logical to have these thoughts that you have without any way of providing any kind of demonstration or providing evidence to support your claims?
The writing of Thomas. Just look up the writing of Thomas under the Gnoscal, the writings that came out of the buried text. They are real. What
you
you
referring?
know is Christ under King James, which was an idiot, and just go ahead and believe that
I've,
King James is your
sir,
God and worship the God of King James.
Okay,
Now I'm telling
Spellbinder,
you the truth.
Spellbinder.
No,
I've read the Bible 3 times. I've even studied it, and
you
even
read the Bible 3 times.
I was a pastor, sir. Yes,
And you're a pastor of
I
the faith
was. The key
religion.
word being was a
I am a
pastor.
pastor.
Because you
Keyword
figured
being
it.
am.
Oh, so I mean, he actually believes in the King James Version. The
Who?
King James Version came out of
I'm sorry.
when they
Who
went
believes in
through
the
all
King
the
James what?
script.
Who believes in the King James version? Are you
Them,
saying I believe in the Bible? Because I tell you that I don't.
I don't either.
What?
That's why I'm a Gnostic. I'm a Gnostic. I'll tell you right off the
Well, I
bat, I
mean,
am a Gnostic.
you said you're agnostic, but you have this pretty clear idea of what you think God is, and you were pretty
Yeah,
sure
because
that
in Gnosticism, it tells you what he is. It says it's a
no. I don't think you understand what the
and
word
it's
Gnostic
not a
means.
he.
I just
Well, you
I
have to
want to
read it.
teach you, and I do
Thomas
mean the word
will
teach.
teach you.
Hey, I want to teach you what the word Gnostic means. The words Gnostic and agnostic are appeals to knowledge. They will be a precursor, if you will, to certain words if you are making knowledge claims. For example, I don't know if any gods exist, but I certainly don't believe. That makes me an agnostic atheist. Gnostic will
But
be an
you're
appeal that
Gnostic
you know
then.
something. So
But you
like if
must be a Gnostic.
no, I'm an agnostic atheist. Agnostic meaning
Hey,
yeah.
I like this. This is great. Continue. I just love this.
I'm trying to teach you the difference between that word and it had nothing to do with gender. It's not a
It's a
word
female
used to
god.
describe gender.
And where is Sophia is the
Oh man,
female
he's
god,
funny.
and you
You know,
haven't met her and known her, and
I
she is such
I
a
don't
great
even know
energy.
what you're talking about.
You don't even know what Gnostic is?
That's
Gnostic
not,
believes that
sir. That
there was
sir,
a
I just,
female
sir,
entity out there. It came to this world
sir. I just
many
want to correct
millions of
you on
years ago, and she created everything. Okay.
spellbinder. The word is pronounced Gnostic. The G is silent, and it has
Gnostic without the
and
G.
and
Well, no.
the definition of that word is only an appeal to knowledge. It has nothing to do with gender, sir. I'm just correcting on that.
Have you read the book of Thomas?
I'm pretty sure I might
No.
have.
If you did, you know that the female is the god out
The thing
there. It's
is,
not male god. It's no god out there that's going to produce the
okay,
universe or anything. It's a
he's gone.
female.
Whose channel is this now?
I don't know. I'm just
I did,
writing.
I did start. I did just follow him, but now I've just unfollowed him, man, because
I applaud you there, Smack. You held in there for quite a long while, buddy.
I tend to be a patient person.
And let's go on with this. Okay, what do you want from me? How do you want
I
me to
just
explain this? Do you
I
want me
just
to
want.
go into Anunnaki? Do you really want that
I'm not
part
sure what that
drawn
is.
in?
I
I
don't
don't
know
know
what
what
that
that
is
is.
either.
You don't know about the alien invasion that took
Oh my God,
place
no! Please tell me.
10,000 years ago. 10,000 years ago.
I'm not familiar with this particular story.
I'm not either.
See,
Please tell me.
there you go. And you're not knowledgeable like I've been keeping
Right.
on top of
Because
this.
you're all knowing, right? We
Tell,
established this, right?
tell me.
Dude, I am.
So, Barney, you
Well,
realize that approximately, what, 10 minutes ago, you mentioned that we were all gods and all knowing, and when I asked you where I live, you didn't know.
That's what I was going to go back to. You said you was going to teach us how to open our minds. I'm feeling like a bit, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? You clearly haven't, Spellbinder.
what do you want me to do?
I want you to open
What
my
do you
mind.
want me
Like
to
you
do?
said,
I
like you
have
promised 10
such
minutes
an
ago, you would teach
ability.
me how to.
Well, I mean,
What
you've
do you
made
want
the
me to do?
claim that you know, have this infinite knowledge. I mean, if there's something you know that I don't know, I'll be interested in understanding how that works. And the only thing I'm asking for you,
There's
sir,
something
is a
about
coherent conversation.
Indiana and you that has something. I don't know what it is in Indiana, but there's something about Indiana. You're going to go there or be something there. I don't know. I really don't, and
I'm
that's
not. I
what
didn't
I
even
do.
hear what you said. Could you repeat that, please?
I'm
I don't
not
think he
going
knows what he said.
to.
What do you say? Spellbinder, how old are you?
I'm 55. How old are you?
I'm 26.
23-year-old guy.
26.
26.
Three
I
years older.
missed it by 3 years. I mean, wow. And
It's a pretty
okay.
decent guess. I mean, that's an easy guess, if anything. You can guess that I'm probably in my 20s and I'm probably in my mid 20s.
Yeah, but you haven't told me anything that I can actually. What do you want to know?
Well,
I'll give
sure.
you the
Okay,
open answer.
well then, can you tell me something else about myself that only I would know, and I would totally agree if it's true. I will let you know if you got it. Like, tell me something about my family.
You have a mother that's well, she's. Oh, don't fight me.
Hold on.
I'm working on this.
I've got one I'd like to throw out there.
Black as
He's
sin.
working the room. Everybody be quiet. Tick tock.
You're from England. I can see England. I can see many things. I can I can actually post over all this stuff that you're.
You can see a whole bunch of stuff.
Oh, you want me to talk about you, Christian? You want me to talk about you, Christian
Yeah, you
Hillbilly?
can't answer it, Smack.
I know you're British. It doesn't matter.
Lord hat, sir. Give it your best shot.
Yeah, but I'm British, yeah, and I'm
Oh, you're
fucking.
British. I thought you
I'm
were saying
making
I
you look
was.
like a mug spellbinder.
What
Answer
you
that.
guys want to know?
Tell him
What
something about
do
his
you
family that
want from
only
me?
he would know, but he's got no
I can
problem.
be Constantine to you if I want to. I can go
Oh, sure.
Constantine on you.
And if I use my
Play
imagination, I
that.
can be Batman.
No, wait a minute. I'm Batman.
See, Christian
Only
is
I
Batman.
am Batman.
Only
I
Christian's
don't
Batman.
want
My apologies.
play
I'll be
games.
Superman.
Okay, you can be Superman, but only I am Batman.
Okay, you get to be Batman. Well, oh,
Spellbinder, you are
why
entertaining,
do
man.
you people want to play this game with me? I don't want to play games. I want to tell the
I'm
truth.
gonna add you on G Plus Spellbinder, okay?
Thank you.
So you can laugh more
I'm
later.
going to add you against Spellbinder. Because
And
you are
I'm
interesting.
gonna invite
Oh,
you.
I'm awesome, and I want to have you on. I'll start my own channel. If you want me to, I'll start my own channel. You can all join in on me and play games.
You get some
That's
other
it.
people in there, I will join. If you get other people in there, I'll definitely join.
153 people right now is what
Okay.
I have as members. They love me.
And I can invite.
They come to me.
There's 76
They
followers.
come to me.
I'm sorry.
And it's so funny, though. You're right. It is funny. Yeah. I'll put my cat face on. Here, I'll put it on now. I actually put my cat face on now. Oh yeah, you're gonna get
So
to
are
see
you
my cat
like?
face.
Here's a serious question, Spellbinder, and I mean this in all seriousness. Are you like a comedian or something?
I think myself as such, but you know, nobody cares about me. I'm nobody. I'm somebody, but nobody.
You are somebody. I'm just wondering if this is for real, like if this is an act or not. Because I know people
Well,
are batshit
there I
crazy,
am.
but
There I am.
I know
That's
some
me.
crazy ass people, but I think that you're acting. I think you're
We're all
acting.
acting. We're all actors in life. As Meow. Meow. you got the cat now. Meow.
All right. Well, I think I'm gonna go ahead and wrap it up. So I'll let you guys go ahead and finish your talk. And
Catch you later,
I'll see you guys some other time.
Meow.
Okay.
Meow. Well, you got me. You got me now. I'm the cat. Meow. And I'm here, and I'm talking to you. Meow. Meow. Oh, let the cat go. All right.
Well, I've got to shoot off. I know it's 2:45 in the morning here. But listen, there's a question in the chat box for you. It's in the other chat. If you've got time, I'll check back tomorrow because it's going live. So have a look at it. Take it easy. Thanks for having us in anyway, Benny, man. Take it easy.
Meow. 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 See? I'm the cat. Meow. You don't even recognize me. Meow. Okay. Well, I'll go back to my meow. Here I am. I'm back to that. And the cat's gone. And the effects go away. Wow. All right. Oh, well. It was a lovely night. I had a fair time with them, and I argued and battled with them. And it's gone. You see that I really I defeated them. Yeah, I did. I went on here and I just wanted to put out the facts. And they didn't want me to put the facts out there. They're scared of me. I can understand that. You know, studying occultism for 30 years and then you're still here for now. And yes, here you are. Why don't you come on and talk to me just for S and G's? And just, you know, the dog cat, you know. It's 5 a.m. here. Wow, where are you at? It's 9:46 here. Wow. And where it is, it's 5:46 where I'm at. Europe. Really, it's that many miles ahead? Wow. 9:47 Eastern Time. And you travel to Europe? No, not very often. Not at all. I've never actually went outside of the U.S. I've been to Cold Lake. Cold Lake is one of my favorite places to go when I was in the Air Force. And I was in the Air Force. Oh, I know. It's cool up there. Tell me that. I went there in April and it was still frozen. Cold Lake was frozen over. And you never went outside your country either. Well, I've been to Canada. I've been around the country because I used to be in the aggressor squadron, and that was my job doing that in the Air Force. I was a weapons troop, and I went from here to there and got to see several places I never got to see unless I went there. That was, I'm white Norwegian, if that means anything. Cherokee partially, and I'm Cherokee Nation, da, 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 da. Cherokee Pride. I mean, yeah, I like that. I like the Sami too, because I know I'm distinctly from Sami in Norway, and I'm part of the Sami race. No, I was in the Air Force. I was actually in the Air Force. And I had, in the Air Force, I got this, I was at Area 51. Oh my God, I got to work at Area 51. I got to work up there in S4. I got to do it all. And they pulled me in. But that's a side point. UFOs and the other stuff. Yeah. What did I do there? Okay, you want to know what I did there? I'm going to tell you a story that you just may not want to know because it could endanger you. But that's a side point. I can tell the story. I'm no longer under secret clearance, and it doesn't matter. I was up there. I met some of the people who worked in Area 51 who told me about S4. Now, S4 is where they keep all the flying saucers and back engineered garbage that they got. And they told me things. And I was able to talk to them and able to go, wow, to them. And I got to say, wow, these scientists. They always come down to Las Vegas, and they come down there and they get drunk and stuff, and I'm able to get in with them because I'm just that type of personality person, and I'm all like, well, tell me more about, tell me what you did up there. They actually told me where the flying saucers are in S4. They're in vertical hangars that open up. They fly out at night on Wednesday. And if you're in Nevada and you go up in the mountains and, these certain mountains, you're able to observe them. You're able to watch them fly and do their experiments with these spacecrafts. And that is what they did. I see you saying cool. Or you have to be there to observe them. I'm an amateur astronomer. I went out there and I went on this range outside. I mean, totally outside the mountain range of where they were at. I saw these flashes in the sky, and certain flashes were happening in the sky, and I observed them. Then a highway state patrol car came up. They shined a light around, but I was so far off the road they couldn't see me, and I sat there and did my astrophotography, and I went ahead and did my astrophotography. I didn't catch the flashes, no, but I observed them, and they were to the west over the mountain range. And this is weird stuff that I experienced. I also experienced the model that flew, that I understand from his documentary. This was the sports model, flying saucer, go along the range at the bottom of the mountains, and I caught it, and it was whipping back and forth as a pie plan. Looked like a pie pan to me, but when I looked at it, it was actually Kazar's flying saucer, and he described his sports model. I got to watch that go along the bottom of the mountain range and take off into the mountains themselves. That blew me away. I actually saw that through my telescope, and I didn't have a camera set up because I didn't expect to find that. I was looking up there on the ski slopes, and it was a pie plan going back and forth. It had to be 30 feet in diameter, going above the treetops, and it was making its way till it got to the end of the mountain range and shot straight up in the air into the clouds and went back to Area 51 or S4. That was my convincing that we have flying saucers and we're flying them. Apparently, we have this technology. They they flew these things up along the mountain range. I mean, it was down at the base, so it couldn't be caught on radar. And this thing went to the end of the mountain range and shot straight up, flew back the area S4, as far as I'm concerned. It went to S4 because that's where they got the docking for these flying saucers at 45-degree angles on the mountainside. And I witnessed it, and I went, wow, these guys I talked to, it was right. Oh, yeah, they're 30 years above us, at least 30 years. And everything that you got as far as CD players and all that stuff came out 30 years ahead of time because they were able to make the stuff from back engineering their technology on flying saucers. And
Hey, you guys.
hey, hello.
How's it going?
Have you been listening to my babble about S4 and UFOs? And
I thought this was the other hangout. I think I'm in a hangout that I didn't intend on being in. Is that? Hey, Benny, how you doing, man? I can't see
hi,
if
Eric.
you don't. Yeah, Benny, if you don't talk, I can't see because I'm on my iPad.
Yeah, he's
And
going to have to unlock his microphone.
oh, he won't
I've
do it.
been talking to him through just the conversation on the chat.
Yeah.
And
All right. Well, I'm going to try and get into the other hangout. Spellbinder, I'm Eric, though. It's nice to meet you. And I like your picture. That's really cool.
thank you.
Yeah. I
I
really
really
like that.
appreciate that.
Did you make that?
What?
The photo that you're using for your avatar.
Oh, no, that comes off of mini cams.
Oh, that's really cool. I like it.
Yeah, that's why I used it, because I like the Firefox or the Firewolf.
Oh yeah, I get it now. Firefox, very cool. Yeah, I guess I'm not the brightest star in the heavens.
Yeah, and I'm on here, and I don't know why Eric isn't able to
No, I'm Eric.
turn his microphone on. Not you, but you know,
Benny.
Eric.
Benny. No, Benny.
Benny.
Yeah.
Why is Benny not able to turn his microphone on?
Well, he's an international man of mystery.
Oh, okay.
You see?
He's
That's what it's about. All right, guys, have fun. I'll talk to you later.
Okay. And I see pictures of him. I went on his website now, and well, I see all types of stuff on here. I mean, maybe time to talk to him or ask. And I'm trying to. If I can't bring you on, who can? I mean, really. I can't believe you can't bring your camera on and talk to me. I really don't. Come on, Benny. You're in England, so you must be in England. It's 5 a.m. It's got to be India or something. I mean, you're way Romania. Okay, that's why it's that far in the future. You're in the future, and okay. I can't believe you can't bring your mic on. that kind of blows me in its own way. It's like, can't you turn that on? I mean, go up to the top where it says, has the little gear and turn your mic on. Can you speak English, or is this how you can speak to me because you can't speak English, you speak Romania?
Oops, sorry guys.
Yeah, I'm trying to get. Oh, he came back on for a second. Oh, I can read your text, but I thought you could at least speak English. I can see the text, and you're on here. I'm speaking English accent. Well, you need to turn your mic on. Right now, your mic is turned off, and if you can turn that on, we can have a conversation. Oh, your mic's not plugged in. Okay, I understand. And I don't push any further. I mean, if you have a camera on your computer, you can turn that mic on by going up to the little down arrow. I'm more of a listener than a talker. Okay, I'll just let you go with that, and that's good. I mean, I wouldn't mind talking directly to you and have a conversation, but if you're not comfortable with that, that's okay too. And you like my wolf. Okay. Oh, okay. But, we could actually talk and nothing would be exposed of us. And, I mean, I thought, you'd go on there. Avatar repress me. Presence. If you have a camera, you can actually turn just the microphone on and not have the camera on. I mean, I got it set up for both. I can actually switch back and forth on the mini cams, and that's one of my greatest advantages, I think, is mini cams, is I'm able to talk to you and have the wolf You didn't have a mini cam since 2009? Really? Really? I'm going to be a cow to you. I'm going to turn my head sideways and I'm going to go, really? Really? Wow. It broke in 2009. I understand it's obsolescence and these things break. And that's why I'm on earbuds and my camera as a microphone, because I used to have the headset and everything with the microphone, and it kept breaking on me. There was like obsolescence, and obsolescence means, after so much time, these devices just malfunction, break, and then you break them and throw them away because they're not doing what they're supposed to do. So I got earbuds and I'm using my camera's microphone and I'm talking to you through that. And that's how I'm doing this. I have earbuds, and you can do the same thing if you just get, mini cams. You could put mini cams up there. Minicams.com. Download the program. You get all this stuff like my Firewolf and anything else you want to be. I mean, they got Doctor Who, whatever, and you can come on and have that as your icon. I mean, it's you want a new webcam, obsolescence, and mask. Well, this is what I'm using right now is minicams. I download minicams.com. It's a program. You can download it, and it will give you these mini masks that you can put up there. I mean, I did the cat earlier, and you can talk to the cat. Right now, I'm using just a minican icon of the Firewolf. You got minicams. Give me a break. Why don't you just bring that on and talk? But you don't have a camera. I understand that. You don't have a microphone. I can understand that. Apparently, see, I have a microphone even. I can just plug in. It was part of my earphone microphone, and I could plug it into the microphone and use it to talk, but I decided to use a camera instead. I see you got everything. I don't, you got to be able to do something with a microphone somewhere and come on and talk. And hey, let's talk. But I see that you don't have that. You just have, yeah. I got neighbors sleeping. Wow, the walls that thin. I mean, really, it's a walls that thin. It's very silent. Yeah. Okay, I understand. I actually do. I definitely know what you're talking about, and you know, yeah, it'd be nice to talk to you directly, but if you know you don't have the equipment to do it or do anything like that in Romania, I understand. I really do. And many people tell you that. Yeah, I understand. And you could be on here, you could be a superstar, but I understand. You want to stay out of a highlight of all this. And I understand. That's what Google Plus is, as a highlight. You become a star, but if you don't want that, you can stay back and stay out of sight, out of mind. And I understand that. Especially in your country. I mean, it's like, I don't want to be detected. Well, in my country, I want to be known. Like I told people, yeah, you can't become a star and be on the air without a mini cam. You need a cam. I know they're not that expensive anymore. I mean, China makes them for like, I don't know, here it's like $24. Hell, I could go over to Best Buy and get one for $9. But the one I bought was a high definition camera, and I don't use that camera as much because, like you, I don't want to be on the air showing myself because I fear certain elements of the government, and that's something you got to fear. Elements of the government, and they're out there. They're playing games. I mean, abomination. That's what I call him. Not abomination. Abomination. He's, and I don't want to be focused on that much. I'll appear every once in a while, show myself, and then go back to my wolf. And that's all they see is my wolf. And it's something that, you know, you gotta keep an eye on, because these people are wolves. They're wolves themselves, and they're out to get anyone that doesn't agree with their thinking. And I remember Jeff. Jeff. I'm trying to think. I don't know, Jeff. I'm trying to remember him. Give me a moment. I know that came up in something else, and I don't know. Okay, you got the. He looks like this. Okay. You got me. You really do. You got me. I don't know Jeff offhand. I do know Jeff. Did he disappear? He said he was related to Jesus. I am lost right now. I really am. I am. Jeff. You know, I spent so much time off here, and I'm on here on your channel playing live, and I don't remember. I really don't. I'm sorry. Jeff. I'm trying. You got me. 2 days ago? Really? Then it must be on my website, because I started one up live, and if Jeff was on there, I know in Satiate, and I remember in Satiate. That's the only one I actually remember the last couple of days in Satiate. And him and we were in a discussion about his Japanese wife and how people hated him for it. And I'm like, dude, don't suffer. Just let them go and continue on. That was the link. Oh, you got a link for me? Okay, all right. Let me take a look at this link. The link. Jeff left the. Okay. wow, he was on my site, and okay, let me Jeff Lefty Jones. Okay, let me try to remember. Okay, I got messages already. I got okay. I'm going to add him as a friend, and go keep an eye on that. You basically brought me back to something I didn't know. I mean, I talked with him, did not know. Okay, I'm apparently I lost your site at the back in. Here I come. And find your call. Okay, I'm back in here again. Oh, give me a break. Come on, let me in. Okay, I'm back. There we are. Yes, I found you. I wish there was other people in here. It would be interesting just talking to others as well. And I'm sorry, do you don't have a mic or anything? I'm not even anything. You're able to hear me, but you can't talk to me, and it's upsetting in that little respect that I think you should have that power. And I mean, oh man, I really missed you. If I can invite anyone in here, will you let me? I mean, I do have the power to invite people in here and make this a open chat again. I mean, I chapped on a little person and it's not working. I'm trying to invite people in, but it's not me to. I think you somehow got blocked. But I would, I hit the little guy up there at the top of the screen. Okay, I can't invite people. Ah, okay, I understand. I can't invite. But I can share the link. I can try that. I'll highlight the link, copy, and I will go to my channel and say something like hi, and then put a wait, I hear something from I'm Black. Oh, that's just your okay. Okay, I'm going to share this. I know this is probably not going to work, but I can try.
Okay.
Oh, I can hear you now.
Yep.
Oh, okay. I thought you didn't have a microphone or anything, and but
Yeah, I got
I'm
it.
hearing you. Okay,
Yep.
and okay, that's cool. Oh, there you are. No, no. There's somebody here. Oh, that's somebody else. Oh, I see. Uh, what's on here? Benny? Benny can't get on. He doesn't have the capability to. He doesn't have a webcam or anything. So, I mean, you're on here. That's cool. And sorry, Rev. He just can't get on here. I mean, I'm trying to pull him on, but he's not able to get on here. And I'm upset because he doesn't have a webcam. Apparently he can't afford it or anything, and can't get on here like I am on here. And I'm on here using a webcam and earbuds. You talk about primitive. That's primitive to me. Earbuds and the webcam. I used to have a microphone in the headset, and it went bad on me because of obsolescence. And obsolescence is killing me here. I mean, you have, headphone obsolescence when stuff just goes bad after a week or so, and you end up tearing it up and throwing it in the garbage. I mean, that's obsolescence. Obsolescence is what we're under right now. We're under these people that build this stuff to last a week or two, pay $40 for it, and it breaks, and you have to go out and buy a new one. New headphones, new headset. These earbuds are outlasting, and the camera is outlasting everything. It's amazing. It blows me away. I know that you've probably been experiencing obsolescence. That's what the word means, is something you buy breaks, goes to pieces, and I know Rev has a mic. Come on in, Rev. Light up. And come on in.
I sure do.
Yeah. Hello. Welcome.
How are you?
I'm doing fine. I just wish that Benny had a mic and everything. He can only talk on the side if you open up the comments on Google Chat, and that's all he can do. And I was hoping I could get him on here, but he says, I don't have a camera. I don't have any way of talking except on the chat. And he's from Romania, and I'm like, man, I wish I could get you on here. It'd be nice talking to him.
To who? Benny?
Benny, yeah. Benny's the big orange or yellow circle.
Yeah, Is this going on to YouTube after?
Yes, it is. I have to speak for him because he can't speak. Or I don't
Okay.
know if it's a he. I think it's a he.
Yeah, he's a he.
He's a he. Okay.
I'm trying. I got a question for Benny. Are you pro or anti Brett Keane? It's hard to tell.
Look over in the left side, or right side.
You're both. Okay, because a lot of your hangouts were entitled Brett Keane this, Brett Keane that. So I didn't know what was going on.
Oh, okay. He's laughing. Yeah, LOL. Okay, I'm keeping an eye on the chat, group chat. I kind of have to speak. And Tommy is also a big chatter. You're a big chatter? Are you?
It depends on, yeah, I am.
Hi, you're back. Hey, peace. Peace be with you. I didn't know you were back. I've been here holding the channel open with what can I say? It's Benny, and Benny's from Romania. Benny doesn't have a camera. He's only talking on the chat, and I'm like, well, hi, Benny. I mean, I've been watching Benny talk on the chat and answering him while he's talking, and it's like, well, you need to get a microphone, something. I don't know how, but somehow you need to get something you can talk to us on. You. I feel bad that he doesn't have any way of communicating, and I had to read everything that he responded to in the group chat.
He has his reasons. He has his reasons that he communicates the way he does, and I know it's disappointing, but may we learn to be satisfied.
Oh, of course. Yeah.
But
And I was inviting people on.
I can empathize though with with wanting a more full Benny experience, but I try and keep good vision of what we can get. A full Benny experience. Yes. A premium.
I'd like to talk with him. I'd like to have a conversation, but
he communicates. He's quite candid.
He does over in the chat, and he'll communicate, laugh out loud, and everything else. And I'm like, wow, it'd be nice to directly talk to him. It'd be nice. He understands English, so I mean, he can.
Oh yeah, he's quite fluent, quite a broad vocabulary. Mr. Revhill, man, please allow me to introduce myself. I'm Saint Tommy of God.
Okay.
Are you pro Brett Keane?
I don't know anything about him. I just know. I was just noticing that Benny was doing a lot of Brett Keane hangouts with the names in them. So I didn't know what the deal was there. I don't know what Brett Keane's. I don't know anything about Brett Keane other than I've watched a couple of his videos. He did one on Jacqueline Glenn, and he did one on that girl that talks in a high voice with the mask.
Okay.
That's all I've seen. And then of course he's not well liked in the atheist community. That's all I know about him.
He is quite a candid man. He is, and opinionated. He is about controversial and debatable topics. Absolutely, he is. Have you been on G Plus for a while?
I don't know how long I've been. I don't go on a lot of hangouts, mainly with the Bible thumping wingnut. And then I've been on.
Yeah. Go ahead.
And
so you've been on.
I'm sorry?
You've been on a chat with the Bible thumping wingnut?
Yeah, I have been, yeah.
I've never seen them. I've heard them. I've seen them around, or I've seen their icon around, but I've never seen them.
He's a great guy.
Is he pretty cool? Cool.
Oh yeah, I love him. That and Matthew 4:19. Love him.
Wow. Yeah.
Do you like my St. Valentine's Day tree?
I like that tree. It's psychedelic.
Thank you. Thank you.
That's nice.
It is. It's actually made out of fiber optic strands that are painted green and that glow on the end of it. I like a little gadget like that. It's pretty cool. It's kind of comforting in a way. I wish if I had some pot, I'd take a bong hit, but I don't. So, oh well.
Yeah, I know.
If I were in Israel or Colorado, maybe I would. But
yeah.
California.
Well, we have Mr. Ed on here or somebody. Who is that on here? Oh, Gregory. Gregory E.
Cool. I like those
Gregory
eyes.
E. Wow. Yeah, I like my cat. It's like, wow.
Is that Mr. Ed or maybe a cousin of Mr. Ed's? Or
Gregory E.
No relation.
I see. Oh, yes.
No relation. Okay. Okay.
Well, Benny's got hardwood in here, so if you poop on the floor, it's not a problem. It'll hose right off. He's always taking care of my messes without complaint, so it's all good.
Complain about what? I ain't got nothing to
Without
complain
complain about any messes on the floor.
I do have one question though. Ain't Christmas over?
No, hell no. We celebrate Christmas 6 months in this kingdom.
More ice.
Yeah,
Christmas every day.
We're all about celebrating around here. Yeah.
There you go.
Are you American, St. Tommy?
Well, I guess I'm considered that. My birth certificate says I was born in some commonwealth somewhere, but there was some controversy about where I was actually born, whether on which side of the gate, and so I don't know. I could be East German as far as I know, but I think I am, yeah.
I got more ice.
Do you speak Russian, Benny?
Okay, I'm back. Just had to get more ice. More ice.
That's it.
Ah.
I don't put no games on there. Put your browser on there. I will.
Where I get orange juice. Donald Duck orange juice. No, nobody.
Mr. Revhill, man. Have you read those books behind you?
Like screwdrivers. Screwdrivers. Oh my God. Screwdrivers. Right now. Okay. I'm back around with earphones back in.
Deutschland. Willst du ein Roller rauchen?
Here. Okay, I'm on here.
See.
Screwdriver.
9.
9.
Are you sporting a screwdriver, Mr. Spellbinder?
Oh, I'm actually drinking a screwdriver. It's orange
tasty.
juice and vodka. It's very tasty to me. Oh, that's tasty. I know. It's bad. But if I had smoke, I would be smoking a couple of hits and be satisfied. Instead of smoking tobacco. And
I've heard of worse things in the toolbox for mental health. Everything can be treacherous in there, but I've heard of worse.
see, I'll put a little bit more tobacco in my pipe and smoke it. See, I actually smoke tobacco. I don't do the liquid smoke. No. Some reason I'm just can't get a hold of a connection with smoke. So I rather smoke and drink, and that's my weakness right now.
Hey, we're growing out of many things, you know. Gregory E., how you feeling tonight?
Doing fine. How about yourself?
I'm okay, I guess. My feet are cold, but I'm feeling pretty good.
Got a house full of fucking people. I wish would hurry up and end. It'll all be over tomorrow, thank God.
All right. You got anything exciting scheduled?
Huh?
What's that? I'm sorry, I interrupted you. Sorry.
No, I was just saying I got a bunch of family over.
That's always taxing.
Actually, it sucks, man, because I always have to foot the bill. I have to feed everybody and fucking pay for everything. Disrupt my day. No, it's fine, man. They're good people.
Right.
That's my girlfriend's family.
Right.
Shit.
Are they staying overnight?
Yeah, one more night, and they leave tomorrow morning. It's gonna be awesome.
And a little peace.
I can't wait.
Yes.
I can't wait. It's gonna be awesome. I don't know where the back button on this motherfucker. Ah, I found it. Oh shit. Found it. One more time.
Well, you're Irish. That's what Benny asked. Benny asked, are you Irish?
No. Why do I look Irish?
Huh? Scottish?
Both my ancestors are from Britain, but they've been in Canada for 80 years or so.
Oh, okay. I'm just relaying the information on the right side.
Okay, yeah, I'm reading that.
Thank you, Spell. I appreciate it. I mean, I want to make sure that Benny's being recognized on this.
Oh, good God. Look, Benny's on the move. Good God. Look, he's humping on. No, he's not. He's just jiggling.
Yeah, Benny is. I feel sorry for Benny not having a microphone or something to get in the conversation. And no, I'd like Benny in on it. Oh, he's got icons going. I like Benny. I like cats too. And that's
Put that in your screwdriver and get a Bloody Mary, I guess.
Yeah. Mary and my screwdriver. And I like pepper. He shows a pepper.
Yeah, it's a good thing you do for your girlfriend there, Mr. Ed. Or, excuse me. Yeah. Gregory, that's a good thing you do for her.
I appreciate it. I try to get brownie points when I can.
Yeah, exactly. You know, helps ease her on through. You know, it ain't cheap, but it's a good thing. Look out after the girl, you know, and be decent to her high maintenance peeps. It's a good thing.
Yeah. I got grapes. I should be eating those. My grapes that. No, I'm not really vegetarian. I have lamb thawing out right now. I'm gonna put lemon juice on it. I'm gonna eat these lamb chops. I have to wait till it warms up a little bit. I want to go out and grill with smoke and throw the smoke in there and stuff. I want to. I like lamb. I really do. I like lamb when lamb's chops are cooked over a charcoal and cooked. I have to go out there and play with it. And right now it's like 11 degrees. No, I'm not going to go out and play that game. Go play that game at 11 degrees.
Yeah, we're sporting 19 here.
Sporting 19, it's cold. I mean, it's like, I don't want to play that game. And I wanted to get about 40-something degrees, and I'll go out and grill these. But it's going to be a while. In Central Ohio. Well, it's cold out there. You know how it is. It's Al Gore saying, "We'd never see a snowfall in 2014." Really? Yeah, this guy's a joke. He's a joke. You put that up there.
It's just bullshit.
How much I must repeat. We
I know
only
it's
play for keeps. No timeouts. No free throws. No refs. No penalties. No handouts. No pit stops. Now, no cheats, codes, no sleep. But the drinks on us. If you want them, pull up a seat. I like that.
it doesn't mean a whole lot, but you know,
I
something
like that.
just
Yeah, I like that.
some poetry, you know, a little poetry. What the heck?
Yeah, we gotta have it. Oh, that is so great. You put it in perspective, and well, now. I'm still doing the cow turn. Oh, oops, you got that. Oh my God, your fucking board is full. Ah. Yeah, sweetness. Don't let me go into that. Don't even let me. Smiths. Don't let me go into Smiths. Sweetness. Sweetness, I was only joking when I. No, I don't want to go there. Sweetness. I am only joking when I said I want to smash your face in. Really? Well. Sweetness. Sweetness, I was only joking when I said I. Never mind. And it was a. He actually made that video because, or that song, because he said, I don't want to do this. And it was something that you came across me and like, it's like a werewolf song. It's like a werewolf. And he didn't want to do that. And he did. And I sweetness. Sweetness, I don't want to. Met her on the internet and played this song. Sweetness, sweetness, I don't want to do what I am going to do to you. Basically, pummel her face. And we're like, well, really? You went that far? I mean, actually, Morrissey is a creature in his own respect. One to the you got the and that's interesting.
Oh, the Continental?
Or yeah, with the it's a Hearst, isn't it?
It was a '64 Chrysler Imperial.
Wow, that's a Hearst.
Yeah.
And there's a girl out there in Canada who likes Hearst. She is, oh my God, she's into Hearst. You send that to her, and she will be like, she has a Hearst, and she drives it, and it's a Hearst. I mean, oh my God, really? You like Hearst? And she goes, yeah, I like Hearst. I don't know if that's her or not, but she actually owns a Hearst and goes with the Hearst. She loves the Hearst. Oh my God, she loves Hearst, and she drives one. It's I don't think that's her. I talked to her, and she loves Hearst, and Hearst is her. Wow, it blows me away, and she loves the Hearst. I went, okay, now.
Yeah, we get tornadoes around here. Look, it's Tony Gilmore. Mr. Gilmore.
Wow.
Is it? That little bambino. All right, yeah, I'll get rid of it.
You know what I'm talking about, right? The Canadian girl who has a Hearst and she drives around. That's her. I mean, no, that's not it. I don't mean that. Okay. Go with her. You know what I'm talking about, right? You know her.
Never heard of her.
Canada. She's in Canada, and she is a Hearst driver. Drives a Hearst, and I've been friends with her for many years, and I talked to her, and I don't want to be associated with her in certain ways, but she's a Hearst girl. She loves Hearst. That's what she has as a driving car, as a Hearst. And she loves it. And I'm like, wow. What? You like a Hearst? And she said yes. And wow. It blows me away. And she's in my group, and I appreciate her being in my group, 158 people, and she comes in. I can bring her in, but I can't bring her in here because, you know, like, Benny said, I can't bring people in. Okay, I can list people in, and they have to come in on their own. And I understand that. I understand. Wow. You would be impressed by her. It's like Southern Raven. That's who it is, Southern Raven. And she has a hearse. She drives around. Southern Raven. And I'm like, okay. And I'm amazed Southern Raven hadn't showed up here. I really am. That she didn't come in and show herself. Southern Raven. She is a hearse driver, and she drives around a hearse. And I'm like, okay. And I have no problem with her. She can do whatever she wants. What the hell? I mean, she can drive this hearse and be her in Louisiana. That's where she's from, Louisiana. And she drives a hearse. And I'm like, okay. Drive the hearse. It doesn't matter to me. No, I'm talking. It doesn't matter. I'm amazed she's not on here. I didn't get her invited. Just going through my 153 people, she didn't show up and show up on here. That is what blows me away. Why didn't she come on here? I mean, we're all humans and we're all wanting to talk. Why didn't she come on here? She must be busy doing other things. That's the only thing I can think of. Southern Raven, where are you at? Why didn't you come on here? Why didn't you show up and make an appearance? Well, I don't know. It's Friday night. Maybe she's got other things to do. I don't know. I mean, it is Friday night. But Friday night to me is the most open night to come on here and show yourself. I mean, even to sing.
Friday night on G+. Yes, never know what you'll get. Throw the dice. See what happens.
Exactly. I mean, see what happens. And you're right. And I invited her. I can re-invite them. Friendly night out. I can go hi. H-I-A.
Is Romanian a distinct language?
He speaks perfect English, as far as I can tell. but he doesn't have the equipment come in. And I wish he did. I wish that he would come on here and speak to us, but that's, you know.
Oh my gosh, look, he's morphed.
He morphed? What do you mean morphed?
Changed. Benny has gone through a metamorphosis.
No, he didn't. Did he?
Look at his icon.
Wait. Okay. I mean,
this is symbolic of an inner change that has occurred in our Benny. Yes, change has occurred below the surface. Development. Profoundly deep development.
Gotta be kidding me.
Look, his eyes are now brown. Or are they green? They're beady little soulless eyes. No, they're not. They're brown.
I'm back again. Oh, look at him. What the hell is that? Not the brown. He just changed the icon. Awesome. What the? I had to go through the conflict.
Mr. Tony
And,
Gilmore.
Remember this. I will tell you this one time that Paul McCartney is not the person he is. John McCartney. Oh no.
Come on, man.
He is a lie. He's a lie. And I can prove this through a video that came out through. I mean, you want to see it. George McCartney, before he died, came out and said, this guy's a lie, and he is a lie to you. And I am here to prove it. And he does it in English, and he says that that Paul McCartney is a lie. And I was, you wouldn't realize how that affected me. I thought Paul McCartney's wings were perfect, and no, he's not. He went to Maxwell. Maxwell silver handle is banging on our heads. Think about it. Bang, bang, Maxwell silver hammer. Maxwell was an MI5 agent, not 6, 5. And he came out, threatened the Beatles. If they ever told the real story, they would die under an automobile accident, or maybe
One day in the back hills of North or South Dakota, there lived a young boy named Rocky Raccoon. One day his woman ran off with another guy. Hit young Rocky in the eye. Rocky didn't like that, said, I'm going to get that boy. So one day Rocky checked into the local saloon. Oh, Rocky Raccoon checked into his room, only to find Gideon's Bible. I forgot the rest of them.
Just remember the Bang Bang Maxwell. Maxwell.
Yeah, I don't know. It sounds like a loosening of associations to me. Mild loosening of associations. It'll pass.
All right. Well, it won't go away. Because
it will in time. It's all good. Oh, look. Oh, yes.
George Harrison
Tony has arrived.
Came out and said, this is what happened. And it was It was John McCartney who wanted to make his friend, Paul McCartney, find out what happened to them. Bang, bang, Maxwell, silver hammer come down upon their heads. Bang, bang, Maxwell. Just think about it. These people, I mean, the Beatles actually came out and said, look, this is what's happening. I want to tell the truth, but I can't just come out and say, here's the truth. Bang, bang, Maxwell. Anyway, yeah, just listen to that one song, and it actually brings it all out. And the Beatles were threatened by MI5 if they ever came out the truth of what was going to come down, they would die. And they
Tony, what's
actually
happening? What's cracking in your reality?
Okay, you want to know what happened in that? You really want to have that happen in that? George Harrison was stabbed almost to death. He went to the hospital. He told his wife, give me 2 cassettes. That's all I want on this recorder, and I will tell the entire story. And he came out and told the entire story that Paul McCartney is a lie. He's Flaw, not Paul. Flaw with an F in front of the name. And he said, we want to tell you what really happened to Paul McCartney. He died in a car accident because he picked up a fan and she so grabbed him and everything, caused the car to turn over and kill him. He was locked in the car, and she was turned into a MI5 agent. Well, no, I can see that. And this is what's today the truth out there, and you're not able to realize it. I understand that. I mean, why would you believe Paul McCartney is a fake? Plastic surgery over 6 years turned him into Paul McCartney. He was a lookalike. He was in a actual, lookalike contest, and they chose him. The MI5 spent millions of dollars to make him look like that. And he went along with the Beatles as far as John Lennon and George Harrison, and made him what he is. But they tried to reveal what they saw. This is a fake. It's Fall. It's not Paul. It's Fall with an F. And they tried to go across this. I mean, when you watch this, you just do not understand. They went through all this, right? And you have to see that Paul McCartney was a lie, and they built this around him, and every album has clues. Just pull the album covers up. I mean, even the most obvious is the Sgt. Pepper album. You pull that the Sgt. Pepper album up and look at it. It says Paul in flowers on the bottom, and they were trying to tell you this guy is a fake, and he didn't care until he split off from him, and made Paul McCartney Wings, and you start seeing all this. It's real. It's really happened. It really. I'm just like, wow. I'm amazed by this. It's on Hulu. If you go on Hulu and look up, oh, not Hulu, maybe it's another Roku connection, but he comes out and says Paul McCartney is a lie, is the name of the video, and you have to see it to believe it. They actually, I mean, I think George Harrison was the last person to sit there and go, I think I'm going to die. Therefore, I got to get the truth out there about what happened to Paul McCartney. He died in 1966 in a car accident. He was killed because the car blew up before the lady that was in the car got back to him. And then the MI5 came out and said, you know, these highly influential people have to be protected. We're in a Cold War, and during that time, we were in a Cold War, and they have to cover it up. And there's millions of women that were committed suicide if they knew that Paul McCartney died because they were in love with him. I agree with that. That's a give me. And it went beyond this to a point where they're trying to tell John, shut up. Shut the fuck up, cunt. I'm going to kill you in a car accident, or I'm going to have somebody come out there and shoot you. What happened? He was shot by a fake fan who was mentally deranged. And this happened, and it came out that John Lennon was killed by a demented fan. Okay, I can agree with that. But once you watch this documentary on George Harrison's last testimony, you will see a totally another picture, and it will wake you up. You will see that John Lennon was the last person to ever come out and say, this is what really happened under MI5, and I came out because I was stabbed almost to death, and I had to go to a hospital, and his wife brought him the cassette, brought him the tapes, and said, you gotta tell the story. And there you go. And there it is. You have to see it. John Lennon's last testament. That's all I'm asking. Observe his last testament. You will understand what really happened and why John McCartney is not the real person that was manipulated and changed to look like him. They got the photos. They show him before he was changed. They show all this stuff. You just got to see it. And then you understand what really happened in the Beatles and why all their music changed trying to reveal it. I mean, since 1966, all the music was changed. It changed over to reveal that Paul McCartney was dead. And everything is part of Paul McCartney. Bang Bang Maxwell. I mean, they named the MI6 guy His name was Maxwell. He had the silver hammer, and he was banging on him, saying, "Shut the fuck up!" And it's all there. It's all right there. You don't even have to doubt anything they said. It all became. Do you not understand? I mean, you have to look up George Harrison's Last Testament. Just look it up. Google it. I don't care how you go about it. Just look it up and watch it, and you will understand. George Harrison came forward and said, we were threatened by the MI5 if we said anything about this. And after John was killed, and I almost was killed by a knife attacking freak in my castle, and he had a castle, I mean, look at his mansion. He came forward and said, I have to tell you the truth. And it's the truth. It's out there. It's out there. And I'm still, I'm still ringing from this. You have to look at it. It's George Harrison's Last Testament. Just look at it. It's out there. I mean, I have watched it. My brother turned me on to it. He says, you got to see this. It will blow your mind away. And when I watched it, I went, oh my God. They were out to kill the Beatles. All of them. Ringo Starr was just a drummer, and they didn't bother with him. He was just a drummer. But they went for George and John. And I mean, think about this. Paul McCartney became a superstar on his own while he was out there. He became a superstar. Okay. And he called up Maxwell, the MI5 agent, and said, these people are going to kill me as far as my popularity. You've got to do something. And guess what? They went out and went after John, and later went after George Harrison. Okay. I'm just saying this because, I mean, this is documentary, and I'm looking it over, and I'm going, I remember that in Abbey Road, they had the album where they had Paul McCartney barefoot walking across the street in front of the Abbey Road studio, and each one of them were portrayed as a religious guy. George Harrison, I think he was the one that was looked at as dressed in plain clothes as a grave digger. And every one of these characters in that album cover, you have to look at the albums. You just got to go back and look at the albums, and you'll start to see. George was right. George was right to come out with this. He was right to say, look, MI5 was going to kill us, and we wanted to get the information out. I couldn't stop John because John was out there constantly wanting to put the information out on the album covers. I couldn't stop him. And since I was attacked with a knife in his house in the night and almost killed, he had to come forward and say something. And I agree with him. I agree with John. George Harrison. George Harrison came forward and gave all this information. Let me get the names right because they're all involved in it. You know how it is. Did you know this? Did anyone know this?
Not me.
I can give you a link. I can give you a link to it, and you can watch it yourself and find out that George came out in the end
Hey,
and
look, there's
said,
Tony's nesting area.
MI5 did it.
There's his nesting area. Yes, and there's Tony hovering over his nesting area with a beer. Yes, yes. And look at Tony's bedside bookshelf. Hey, Tony. Tony is waving at us. Oh, he's out of beer. Damn it, Tony. And there's his bookshelf with his reading material. Yes. And his empty beer can. Let's see. Let's see what he's going to do. He's grabbing something off the table, off his bookshelf thingy, with his reading material. What is he doing? He's whooping his nesting area. Look, it's Matt. It's St. Matthew of God. Welcome, St. Matt. What's up, my brother?
Hey guys, how's it going?
I sure wished I had you the other day. A man who is acquainted with Greek. Gosh, man, if I could have somehow gotten a hold of you to bring you into a certain chat room, but hey, that's just incentive for me to buckle down and maybe learn a little Greek myself, or grab one of those.
No, I'm not that well versed, but
well, I guess it's all
Greek Bible. That means anything. I got Greek Bible.
To me, you walk on water, Matt, in a Greek kind of way, you know. But I guess it is relative. I guess the more you learn, the more you realize you don't know.
True.
How cold is it up your way?
Pretty cold. We had our coldest day today, pretty much overnight, last night, and then into today. It was pretty chilly. You factor in the wind chills and everything. So regular temperature when we woke up was like -7 Fahrenheit. Gosh. That's just regular temperature, and then by the time we got to noon, it was about 0. Yeah.
That's 11 degrees here. That's 11 degrees.
Are you still running in that weather? Have you taken a little sabbatical from running?
In my weekdays, I just do inside, but on my weekend days, I do go out and run my long runs. I hit 12 miles last weekend. In about 3 inches of snow on the track. Yeah.
Yeah, Benny. Paul McCartney is not who you think he is. He's fake. They called him Paul, not Paul, but Paul. I see that. He's a deceiver. Of course he is. He's made millions off of his deception.
Well,
I'm
Matt,
talking to Benny right now. Yeah, okay.
I got certified as a heathen. Yes, I'm a certified heathen now. I haven't received the certificate of certification, but the official proclamation.
Is heathen not a heretic or what?
No, it wasn't the biblical term of heretic. No, that may have been more disturbing. May have been, but no, it's just a heathen, which I guess means some type of hedonist, or maybe somebody who's licentious. I don't know. You know what they meant.
I don't know why they would say that about you.
I know. I've grown out of so many things. You know, they should give me a break. You know. Yeah, I do ingest American tobacco. Yes, okay, big deal. You know, give me a break already.
Oh, because
and I do pass gas on occasion. Don't tell anybody. I'm still a human being. You know, but yep, certified heathen I am. Yep.
I smoke
You're a heathen. I can't believe they classify you as who's classifying you as a heathen?
Legalists usually do that.
Some frightened child out there somewhere. You know, aren't we all children just struggling to hang on in some way? You know, trying to make sense of this.
Break. I just don't believe that. I can't believe you're called a heathen. I can't.
Well, it is written, take no judgment unto yourself. So I braced. I had a good cry, a little cry, and I thought, you know, it's not really important what another human being judges me as. You know, who cares? So what? There's some human being out there with a condemning mindset who judges me as a heathen. BFD. You know,
Yeah,
it's nothing to
man,
go to pieces
it
over.
makes
It's
me
okay.
laugh. You just laugh at them. Just laugh at them and let them think what they think. And you're not what I know you are. You're on the same page I'm on. So therefore,
I figure we're all utterly unique. You know, I'm a St. Tommy.
Exactly.
That's all I know. Just a one of a kind, for better or for worse, rich or for poor. Am what I am, and we're all individual, unboxable, uncategorizable. Some might call me a 5-pointer. Some might call me a heathen. Others might call me ugly. Maybe they all have merit to it, but you know, I am what I am, and by the grace of God, you know. Hey.
I don't see that in you. I really don't. I sit back and go, what the hell are these people thinking that to categorize you as you are? And it's, I mean, they might as well categorize me as the same, I guess.
Well, I was a bit taken aback at how strongly this person expressed repeatedly over and over and over. You know, it's like, geez, I heard you already. Okay. But they just felt it was their religion to tell me that, I think. You know, so, okay. What can I do but remove myself from such crass immaturity? But that wasn't when I was referring to that I wished you were around. It was in another chat room, another discussion about. I think it was about Acts 2:38. It was about Acts 2:38 and what and the word that was translated for. But anyway.
All right.
I just don't see how they can do that and think themselves justice over it. And it's not. We're on the same page. I know I'm on the same page with you. And I'm sitting there and I'm going, they can't do that.
Oh, look. Tony's on the move again.
Do that.
He's on the move. Look, he's showing his exterior. This is Tony's reality. Yes, look at that fine garden. And look, he's got garages. I bet one of those are authorized, are Tony's. And look, he's got expanded metal on his window. Wow.
You know what I mean?
Look, it's daytime there in England. He must be in the realm. He's in England. Yes, he is.
He's a good guy.
God bless him. God bless Double. And all her subjects.
So is this person preaching on Acts 2:38 that you have to be baptized in order to be saved?
Well, it was they were preaching it as if it were a commandment that had to be obedient to perfectly, as if it was an extension of the law, as if it was like the 11th commandment or something. And I proposed that the law had been fulfilled and that it was an apostolic exhortation rather than a commandment that you could bust or break. Now, I also hold the view that, you know, baptism is symbolic of something God does, you know, and not a necessary act of obedience, you know, that one has to comply to or something.
Otherwise, you'd be obeying the law in order to get justified inside of God.
I heard no flesh is justified by the law, is what I heard.
Romans 3:28, right?
Yeah, you know, so good luck on that one. But they were treating the apostolic exhortations as if they were commandments, as if they were exactly synonymous with the holy law of God, with all its condemning effect.
Some sort of baptismal regenerationist. It could have been a Lutheran, could have been a Oneness Pentecostal. You know, they teach that sort of thing. That you have to be baptized in order to be saved.
Boston Church of Christ. You ever heard of them?
Church of Christ, yeah. Church of Christ, yeah.
Well, there's one extra zealous sect out of Boston, known as the Boston Church of Christ, that are particularly hyper zealous, and they take it even a step farther, and you know, they're exclusionist even amongst the other Church of Christ participants. But anyway, yeah, Acts 2:38 came down to the Greek word for versus because of. But anyway, I didn't know Greek, so that's where I sat with it. Have you run into what's that fella's name again?
The word it's translated there is ice. Ice. It's translated for. A.T. Robertson quotes it as unto the remission of your sins. Ice, aphasin, ton, hamartion, human. This phrase is a subject of endless controversy as men look at it from the standpoint of sacramental or evangelical theology. In themselves, the words can express aim or purpose. For that use of ice does exist, as in 1 Corinthians 2:7. Ice doxon hemon, for our glory. But then another usage exists, which is just as good Greek, as the use of ice for aim or purpose. It is seen in Matthew 10:41 in 3 examples. Ice onoma, prophetu, dikaiu, methetu, where it cannot be purpose or aim, but rather the basis or ground, on the basis of the name of prophet, righteous man, disciple, because one is, etc. It is seen again in Matthew 12:41 about the preaching of Jonah, ice to kerugma iona. They repented because of or at the preaching of Jonah. There's your because. The illustrations of both usages are numerous in the New Testament. Koine is generally, per Robertson's grammar, page 592. One will decide the use here according to as he believes as baptism is essential to remission of sins or not. A.T. Robertson's view is decidedly against the idea that Peter, Paul, or anyone in the New Testament taught baptism as essential to the remission of sins or the means of securing such remission. So I understand Peter to be urging baptism on each of them who had already turned, repented, and for it to be done in the name of Jesus Christ on the basis of forgiveness of sins which they have already received. So those are scriptural references to where, yeah, definitely we can translate it because of.
Yeah, that's what I had heard.
If you're saved on the basis of water baptism ceremony, then you're not justified by faith alone.
I'm glad that you're still on air. This is good. Hello, Matthew.
Hey, how's it going? Who's speaking? Down?
Yeah.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I haven't met too many people that I know in the Hangout besides Tommy, so I'm kind of new to you guys.
Well, Tommy's a serial killer, so be careful.
What's that?
Tommy's a serial killer, so be careful.
Ah, okay.
There I am. Okay. I was deaf for a second there. My earphones came popping out, and now I'm back again.
Oh, did Tommy drop out, I guess? Oh, no, he's still on. Okay, cool. He just moved his camera. Didn't see his face anymore.
All I know is I got my earplugs pulled out, and next thing I know, I was silenced, and I got it back. I can hear you all.
Cool.
Loud and clear.
All right, that's a little heavy stuff there, quoting A.T. Robertson, but that's at least the basis of the Greek there.
Oh, yes. Thank you.
And if someone says that that's a formula for salvation, and they say, yeah, that's how you get saved. Okay, well, where's faith in there?
Yeah.
I've only killed one person. You know, where's he coming up with that serial killer bullshit?
I killed one person.
That's it. Give me a break, man.
I love you. You're great. I know every time I come upon you on anywhere you're at, I like you. I really do.
That's nice. anything but disgust. I'm glad I can incite disgust real easy, and so
Tommy's
I'm
also
pleased to be.
he's always cheerful because it's always Christmas. He always has his Christmas tree up in the background.
Yeah, I know. It's always it's Christmas 24/7 to him. Look at
Right.
that.
Yeah.
It's
Oh,
electric too. Yeah.
It's electric too, and that well.
Fiber optic, right?
That's it. Fiber
Lights
optic.
on the fiber optic, yeah.
I'm trying to figure out why it rotates in the opposite direction.
It's going
25%.
clockwise. Oh,
When I
it
plug it in.
reverses.
Going clockwise, yeah.
Yeah, look, I mean, maybe we'll
It's going the
change
right
the-
way.
Yeah, that's the right way, clockwise.
If it was going counterclockwise, I'd be a little spooked on that, you know.
I don't know.
But you know.
If it was spinning clockwise, you might be a flaming heretic or something, you know.
It could happen, you know. It can happen. I don't trust my theology, you know. I mean,
You gotta have your Christmas tree spinning the right way.
Thank God.
Yeah, it's spinning the right way. It's spinning clockwise.
Keep an eye on me, though. Keep an eye on me.
That's what I'm doing here, man.
As the
That's why I
sun
come in here,
rises and the sun sets.
But rebuke me if you must, please.
Yep. Yep.
Sun rises and the sun sets clockwise. I agree with that. That's
So
cool.
how long has this one been going on? Is this fairly new, or is
No,
this?
let's see what Benny says. How long has it been going on, Benny?
What's the official timer?
Hours.
Hours.
He has declared
Hours.
He said
hours. That's more than 1.99 hour.
Mm.
Yes, hours and hours. That means
hours
4
and
hours.
hours. Okay. Okay. I just wish you could get a microphone. Just get a microphone. Go to Best Buy or something, and I don't know.
Tony?
Get a microphone and talk to us. I'd love to hear you.
Do you sing, sir?
Can I get everybody to sound off the time where you are at? It's like 3 in the Arvo here, where I am.
It is
spell.
12:37 a.m. No, wait.
Wow.
No, 11:37 p.m.
11:38 p.m. on my clock, but that's
11:38 p.m. here.
Yep, East Coast.
East Coast.
East Coast. We're on here with you, Benny, and we want you to get a microphone. Just anything. They're not very expensive. You can go out there and get one of these things for like.
Matt, are you still in Havana?
I wish.
He's in
I can really use
Romania.
that right now.
I hear they accommodate tourists.
Benny's in Romania. Yeah, and I'd like to hear Benny from Romania if you could
Look,
get a
Tony's on the
microphone.
move again. He's on the move. He's gone for the fridge. Look, oh, what's he got? Oh, he's out of beer. Tony's celebrating life today. And look, he's whooping the bed again. No, he's whooping himself. He's punishing himself. Don't do it.
Oh my golly, don't
Christ
do it.
Jesus took your punishment. There's no reason to punish yourself anymore. Oh, he threw something on the bed, his paperwork. He's tossed his scholarly paperwork on the bed, and he's gone for another beer. Look, the wind is blowing. Look at the quivering paperwork on the right. Yeah, uh-huh.
I got his AC on.
Oh, that's it. Uh-huh. What is it, summertime in England these days? Though he's got a fan blowing.
Yeah, it's middle of summer in Australia.
Yeah, you're in Australia.
Oh,
Come on,
that's
Tommy.
right,
You
you're
gotta
in
you gotta
Australia.
distinguish between British accents and Australian accents.
Damn it, I get those mixed up.
I can tell the difference between them. They're very subtle.
I can. Yeah, you can tell the difference.
The Australians got a stronger draw.
Draw, yes,
The
exactly.
Australians.
Yeah, Australians.
They're
You
28%
got
Australians.
I like the Australians. I'd like to visit your land sometime and
It's a
go out
long
there to
trip.
the Big Red Rock. I want to go to the Big Red Rock that the Aborigines talk about. That's where I really want to go. I just want to see the Big Red Rock.
Do you have giant cane toads there?
Sorry?
I saw a History Channel documentary about Australian cane toads, which are great big frogs.
Yeah.
Oh, they got big spiders also.
I know all kinds of
Got to see the spiders. The spiders are like 8 inches across and stuff.
And marsupials, man, by the dozens, just teeming with marsupials.
God.
I can't imagine. It must be just cool. It just must be.
Stuff in Australia, it just wants to kill you. So
Yeah.
Frightening.
Each bird, the spiders will actually attack sparrows and stuff.
That's some badass spiders, buddy. Let me tell you.
I'm telling you,
we got
spiders.
funnel web. That's a freak of a spider.
We've got
And
black
they blow
widows
me
here.
away.
You know, they don't attack. They don't just rush you.
And kangaroos, you've got to watch out for kangaroos. They will gut you.
That's what I hear. They're bad too,
Really, with their feet and stuff. I understand that.
Knock the hell out of it. Now I've got deer in my yard. I'll go out of my shed sometimes, and there'll be a little herd of deer, and the bucks, they'll snort and then they'll rush you. That's a little trippy, but they don't usually. They'll just rush at you. But that's still a little trippy. But they won't gore you, you know. Those kangaroos.
Oh, the kangaroos will use their feet.
They like to get up on
open.
their tail and cut with their feet, and they'll actually gut you. And they gut each other. But sometimes you'll see them in the wild, and one will have all its guts hanging out.
Damn. I guess people don't have a little Joey as a pet very often, then, do they?
No.
Right. Come here, little fella. Come here. Uh-uh.
Come here, little kangaroo.
Here, kitty,
kitty. Yeah, here, kitty, kitty. No.
Because we had a lady here who was hospitalised because she had to choke one to death because it was leaping up on its tail and it was trying to gut her, but she managed to sort of hold it away and choke it to death and threw it down. But it scratched the shit out of her.
Wow.
And she was like
staying alive in Australia. Damn.
It's only in Australia. Only in Australia they have this creep.
I'd want to pack heat, you know.
They don't have the boxing
Detroit
gloves like the Looney Tunes does. You know, remember the Looney Tunes kangaroo? Had the boxing gloves.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, I remember that movie.
That's classic.
The punching, yeah, it's a classic. Oh man. Yeah. I mean, Australia is a wild land, and I agree, it's a wild land. You guys are down there in a wild land.
Now we've got a snake, a pit viper known as a water moccasin, around here in the swamp. They're pretty badass. They'll charge you, but that's about the most lethal thing in my nature land around here. Is a cottonmouth water moccasin, and
yeah, I've seen it. They open their mouth up. It looks like they have a mouthful of cotton.
Bad, man. They're aggressive. They'll drop out of a tree.
They're dangerous.
Yeah, they'll drop into your canoe. You got to watch out.
Yeah,
they're bad.
We got around my place. We've got lots of red belly blacks and brown snakes and all that.
Yeah, I know vipers.
Are they poisonous?
Got vipers. Oh, they're deadly in that area.
You don't even freak with the babies. Even the baby ones will put you down.
Damn.
Yeah. One bite and gone in 10 minutes. And
they like your shoes and stuff like that. They'll hide it.
Damn.
I've studied all this stuff. I've seen the different snakes across the land, and Australia has some of the most deadliest vipers out there, besides South Africa.
Well, we just had a cyclone here. We just had a cyclone here, and so we've all got to be really careful now because it's stirred up all the snakes.
2 of them, isn't it?
So they're all out now.
Damn.
Yeah.
Sorry?
Two cyclones, one on each side of the country or something?
Yeah. Yeah.
Trippy.
They finished on top of me. So.
You gotta watch those vipers.
So that was near where you are now? One of them was?
Yeah, it just came down the coast and it's just finished off here, so we're all sort of flooded here.
I bet, man. We have what's called hurricanes here, and that come up right up the coast where I'm at. And I used to like them when I was a kid, but not anymore. Not anymore. I've been through a couple of them that, you know, flattened so much stuff it was unbelievable. That don't like them anymore.
You got cyclones, hurricanes, and what's the third one? There's a third category. Typhoon. Right. Yeah. Typhoon, hurricane, cyclone.
What's the difference?
The land of
how they
I think they're
where it takes place.
I think.
I see. Why does the toilet water spin different in Australia? Why does the toilet water spin different down there? I don't understand it.
It doesn't. That's an urban myth.
Is it really?
Counterclockwise and clockwise, and I've studied that, and you have to just look at it. I've had my toilets do the opposite too, in the north, and I'm like looking at it, going, "Oh, wait a second. This should only happen down in South America."
Probably the Kohler company. The Kohler company puts the little spouts going in a different direction. That's why it spins different, I bet.
Yeah.
Or Price Pfister, or whoever makes the toilet.
I have no idea. I know that scientifically it spins backwards in the south and spins forward in the north. But I've seen it do both in the north. Maybe this is something to do with
Tony enlightened us, though, that is urban legend, that's not true, that toilet water spins everywhere the same direction. Is that right, Tony?
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow.
Hurricanes, or what you call cyclones, or whatever, they're the ones that change direction. They're different in the northern hemisphere and different in the southern hemisphere. They spin in opposite directions, but they're all the same. The winds it's just as destructive.
Yeah.
Not your
very windy.
It blows me away. Now, I really believe in Nibiru. This star is coming back in our solar system, and it's coming back, and it's causing all this stuff. And I know about Nibiru, then you haven't been paying attention. That's the way I look at it, but it's just me, and not you.
Do they have hairy spiders in Romania? No hairy spiders in Romania. They have dogs, wild dogs, roving dogs. Yes. Oh man, we'd make short work of those around my neighborhood. Oh, they kill kids? Damn. Nothing like a good crusade against kid-killing dogs. Man, we'd make short work of those, man. We'd take time off work to get those bitches. Herds of dogs.
You just keep going. Keep going. Keep telling
In the
us.
capital? Herds of dogs.
Romania.
In Peking, I heard they had a cat infestation. In Bucharest. Damn, dogs. Damn, they must not have firearms there. You know, sidearms. Nobody's packing a Desert Eagle, I guess.
Apparently.
Apparently not, man. Those dogs would be some dead pips. Oh, look, we have a new
Australians don't
participant.
really pack.
Oh, yes, a link. And there you go. There's a link.
Wow.
Wow.
Rose is among us. Hello, Rose.
Hello, hello.
Hi, Rose.
Hi, how's it going?
Feeling pretty good.
Hello.
Happy Friday.
Yeah.
Indeed.
Every Friday.
I got 10 minutes left to Friday, so.
It's actually
9 minutes.
Not where I live.
Where are you at? Is it cold?
I'm in the West Coast. No, it's regular. It's 70.
Wow.
Oh. Jealous.
Why? What's it like over there? You guys are in the East Coast?
I'm on East, yeah. I don't know, let me see what the current temperature is here as of right
It's
now.
19 here, I think.
Oh, yeah,
19?
11 degrees. 11 degrees.
Celsius? No, it's funny.
Fahrenheit.
Holy sh... Yeah, I know.
Holy
Wow.
poop.
I don't even know what that
Now than it was all day, actually. We're in single
I can't
digits.
fit in that. It's like sleeping in your freezer.
Yeah. I don't sleep
Fuck.
outside, though.
No, I know. Instead of
What,
global
you
warming,
like that?
it's like global freezing. Holy shit.
I'm in a nice warm house, though, but it's really, really cold outside. Warming up to the near 40 tomorrow, but we're gonna get dumped with, like, I've heard a range of 2 to 4 inches of snow, then 5 to 8, then it turned to like 4 to 7. So I have no idea what we're gonna get tomorrow.
Oh man, brother.
And she's wearing a bikini, you know, going to the beach. And here we are freezing to death.
Well, I'm sorry.
Feel warm, so.
Oh, it's cool. I'm happy for you. I'm happy for you. I didn't mean to be envious. Excuse me.
No, I'd freeze with you. I would freeze with you.
Yeah.
Damn. 19. I don't even know what that is. I've never experienced that.
I went into a panic last night and ran an extension cord out to my well house and put a light bulb in it. It's colder here than it's been in about 4 years, so I went into panic mode. I didn't want the pipes to freeze.
I insulated a pipe the other day, so that, well, we had one freeze last weekend, so we didn't want it to freeze again, so around the joint we put an insulation around it. Just because it's along the outside of the house, runs along the outside, and it's right by our meter, so never had it before. And even we had the polar vortexes like last year, we had like 2 days where we had, sub-zero temperatures. Nothing happened to it, and just fluke thing this year, it just happened to freeze up one day. So
Wind blowing a different direction or something, who knows?
yeah, it depends on the strength of the wind too, because it makes it feel a lot colder. I mean, when it's single-digit temperatures or even below zero, then you're in like minus 20s wind chill.
Is that normal
that's
where you guys live?
Fahrenheit,
But is that normal?
Ow.
Is that normal weather for you guys?
But I think once February ends, I think we're going to be in for a treat, and once March comes around, that's what I think.
Yeah, I saw some daffodils poking up. Very, it's like, all right, yes, thank God.
Yeah, they'll finally do my laps outside, so we'll see how that turns out. So right now they're projecting at least on the East Coast, Northeast, being about the 40s or 50s come around March once it comes around, but don't know. That's just their guess right now.
Well, my question was, is that normal?
House, and do some stuff during the week, because it's kind of tough doing cross training during the week, because I'm pretty much doing cycling right now to replicate running, and it's kind of boring.
How's your fine pup?
Doing good.
Good.
Yeah.
You won't show her. You won't show her.
She's
her
sleeping.
Glory to us, will you?
She's sleeping.
Oh, okay. Maybe
She
next
went to
time.
bed with the wife a while ago.
That's
a couple
cool.
hours ago. So.
Oh yes, they're nesting peacefully.
Yeah.
Yes.
Gonna hit half marathon tomorrow. I'm running 13.1 tomorrow. Yep.
It's gonna be postponed, I trust.
Maybe Sunday. So it might be Sunday afternoon actually, but I have to do it at some day during the weekend. So yeah. But finally hit middle distance. So after that, it's just onward and upward from there.
Wow.
Yeah.
Tony, I was curious. Are you in a city where you're at?
No, it's a smallish half-sized town in the Sunshine Coast hinterland. If you know Queensland at all?
Unfortunately not.
No. Do you know the capital city, Brisbane?
Vaguely.
Yeah, we're sort of an hour's north of that, on the coast.
I noticed you have garages, what appeared to be garages outside your window. Is one of those yours?
Yeah.
I see.
We got a garage downstairs, yeah.
I've noticed similar architecture here in the States, and I thought that must be an apartment, like a 3-story apartment with a balcony, and those must be one of his garages, I bet. But
yeah,
just
we're in
thinking
a
out loud.
2-story house. Most of the ones around here are 2-story, so they usually got a garage underneath.
Was that expanded metal on your window?
Security screens, just to stop.
I see.
Pricks. Yeah.
Is that to keep out like burglars or flying debris?
A bit of both, actually. When you know, the big winds come through and all that sort of stuff, it sort of stops people breaking in and bits of trees come through your windows and stuff like that.
I hate when that happens. Yes. Either one. There's always a drag.
Yeah. That'll ruin your day.
Yeah. Silly young people need a better hobby, you know?
You just answer, Ben. Yeah, I did run on a treadmill. One time, I did a 7-miler over at my parents' place. They have a really, really nice treadmill. It's just like I ride 20, 25 minutes to get over there and do some exercise. But I happened to be visiting, and I ended up fitting my run in one weekend, over there. But I don't really like to run on treadmills. I can get on the elliptical or get on the cyclo trainer, and pretty much get the same workout that I can get running, at least distance wise, and get the same burn and fatigue and everything like that. But it doesn't really exactly replicate it like running on on the ground, running on the road. But you at least get the strength training from at least the endurance, the fatigue in the muscles and everything like that. That's why I'm really, really anticipating spring coming around, so I can just fit them in the evenings afterward, because it's really tough getting up in the morning. I was doing that back in November, early December, before it got really bad. I was getting up at like 4:30 in the morning, getting to the track by 5, and I could fit in at least 5K or 10K. And that got a little rough. And then the time changed. That throws everything out of whack. It's dark when you get up. It's dark when you come home. You can't fit it in at any point. There's just no daylight, so I'm like, okay, I'm waiting for daylight savings time to come around, and there would be more time in the evening. Days will start getting a little bit longer, and weather will start warming up. Actually, I'm fine running in the cold. If I run Sunday afternoon, it'll be in about the 20s, and I just bundle up and just run it. I ran 12 miles last weekend, in the teens, plus on 3 inches of snow, so this took a lot longer. But you still get the benefit of the workout for it. I'm not too focused on time right now. I just want to be able to complete the distance. So. But it works, at least for indoor training. I thought, well, got the elliptical a couple weeks ago, and, that's good for supplementing training. So that was only, maybe $100 or so bucks, and it works. So I can supplement a whole bunch of other things without having to full-fledged treadmill, you know, with all the perks of inclines and stuff like that. It's like, well, all I gotta do is just replicate the distance, and we'll see how it impacts my training once, you know, come race day. So I still got plenty of time. By the time March comes around, March and April, that's 2 fully loaded months. I can fit a lot of training into that. So I just want to be able to complete the thing. I'm doing a full marathon come May, so the full thing. Just want to be able to complete it in under 6 hours. So that's the goal, because otherwise, that's the time you have to complete it in. Otherwise, you do not finish. So you have a time requirement of finishing it in 6 hours tops. Yeah, I'll be happy just finishing under 5. So we'll see how it goes. I can pretty much judge it if whatever time I get on Sunday when I run 13.1, I'll try and double it, maybe factor in a little bit of fatigue, because you will slow down on the second half of it. Usually you're supposed to run the first 13.1 pretty easy, then you're supposed to run negative splits on the second half of the race, so that you're faster in your second half than you were in your first. That way you pretty much net a pretty good time. So we'll have to see how that goes.
So, whose room is this? Is there a topic or no?
I think it's Ben's room, right? I think it is. So, whatever you want to talk about.
I don't know. It's getting awkward in here.
Spell, that sounds like sonar.
Yeah.
Is the topic sonar?
The topic is sonar.
Oh, okay.
Which I know basically only a little bit about. So what do you guys think about Obama?
What I think about him? Well, I'm not a Democrat, so I disagree with him fundamentally on a lot of things.
Yeah, I think he's full of shit. I think we're being lied to constantly, so I don't know. I heard he's gonna get impeached. They got a petition or something. We'll see. I don't know. I mean, it's kind of late. This is last year, anyways.
They've been saying that for the past 6 years. So.
I know. It's ridiculous. Yeah.
Cat.
Okay. This is like the quietest chat room I've ever been in my life. Usually people fight to talk, and here it's so quiet.
Have we been overrun by fundies? What's the ratio right now, Benny?
What determines a fundy?
I'm an atheist.
Okay.
Yeah. I wanted to know who the fundamentalists were. Earlier, you had a Christian stating that the Earth was between 6,000 and 10,000 years old, and that dinosaurs roamed the Earth alongside man.
What the hell?
I'm a Christian, 5-point Calvinist, Reformed, Presbyterian.
Yeah, I know. I've talked to you before. I thought you were a full Calvinist though before. Now you've changed your mind.
Pardon?
I've talked to you before. Now you're a full Calvinist, or I thought you were a full Calvinist before, but now you're saying Presbyterian. You changed your mind.
No, that's just a particular denomination. You can have a Calvinist be Presbyterian or Baptist.
What the heck you think you are? It means nothing to me, and it shouldn't have any role in my government or my politics or my laws that are passed. It's that simple.
Didn't even bring that up, actually.
It happens every day, and it's bullshit.
What?
Okay.
What?
The fact that hey, I'm this, I'm that, blah blah blah. Catholic
Oh, I
Church.
was just stating. I was just stating my position. I'm not
Catholic.
Catholic.
The right ones. You have all this confusion among who's right and who's wrong. Fuck it all. You're all a bunch of fucking morons.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks for your opinion. Yeah, great.
That's not my opinion. That is the correct.
That's your opinion.
That's a fact.
Then what are you?
Oh, no.
You're going to sit here and feud over who has the right interpretation of the Bible. You know what? I'm going to focus on.
So
the
you're not even getting down to specifics
up your ass and debate who has the right interpretation of the Bible and the epistemology and the philosophy. Who gives a flying fuck about that? Make humanity a better place.
Why ought we do that if you're an atheist?
Do that for once. Show me how you're making humanity a better fucking place, and stop focusing on I'm a Calvinist, I'm this, I'm that.
Well, how are you making it better coming in here attacking people? I don't think that's making it better. You come
I just stated my position. Read a whole bunch into that I didn't even state until I actually stated.
You're attacking people, and you're saying that they need to make mankind better, but you're coming in here in a room. I've never even spoke to you before, and you're just spouting off at the mouth. How's that making anything better? It doesn't even make sense.
It's making it better because I'm trying to inoculate you into seeing the factual basis of all the lies.
But how do you know I don't already know that? Maybe I already know that.
But I wasn't talking to you. I was talking to Matt.
Okay, so you're just talking to one individual in this room, because we're all in here, we're all listening. So therefore, we're all
find themselves as being this religion or that religion or whatever it is.
I just stated my position to you down. That's all I did, and you went off like running off with it as if you read a whole bunch of stuff into there, which I did not even
talked to you before. I know who you are. Okay.
Maybe you have. Why don't we get down to brass tacks? How about some specifics?
I'm speaking for the sane American here. We're sick of the bullshit. We're sick of you debating about your epistemology or philosophy or
Did I even bring that up?
Bible. Nobody fucking cares. Nobody fucking cares.
Yeah, why do you even here to debate? You don't care about it.
Make the meaningful contribution.
You don't care about ranting. Okay, I don't care about your ranting. How about that?
And
I don't
keep your
care about your ranting.
out of my laws and out of my government.
I don't care about your ranting, then. How you like them?
Well, he's not like...
I mean, I'm just using the same standard you gave me down, so I throw it back at you. What do you say? I don't care about what you say. I don't care.
I already know you don't care.
So is that an actual argument, or can you actually think
an
logically?
altered state of reality. I already know that you don't care.
So we both don't care. So there's no debate.
No,
So you
I
have
do
no
care.
reason for
I care
coming
about
in
it.
here and
But
starting
you
to
don't-
find. I want to find out who the fundamentalists are so I can pick at them.
Of course you want to make a theocracy. You don't care
I'm not
about
a
a
theonomist.
government
I'm not a
career. I know you don't.
Maybe if you understood my position, you'd actually represent me correctly instead of strawmanning me. You act like I'm a theonomist.
Here's your position. Keep your religion and your
narcissist.
and don't take it anyplace else. That's your position. That's what it should be.
Clue. You have no clue. You label everyone broad brush.
Oh, wow.
Now let me give you
your ignorance. You're showing your ignorance.
This is part of your technique. You don't understand my position. So let me give you a chance.
Yeah, you haven't even got down the brass tacks yet.
Evangelize, and preach.
You haven't even got down to it, and I'm sorry I have to correct you on
We
things.
gotta understand your position by allowing you to preach.
No clue.
Evangelize.
You have no clue. You're
That
making
is the
yourself look
whole
very
scheme
ignorant.
that
That's what you're
you
doing.
follow. You're like snake oil salesmen. You don't understand our position. Let us preach and evangelize.
Well, what's your position? Dude,
I
what are
haven't
you
got
so
to that
angry
yet.
about? Hey, what are you so angry about? What's your position? What's your
I stated
position?
my position very clearly, okay? Tony, hold on a second, Rose. Tony, do you know my position?
No.
Oh, we all have ESP or something? Okay.
Yeah, you have to have it.
I didn't hear it.
I'm not going to repeat myself. Rewind the live and listen to it. Tony knows what I said. Tony, did I say a position as far as where I stand? You may not have followed every word that I said, but I state a position in which I I am leaning toward. Did I state that? Yes or no?
Based on what you said.
You said you're tired of the bullshit,
haven't heard it.
tired of the people's lies, which I agree with you. I'm tired of the bullshit and the lies too. But I don't understand exactly.
I stated that I want religion. Okay, I'll give you a rehash here. I want religion out of my government. I want it out of my society. I want it out of my faith. I want
what?
Really no influence whatsoever in my daily life.
I agree. I agree with you. Absolutely.
Game.
Religion
I agree with you and everything.
Religion has
the wrong way.
Religion has no place in politics. Absolutely. Religion can be removed from politics.
These
Yes,
religions cold behind these politicians, and these sons of bitches don't even pay taxes. What gives them the right to have any influence on the government when they don't even pay tax?
Who are you talking about?
Who are you talking about?
Your generalities again. What are you talking about?
Anybody who belongs to a certain religion should pay a tax. Anybody who goes to a church, that church should pay a tax, etc. If you are affiliated with a religion, you should be taxed.
It's not tax. It's a give it to them. There's no tax involved. What are you talking about? You are really out there.
No, religion should not have exclusion from taxes. It's that simple.
Why?
I agree. On that, I do.
Okay,
agree.
why?
Makes a lot of money. The Vatican holds a lot of money and a lot of power. So I hear what he's saying. They're not paying taxes, and they keep all that money and all that power. So he's not a crackhead or crazy. He's actually speaking the truth when it comes to the Vatican. That's the major power source. Yeah. All the presidents go to the Vatican and kiss his fucking ring. All of them. There's not one I have not seen kiss the Pope's ring. They all are under that same power.
You guys can argue that. You can argue that against a Roman Catholic. Is there a Roman Catholic in the room?
Well, the Roman Catholics.
Talking about the church itself, the Roman Catholic Church.
They're all saying.
I don't talk against the church. You know who I talk against? I talk against the church. That is the Vatican. They're fucking evil people, and no.
The
Roman Catholic Church is not Christian.
The same goes for these billion-dollar mega churches, the evangelicals. I don't care if you're a Calvinist, if you're a friggin' Methodist, if you're a friggin' Lutheran, whatever it is. Pay your taxes.
Exactly.
Because you say so.
Trying to get at. Don't you
Why don't we listen to your opinion?
Let's play this game. Let's play this game.
Is your opinion binding on people?
Game. I don't agree with the Catholic Church.
In Germany.
The Catholic Church is a money-making system. And
when the churches don't pay taxes,
it's a money-making system. Go. I want you to go. Tell them the Catholic Church is a lie.
It is a lie.
What they are.
Roman Catholic Church, not Catholics. Roman Catholic Church in the Vatican. Yes.
It doesn't matter, Wolf. I agree with you, buddy. Every church, spellbinder, every church is a lie. I don't care if it's a Catholic church. Religion is a lie. Okay.
No, I agree with that too. I wasn't gonna go.
And I'm with her. Let's talk this. Let's talk the truth. Come on. Let's
Sounds like you guys should be debating Roman Catholics, actually.
Well, yeah, because the Catholics are a lie. They are a lie. They're like the Muslims.
Hey, Matt, you claim to be Calvinist. Matt, you claim to be Calvinist. Do you think anybody in your family was ever Catholic, Matt?
Pardon? I was raised Roman Catholic.
Hey, there's some good Catholic.
See, if you would ask me specific questions, I would have clarified that earlier. Down.
There's some good Catholic people and not involved in what the Vatican is doing. That's different.
That's true. You're right. Just a very good point, Rose.
Thank you. They don't. They're not aware.
I was
That's a
raised
higher
Roman Catholic, and I wasn't raised being taught official Roman Catholic theology sufficiently. As I was growing up, I went through, baptism. I was baptized into the church. Went through, First Communion. Went through all the way through confirmation and stuff like that. But, they just don't teach on the differences between Protestant theology and Roman Catholic theology. You just don't learn those things.
You're doing the thing that
I was baptized Catholic.
I'm clarifying down.
And I have a good friend that's a Roman Catholic, and I try to tell him, he's aware of the situation in the Vatican, but that's just what he is. But it doesn't make him a bad guy. He's a really good person.
Well,
and I was baptized.
Yeah, it could be nice. Yeah, of course.
Rose, I have to laugh on this. Benny says that you're bullying Tony and Matt. I'm gonna laugh right now over that. Okay, I'm gonna laugh hysterically because you just said that.
What? What?
In the side chat, Benny said, "Rose, stop bullying Matt and Tony." I'm laughing at that right now.
You're not bullying.
Oh.
I'm just answering questions as you bring them up. That's fine. I have no problem dialoguing.
I don't care, right?
Dialogue, Matt, there is no dialogue. Okay, there's no chance for you to
There's no talking back and forth. Okay, yeah.
There's no dialogue about your religion or what it means. Nobody cares. You are not gonna be the snake oil salesman to promote your religion on here.
Didn't I clarify for you down that I was raised Roman Catholic and became Protestant? I mean, that's kind of important information that you guys.
Can I clarify for you that I was baptized Catholic? I was baptized Catholic. Nobody in my family believed in God though, but I was baptized Catholic.
Same here.
Yeah, let's clarify your position. That's great. It's new information I did not know before. So we only understand that via dialogue. Thought.
But I don't even want to talk about religion, though. I don't want to proselytize about the Catholic
Church. You came in
Church.
here slamming it. You brought it up. So don't say, "Oh, I brought this up as a topic. I don't want to talk about it."
I'm not slamming the Catholic Church. I'm slamming.
The first thing you came in slamming all religion. All religion.
Thank you for
slammed it.
Yeah, no,
you
thank
brought
you
up the topic. We weren't even talking about it before.
No, thank you for.
You want to call it the fundamentalist?
Hey, Tony, do you want to say anything? You got walked on. Do you want to comment on anything, Tony? Go ahead.
Well, actually, mate, I agree with most everything you're saying. But it's, I mean, I can understand the way the room's reacting. It's a little bit pejorative, but honestly, I agree with almost everything you say.
There you go.
The Catholic Church, any organised religion, scourge.
Yeah, exactly. I agree with you. It's whatever is orthodox. I'm sitting back, and you see where I stand. I'm a Gnosticism. I believe in Gnosticism.
You're Gnostic.
And I'm Gnostic, and I believe in a queen, not a god. Oh well, outside me. You can go and believe in a queen, a god, a male god, if you want to. But I'm going to believe in a female god. And I'm sitting back, and I'm sitting here.
That's arbitrary.
Do you really believe that there is a god, male god, over a
God does
female
not
god?
have sexual organs. The second person in the Trinity became incarnate, became a man. The second person in the Trinity
Therefore,
has a physical body.
My trail.
And Zeus came down in man form and knocked up a virgin, and she had the Immaculate Conception and gave birth to Hercules. What's your point?
So you just made that up?
I made what up? Hold on a second. What did I make up?
Well, you make it all up.
You
make it up that God is a male god. There is no male god. There's only a female
I
god.
never said there was a male god.
That's a good point, though. Your story of a male god is not new. A male god comes down in human form or whatever. Somebody has the Immaculate Conception, whatever. Hercules is born. Hercules is the male god version of Zeus as man, basically.
And you
That's not what
believe
Scripture
that.
teaches.
Believe that.
So, what? Yeah.
Buddy, your scripture is
male god.
Man
There's a
means
female
Christianity.
god.
Your scripture borrows stories that were told thousands of years prior to your scripture ever being written.
Oh, it borrows it. Okay.
Yeah, it does.
Okay.
How many people have risen from the dead after they were crucified? Look that one up. Quite a few.
Who was crucified?
How many so-called gods raised the dead? Quite a few.
You've been lied to. It's a
The
female
one who was
god.
crucified and raised from the dead?
It's a female god.
Which one?
The whole Noah story is on Sumerian.
It's a female god.
Which topic you want to stay on, Down?
Sumerian
You're
tablets.
jumping from the crucifixion to Noah? What? Which topic you want to stick with?
Where you playing?
You just want to blurt out a whole bunch of topics and just carpet bomb, or what?
Okay, let's focus on Noah. Let's look at that one. Go ahead.
You brought up the claim about a resurrected, crucified God from history. Give me an example.
And you brought this up. I just want to know how you know it's not a female god. And she's not there. It's not a female. How you know it's a male?
Well, the distinction between male and female is genitalia. God does not have genitalia. The second person of the Trinity became man.
You can play that, and we can play along that. And it's
nothing you say to Matt about any of these historical facts will he ever actually sit down and rationalize.
There's a real man.
He's asking me if God is male or female. I was neither.
I'm not asking you about that. I gave you a historical fact. I gave you a series of them, and you're dismissing all of them.
I'm only just
made a bunch of
missing the
I
Bible
didn't make any claims
written
at all.
by
I'm told you a
man.
historical fact. I'm not making claims. I give you historical
Okay,
facts.
give me the instance of a crucified God. Okay, the God became incarnate, crucified, died, and was buried, and resurrected on the third day.
Horus did.
Incarnate? It's crucified?
I want you to. Yeah.
Yes, Horus was crucified.
That's what you said. Yeah?
Yeah, Horus was crucified. And rose from the dead.
Okay.
He was crucified when?
Long before Jesus.
So you don't really know
Long
what you're talking
before
about, do you?
Jesus, for therefore Jesus.
Just start out anything.
Hey, listen, buddy. Listen,
What
buddy.
play this? You play.
I asked you for specifics, and you
I'm asking you for specifics. Give me a date of when Jesus was crucified. Give me a date.
He was about
You give me
33 years of age.
No, I turn this back on you.
Every
I
time
want
he
you
was
to tell me
crucified, there was a record of that kept. So give me the date of when
Yeah,
Jesus.
scriptures. You just reject those. So you
Yeah.
reject the very
Give me the
evidence
date.
required.
Hey, no, give me the date when
We're
Jesus.
gonna, we're gonna
He was
attack
33 years of age.
on this.
Give me the
When
date
was
when
Jesus
was crucified. Give me the date.
Give me the date. I want you to tell me the date.
Give
If
me
you
the date.
can't
I'll
Tell
call
me the date. Therefore, you
no-
have no form on this.
There is no court record of his crucifixion from the Roman Empire. Why is that?
Because he never existed for
They kept
6,000
records
years.
of the executions.
You can debate Bart
6,000
Ehrman on that. Even Bart Ehrman believes
I'll take you back 6,000 years.
Show me one academic journal article that Bart Ehrman has written that shows that
So you
Jesus,
disagree with Bart Ehrman? Okay.
that's been peer reviewed. Show me one.
Yeah. You could play this game.
Well, you just dismiss everyone.
Sit behind his desk and write whatever.
Never
Show me
existed
one
for
academic journal article that he wrote.
You should formally debate him then, Down. You should formally schedule a debate with him on a scholarly debate and debate Bart Ehrman.
He will.
Good.
Let's
There is no
debate
record.
this. Calm down and debate this.
He already says that. Read his own book.
6,000 years.
Spelled by
6,000. Not 2,000. 6,000 years. There is a a God that came down, and it was 6,000 years ago, and you don't see that, and I'm laughing with this too, because
I didn't say anything about
it
6,000
didn't
years.
happen.
Betty, we can't
And you
discuss
know I'm talking the truth, aren't you?
Benny, we should have a rule against drunk people. He's drunk. Okay, it's time to go. Time for him to go. He's drunk. Okay, nobody say anything. Yeah, Spellbinder, we hear you fine. You sound fine, buddy. Okay, I understand. Okay. Here's the thing, Matt. Give me the date of when JC was crucified.
So he was over 30 years old. I can estimate it.
So when was his crucifixion?
He's about 33 years old. 33 years of age.
Okay, what year was he born?
4 AD.
He was born in 4 AD.
Yeah, due to the genealogy and the record.
Where's his birth record?
On the New Testament scriptures.
That's not a birth record. Where's his birth record?
His birth certificate? Did they have birth certificates on?
Where's the birth record?
Yeah, they have birth certificates back then.
Where's that record at?
I'm giving you New Testament scriptures, but you reject that.
Okay, I'm not going to talk about a book that was written almost 200 years after he supposedly died. Okay, that's not a very good source.
No, written well,
You're just
not 200 years.
This
Well earlier than that. There's manuscripts that
in
can
the sky, and you're going to believe
First 100
that
years.
sky god. Come on.
Go ahead, Matt.
Yeah, you're saying 200 years? No, we have manuscripts that go within the first 100 years.
There are also manuscripts in there that are over 200 years old after Jesus supposedly existed.
There's a lot of copies of the copies, et cetera, et cetera. Talking about the earliest manuscripts we have. You are aware of what they are, right?
I've had this discussion multiple times with you, and you can't seem to wrap your head around this. Okay.
I can't wrap my head around you.
Book that was written about George Washington in the year 1976.
We're not talking about George Washington.
Let me finish.
We're not talking about him.
I cannot take a book that was written in 1976 about George Washington and call that a primary source.
Oh, of course. No. The God in the sky. I mean, you wouldn't believe in the God in the sky. That's your problem, not my problem. You have to realize that God is not in the sky. He's in us. He's in you. He's in me. We're all God. Do you not realize this? Females, males, whatever. I know. I can't argue with you.
You're not omniscient. You're not omnipotent. You're not omnipresent.
Yeah, that's true.
And you don't have a 10-foot cock like his God does. His God is a 10-foot cock, and it will kill a whale. Okay, that's all I'm saying.
That's brilliant.
Well, if you're omniscient, and omnipresent and all this shit, then you might as well have a 10-foot cock. You might as well be fucking tall. You might as well be this. You might as well be that. Come on, this is fucking ridiculous.
Okay, bye.
Arguing.
Okay, see ya. Stupid. Thanks for leaving. Okay, another Christian out. Bye. See ya.
Yeah.
And out he goes, and guess what? You lose another perfectly. I mean, I'm trying to tell you, God is in you. If you don't believe that God's in you, then you're...
Okay, that's a very personal thing. And I'm trying to tell you that a book written 200 years after George Washington existed about George Washington is not a primary source. Do you understand that, Matt?
You don't know that...
You're assuming 200 years. It's not 200 years.
How do you know how many years?
Where are you getting this number?
How do you even know when Jesus lived?
I know that he lived over 6,000 years ago. 6,000.
How do you even know when he was born?
Not 2,000. He lived, and he was out there. And if you don't see that,
How come there's no map from the so-called time that
imaginary
Jesus
world,
alive that shows Nazareth? How come there's no contemporary map of Nazareth?
how come Netanyahu is running Israel? Okay? Netanyahu, whiter than I am, and I'm a Norwegian, and he makes me look like a black person. Do you understand what's going on? No, you're not paying attention. And do whatever you want. I don't care. You don't understand what's going on. Netanyahu comes out as the Antichrist. He says, we gotta kill Palestinians. Really? I think the Palestinians...
You're trying to say that material written after the so-called Jesus guy existed proves his existence. That makes no sense.
Sure, because the original source material, because we have copies of it.
There are no scripts that were written at the time that he lived. None.
There's no script saying Netanyahu...
I didn't say they were written at the time that he was there. They were written after the account, and we have copies of what was written after the account.
There's nobody alive. There's nobody alive when those things are written, by the way. So who wrote them, and how would they know of Jesus if they weren't alive?
The disciples, and those under the authority of it.
None of the disciples wrote anything in the Bible.
Pardon?
None of his disciples wrote any of those things.
His apostles wrote
There's a
down.
big difference.
And those under the authority under an apostle.
So all these people know Jesus, and they're with him, and they see all of his miracles, but they can't. They are unable themselves to go talk to somebody who can write and say, "Hey, write this down right now. I saw this happen today. Write it down." You gotta wait 50 fucking years to do this.
60 years later. You know it was written 60 days later. Don't lie to yourself.
If you read the Gospels, John, or down, you'll notice that Jesus had to open up their minds to understand the Scriptures, the Old Testament Scriptures, what they were encountering in the New Testament day. He illuminated their mind after his resurrection to understand the Scriptures.
Listen, moron. If somebody
So you're not going to even argue with a Christian on a Christian basis. You're just going to dismiss the text outright without understanding what the text says.
I'm applying your statements to real historiography.
I'm telling you exactly what the Scriptures testify of in their situation at that time.
I'm not going to let you define modern science.
Why don't you represent my position accurately? Why don't you actually state what the Scriptures state,
to allow your
at least understand my perspective first?
I'm going to apply the modern convention.
You just ignore that Jesus had to illuminate their minds to understand the Old Testament prophecies and the Scriptures. Yeah, you don't care. Exactly. So your whole point of coming in here is to go, I'm going to challenge Matt on stuff, and whatever he says, I'm going to go, bullshit, bullshit, as if that's an argument. That's not a cogent, scholarly argument. Can you actually give me some fundamental basis for something, at least representing my position accurately according to the Scripture?
Source. Give me one primary source.
You, Matt.
I'm telling you, the Gospel.
Give me one primary source.
Thank you.
A primary source has to be written when the
Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John.
Matthew,
source is a journal.
Who says you? Who says you?
A news
Thanks for your opinion, but I'm not held to that standard. I'm not held to that standard. I'm not obligated to that standard.
Thank you, Matt.
Just because you postulate it.
You have total fucking bullshit, and I'm going to call it out.
That's a scholarly argument, man. That's bullshit. Okay, I can throw that back at you.
That Jesus was real.
Your standard is bullshit. So how about that? Does that work as an argument? If I go to you and say your standard is bullshit, is that an actual argument and refutation of your position? So why do you use it against me?
There's a diary. There's a journal. There are news articles. There are contemporaries that wrote about him. You have nothing of that for Jesus.
News articles are written after the event. Why are you using news articles as substantiation of your position? When news articles are written after the fact? Okay. Wow. Amazing.
Amazing that you're trying to strawman this. You have no primary sources. I would take an article. I would take a news article written that Jesus was alive, like his fucking obituary in the newspaper. That would be a primary source. You don't even have that.
Really? So your primary source has to be originals, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Primary source has to be around when that person lived. It cannot be after he lived.
Who says you?
You? Yeah.
The entire modern scientific community and historians.
Oh, a whole bunch of subjective opinions. Thank you very much. Okay.
That is called
Yes, it is. It's a whole bunch of subjective opinions. That's all you have. Great.
It's not an opinion.
That's all you got.
It's a primary source.
Says who? A whole bunch of people. That's what you just said. And what is that? It's a whole bunch of people's subjective opinion. Thank you very much.
Conventions of history and science. Never work in those fields. Never get a job in those fields. You will not go very far.
Thank you for your insult.
You don't.
Your little pretend fucking world where the rules of Matt only apply and the rules of reality don't apply. You are
You have this particular standard that you're imposing upon me, saying, Matt, you have to adhere to this standard. I'm like, what gives you the right to do that?
Reality is not subjective. It is what it fucking is. If you don't like it, then
Thank you very much for your subjective opinion.
It's not subjective. It's called reality.
Yes, it is. It's subjective.
No, it's called reality.
It's subjective.
It's called reality. In your mind, you're going to say it's subjective to rationalize your delusions.
I'm back on again. You notice. Don't shut up.
Delusional. I mean, there's no point in talking to you. I gave you a link.
You're talking to me, so there's no point in talking to me. Yeah, you keep talking to me. It's amazing.
And I'm back on again.
Do you always do things you don't want to do, Dow?
I gave you a link to Noah's tablet, and you ignored it because you don't want reality. You don't want reality. You want make believe.
I know where reality is. I'll tell you what reality.
You don't want reality, Matt. You want make believe. You want fairy tales.
Well, you have ESP, okay.
You're not going to shut me off that easily.
You know what I know. Okay.
You've already stated that the tablet up here is make believe. You've already stated that.
Okay. I'm an occultist. I know.
There's a tablet from the Mesopotamians, Babylonians, Sumerians, whatever it is, and it talks about the whole Noah story.
He says, shut up! Shut the fuck up!
Okay.
You're going to sit here and tell me that your Gospels are a primary source and that tablet's not, right?
You're pissing me off because you keep...
Matt, is that tablet a primary source, yes or no?
What tablet?
Stop cutting me off! I'm telling you, I am God. This fucker keeps just shutting me off because he can't handle the truth. I'm sorry about your non-able to handle the truth.
Hey, Spellbinder, Matt was muting you. Matt was the one
why you don't handle
no, I haven't muted anyone.
because I'm handling it and you can't.
Why would you lie about that, Dow?
I want to hear the truth. He was muting you. He's the one muting you.
Why would you say that, Dow?
Why'd you say that?
Matt doesn't want the truth, Spellbinder.
It pops up. It pops up with who muted who, and people in the room can see that I never muted anyone.
And they see you going after me.
Why would you lie about that,
Therefore,
Dow?
you are the lie, and I'm the truth. You
Exactly,
see?
Spellbinder. Matt's the lie.
You're the lie. And
Why'd you
you'll
lie
find
about
that out
people,
in
Dow?
the end. And you'll find it out. But I don't want to put you in that position.
Hey, Spellbinder.
I really don't want
Spellbinder. Matt's the one stating that there's a God in the sky. He's the one that said that, not me.
He is. He's a God in the sky. Don't you not know that he created the universe and stays outside in us to experience it? Are you not seeing that? What the hell is wrong with you? I'm really, I'm just trying to say the truth.
Spellbinder, okay. Here's the final thing here, okay? You wanna apply your own standards to what reality is. Your own standards to make your book real. I don't do that. I apply real science and real historiography to claims that people make.
Your assumptions.
Your assumptions. It's your
Science has
assumptions.
assumptions.
I state facts. Sorry.
You have no clue of scientific assumptions that are going into
Okay, just give me a
determining
favor.
what science is.
You want me to give you the science behind this?
Account for the uniformity of nature, then. Why is nature uniform?
I have to.
What is
In order
nature?
to do science?
By the way,
Nature
nature
is
is
the
not
science.
You're a fucking moron if you believe that. If nature was uniform, how come the temperature changes? How come the sea levels change? Nature is not uniform, you fucking moron.
Oh,
They
you
according to
believe in
predictability.
this, do you?
Down.
You believe in Al Gore.
Laws
You
of
think Al
okay.
Gore
The
says
laws of physics are not uniform.
Nature
Down?
is
Okay.
not uniform. We're not talking. You said nature, not the laws of physics. There's a difference. Nature is not uniform. Why don't you eat crow and admit that you were fucking wrong when you said nature is uniform?
is uniform.
I clarified that.
Nature is not uniform.
And he helps me. And there you are.
Things change over time. Do the laws of physics change over time?
You have the mental faculty.
Do the laws of physics change over time?
You function
Now,
at the level of somebody with Down syndrome.
do the laws of physics change over
You
time?
function at the level of somebody with Down syndrome who wants to believe that Superman is real. Who wants to believe that the Flash is a real person. You function at the level
Superman,
of
you
somebody with
believe
Down syndrome.
Superman's real.
Down, do you want to have a separate hangout?
Sure, let's go for it.
Let's go for it. I'll follow. I'll go after you, and we'll get in there and we'll have a real conversation about physics, real physics, not this God created in the sky physics. You want to play that? You really want to go there?
Go
I
creative
don't
physics.
think you want to. I know he wants God experience or something. It's weird. I want to inform him and wake him up to what is really going on.
Hey,
If he wants to go to
Spellbind,
another,
you already got owned by Sydney a couple days ago. So I mean, last night you got owned by Sydney. Ask an atheist, you got owned by him. So just get over it.
you don't see the reality, do you? You really want to see an imaginary planet in the sky. You really want that.
That's what Matt
And
wants.
I'm
Yes,
telling
Spellbind,
you,
that's
it
exactly
doesn't
what Matt
exist. It doesn't exist. Wake up. Wake up now.
God is.
Or
God
else.
does not exist in the philosophical sense. God is. Everything else exists.
You know what? Philosophy does not prove that my combustion engine works. I'm sorry, it doesn't prove it. Science does.
We're not
But
talking
you
about
can't-
combustion
you
engine.
can't prove the God in the sky.
We're talking
Is that
about
what you're saying?
reality, Matthew. Reality.
Yeah, we got to get down to the bare bones specifics here of certain things in reality, because you're lumping them all into one sort of sense, and you're just making a fallacy of
Observable,
general.
verifiable, repeatable. I'm going to steal a phrase from Christian Hillbilly. Observable, verifiable, repeatable.
What's that assuming?
And
What's that
that is-
assuming? What are these core assumptions in that proposition you just gave?
Yeah, you just
Do you know what's assuming that to even get to that point?
Fact.
Okay.
What makes something a fact?
God exists in the sky? Is that what you're saying?
It becomes a fact when it meets those three criterion.
Yeah, we were talking about even before you get to that point, what makes something verifiable, repeatable, and testable.
Yeah.
And Matt,
You're
I really-
assuming
Hey,
uniformity
Matthew, life is very short. You will die just like I will die. I want you to go out and enjoy life.
You're off topic. You're off topic.
You're off topic.
You cannot stay on one point for like 10 seconds. It's ridiculous.
You already said nature.
Going out
I
there.
challenge you on a point of your assumptions. You go, well, we're going to die, but we weren't talking about that. Can you
No, we're
focus for
not.
like 10 seconds? Come on.
Hey, Matthew.
Come on.
Matthew, I would gladly-
Hey, down. Can you focus?
Buy you a beer to take your mind off religion stuff and hopefully get to your rational human side. I know you have one.
So you're just here to insult, not actually have a dialogue.
How's it an
Because-
insult? I said that I'd gladly buy
You're
you a
bringing up stuff that I'm not even talking about. I talked about your assumptions,
You don't
the
even
scientific
understand what
method of
you're talking
verifiability,
about.
testability, empiricism, and I asked you about the assumptions. You go, well, let's start talking about death. It's like, what?
Science.
So when you're backed into a corner, you start running off to something else?
Listen, when science verifies, when science
me off.
verifies things, they become a fact. They're
You have no
verified.
clue what. Well, okay, you're assuming things in order to get stuff verified. I'm talking about your assumptions. How the hell you get even to that point?
You form.
Yeah,
okay,
exactly.
How do you get to that?
You were stating that science. Hold on a second. You were stating that science was subjective. When science has the results, there is no subjectivity. Those results
How
are.
about the assumptions of the scientific method before you can get the scientific method?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm starting to get angry, and I don't want to get angry. If I get angry,
You're gonna Hulk out?
I will piss this fucker off, and he'll go away. But I don't want to anger you. I want to know why you think the way you think.
Who?
It's not an insult when I say that I want to buy you a beer. There's very few people that I would buy a beer for, first of all. Second of all, when I say that I want to have a rational discussion, I don't know if people are trolling on here sometimes and they state this stuff just to get a rise out of people. So when someone's face to face, when someone's face to face, you can kind of get a sense as far as whether they're trolling or not. Okay, that was my point in that.
I missed that part.
I'm just saying when somebody says they want to buy you something and talk to you, that's not really a very good, that's not being mean or derogatory. I was much more derogatory before when I called you names, okay?
I didn't hear anyone bring that up. Who wanted to buy who a beer?
I said if you were in my city, I would buy you a beer to find out your rationals. That's what I said.
Oh, I'd buy you a beer too. We could probably have a pretty good discussion sitting down stuff, so I have no problem doing that. If you want to do it in a different format, you want to set up a hangout, I can dialogue with you on that. Just one-on-one.
Nah, one-on-one is too cumbersome. I mean, normally...
Why not? You can make it live, I don't care.
Why do you keep cutting me off? What's your problem? Cutting me
because
off.
you're drunk. Spellbinder, you're drunk, man.
Because I'm a wizard. And you don't like wizards. You're some type of super Christian and Christ sucks your dick and stuff. I know how you are. No, I see how you are. And that's why you keep cutting me off. And you shouldn't cut me off because Jesus is more behind me than he is behind you. Why? Because I am a wizard. And you're not. I studied this for 30 years. 30 years study, and I know more than what you ever will know about demons and everything. I'm really. And you're sitting there playing this games with me. Okay, keep playing. I mean,
Do you have tiger blood, Spellbinder? Do you have tiger blood?
Oh, I got tiger blood.
I bet you do. I bet you do.
Yeah. I like playing with these creatures, and they're out there. They're creatures. They're part of them, and they think they're holier than thou and stuff. And I don't.
Down is a secularist, right? So you do know that spell.
Yeah, I do.
Okay. Just checking.
I'm just, I'm just running into these people.
Hey, Matt, I guarantee you, your knowledge on Taoism or legalism or whatever it is very limited. So I mean, don't try to talk down to Spellbinder on that. Seriously.
You're well aware of legalism. So.
What's that?
I am. You know where I am.
Spellbinder's a Gnostic, self-proclaimed Gnostic. So.
And I'm an atheist. I always have been.
Okay.
I had people come to me and say, well, this is how the world started. God did this, God did that. And I had a lot of questions. And I asked those questions when I was a little kid. and you know, they said this and that, and I said, well, you know, I thought about it and realized that's not possible because I you know, maybe when I was 3 or 4, you know, before I can really recall these things, maybe I did believe it. I don't think I did them, but maybe I did. I'll just give you the benefit of the doubt there. Once you become a thinking human being, though, and you've gone to school and you've gotten education and what have you, that religion and education really aren't compatible. Science and religion are not compatible.
So as a naturalist, you became a thinking human being? How did you become a human thinking being when there is no God, there's no creator? All you have is the laws of physics and material matter under governance of those laws of physics. Don't know how they came into existence from your perspective, but that's all you have is those two things. How do you get rationality from that to be a thinking human being?
Well, I'm talking about high cognition. I mean, we're all thinking human beings.
You're assuming that. You haven't even substantiated that yet. You're just assuming that to be true, what you're trying to prove.
I'm not gonna talk about this, and you can't talk about it either because you were not a neurologist. Okay, so neither of us can really talk about
you
this.
Believe that material matter just spontaneously became conscious.
No, I don't
believe that. Yeah, you do.
I don't believe. I've read stuff just like anybody else has, but I'm not a neurologist, so I'm not an expert on this area.
You just do take it on faith.
No, I don't take it on faith.
Believe it. Yeah, you do. And explain it to me. You're not a neurologist. You can't explain it. You're the empiricist.
Why don't you dis-explain it on me? Okay?
Why are you disavowing your empiricism when it comes to this issue? Everything up to this point, you're empiricist. And I challenge you on this one point. You're like, you know what? I'm not even getting into this, Matt. You're abandoning your core thing leading up to this.
I correctly observe other people talking and thinking and doing this and doing that.
Yeah, I mean, you assume material matter because you're talking to someone. You assume that matter just became cognition.
No, I know where this is going because he pulled this up before. Okay, they have MRI machines that can see how different parts of the brain work. They've done this in studies.
How do you get rationality from that? How do you get true or false?
What do you mean by true or false? What are you talking about?
Can you even substantiate that from your position? Because you don't even know what it is. Can you get to that point?
Hold on a second. Substantiate what?
True or false?
That's
so
not
you don't even know what it is. Could not know what it is.
That's not a logical question.
You could not know
what it is. Can I substantiate true and false? That's not logical at all. You're trying to move towards this.
It's not logical. We get logic from chemical reactions.
You're trying to move. Okay.
Where do you get? You're a naturalist. You believe that all that exists is matter and physical matter under obedience of physical laws. You can't account for those physical laws.
You're taking things way too far here. You're taking things very far here. Okay. They have people that are pharaohs.
Because you don't like it. That's why. Why can't you get down to the fundamentals here?
Why don't you let me finish here?
Why don't you be honest?
Why don't you let me finish here? There are people who
You're dodging.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna have to just talk. I'm gonna have to talk, and you can talk.
You're dodging. You're saying, "Oh, you're not letting me." No, we're going down to the
specific.
specific.
Let me adjust this, because I'm not in the mood to.
You're uncomfortable getting down to bare bones specifics.
Yeah, that's what I think I should sound a lot better. Okay. There are people who are feral who were never educated. They never went to schools. They never had a family to socialize them. They were left out in the wilderness. Okay, Matt. Look what happened, Matt. They were feral. So explain to me. How you know they got logical if they're feral? Explain that to me, Matt.
You're assuming behaviorism.
Matt,
you're assuming. I can account for it from my worldview. They're creating the image of God. Even talking in that language is wrong.
Matt,
you can put sentences together. Even children can put sentences together without being taught it.
Special creations of God. That's your argument.
Pardon?
I have 30 years. I've studied Aleister Crowley. I studied.
Yeah, I'm arguing, Matt, that we are animals. We're all animals. You're arguing that we are special creations of God who receive logic from God. I disagree with that. And I just gave you a perfect example.
You just reject it, but you haven't given me a basis for your worldview.
I just gave you a perfect example for why that doesn't work.
There he goes. I mean,
even when somebody's not socialized with humans, shouldn't they still have logic?
Okay.
Yeah, of course they do.
To them.
They're creating the image of God.
They don't have the same logic that somebody who's been socialized and gone to a school and socialized with family in a community, whatever. they don't have the same logic that somebody in civilization would have. It's very different. Why is that? If logic is universal, it should be the same.
They deny the law of identity, do they?
Yeah. Yeah.
You have,
Number one, first law of logic, they deny that?
You have feral
I'm going with you.
Can you answer my question to you?
I'm not going to play this philosophy game with you. You play it before.
You brought up logic, dude! Okay, this is what you do, Down. Bring up something and say, I'm not going to talk about the topic that I brought up.
I am
Are you
talking
serious?
about neurology. I gave you examples. You give me no examples.
So you bring up logic. Is logic
You're not gonna cut me out of this argument.
no philosophy of logic?
Okay,
You want to dive into philosophy?
Philosophy and logic does not prove
Keeps putting me out. What's
there's
wrong with
logic.
him?
There you go. There's
You
God.
are not.
Well, I can't really follow the conversation, Down. I asked for a request to set up a separate hangout. Do you want to have a separate hangout?
You want a
No, I
secret?
If, if you want, I mean, I'm kind of have a tough time following the conversation here. I do want to dialogue with you.
Go after you. Yeah, and we want it. And do you want this conversation, or you want to play this game of keep cutting me off? Do you really want to do that?
Okay, Matt, I cannot do a live hangout. Do you want to do a live one? Hold on a second. Hold on. I'll post a link. Hold on a second. I'll set it up right now.
Okay.
Okay. You put the link on here, and we'll move
Spellbinder,
to
if
it.
you want to ramble, go ahead. I'm busy setting up a hangout.
Okay, that's good. I love it, and I'll go along with it. I just hate keeping this guy from cutting me off and telling me I'm too logical.
Okay. Anyways, actually, hold on a second though. I think I can carry on here for. Let's try it a little bit longer. If it gets worse, then we'll disperse here. Okay. I gave you examples of where your whole premise that logic proves God and humans inherently have logic and all this stuff, whatever. I gave you an example of people that are raised feral. I mean, my perspective, my is that
Belief.
human beings are animals. Okay.
Come on, man.
Yeah, you believe that. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they're animals.
Meow.
Okay, and then
Can they be meow? Meow.
They're animals, and that's it. There's nothing special about the human being at all. The only thing that's special about us is how we evolved from the other animals. Now, monkeys and apes and all that stuff, we did not come from monkeys and apes. They are related to us. We evolved from a different type of animal.
Well, Anunnaki, do you not understand? The Anunnaki created us so we could mine the gold of this planet. And it was in South Africa when they had all this gold mining. It's proof. You can go down.
Yeah, I clarified my basis a little bit here. Do you want to clarify your basis for how humans got to where they are today?
your basis assumption, Down, is that you just had this material matter under the operation of physical laws go from non-conscious to conscious.
Automatically. I agree with you.
Via magic.
What do you mean by non-conscious to conscious? Because I think that
Is a hydrogen atom conscious? Is it conscious?
Hey, let me clarify. Let me clarify so you don't need to give the whole 300-page story here. Okay, I think whales.
Just one quick point.
I think whales and dolphins are conscious. Okay, I think many animals are conscious. Go ahead.
Okay. Is a plant conscious?
We're playing.
Is a hydrogen atom conscious?
It's hydrogen.
Is hydrogen conscious?
Conscious is a state of being in which there's a self-actualization that you're a living thing. Okay? That's what I define as conscious.
We're well aware of what consciousness is. I'm saying, how do you get from a non-conscious thing, which, if you affirm that hydrogen is non-conscious, and you get a whole bunch of those things together, you get a molecule of oxygen attached to that. Is that conscious? No. Okay, so you get all these non-conscious things together. At what point do you get consciousness from non-conscious things? You're going from the negation of the thing to the positive of the thing and saying, yeah, you get a whole bunch of these non-conscious things together, you get consciousness.
I got consciousness when my brain developed in my mother's womb, and then I came out of my mother's womb. Even
Talk about consciousness from your evolutionary worldview. You believe that non-organic matter became alive and conscious at some point, right?
I like
non-organic matter. Okay, I believe that our planet.
Yeah, you believe that.
Let me finish though. Okay. Okay. Evolution is a theory. Now evolution does not necessarily look at how life created in the ocean. It looks at animals and how evolution takes place. Now, there's no theory currently in science that states that we came from the ocean and we formed a certain way. However, there is a hypothesis that states that. Okay? It's not a theory yet, though. It's still being investigated. I freely admit that. And it is a hypothesis. So the hypothesis that we were in the ocean and we were microbes and we combined in some manner or way over time for millions of years, we became more complex organisms and then ventured onto land, that's the hypothesis that I currently follow.
So they came on land, are they conscious?
Yeah.
You said we in the ocean, so the we in the ocean is conscious?
I don't have enough information to answer whether it is or isn't.
Don't have the information, there you go.
Okay. So at a fundamental level, you completely have no answer. And you're an empiricist, right? You're an empiricist.
See, the thing is, though, is that you're coming on, you're claiming to have all the answers, and my position is that
I haven't claimed any answers yet.
You have, actually. Because
I said my position.
You're claiming God. You are. Your answer is God created the logic and created this. That's your answer. I'm saying that I don't have the answer.
So you don't know.
What do you know?
Until science transforms this hypothesis into a theory.
How do you know the assumptions that science goes into?
Yeah.
You do know them, right?
Right now it's a hypothesis. I've already stated that.
Do you know what science assumes? Do you even get to the scientific method?
Science makes a hypothesis. I don't accept it until it becomes
How do you make a hypothesis? Based on certain assumptions, right?
You make an educated guess on something.
That's a result of the hypothesis.
No, the hypothesis itself.
Now, based on tests, and you get test, and you get predictability. Therefore, you guess. You're predicting stuff in the future. You're observing stuff in the present to predict, to control your condition in the future. Okay.
Whatever.
I'm saying, before you even get to the scientific method, you're assuming various things. A priori, just assuming them and taking them for granted.
You're taking your current knowledge of what you know about things, and you're making a hypothesis about current knowledge.
So you're not actually addressing your own position, aren't you? So once I challenge you on something, you go, well, you're doing, you want to do 2-cocaine or what? Is this the point? Is this the whole point of your debate?
You're trying to invalidate science.
I know I'm assuming things, but you are too, Matt.
They're trying to invalidate science because they're making an educated guess.
Maybe Hume did that, and Bertrand Russell did that well before you were even born, dude. If you read them.
Okay, I'm still not following you. Okay, I'm going to play
Past
along with
experience cannot lay a rational foundation for future expectation. Do you agree with Hume on that?
I'm going to play along with you just to give you a glory.
I quoted atheist philosophers to you.
Science is nothing but assumptions. That's all it is. It's totally assumptions.
I agree.
It's an assumption that my car's going to start when I turn the fucking.
I agree. So what's your argument?
That I won't get hit by a car when I leave my house. It's the fucking assumption that when I go to the toilet and whip my dick out, that I'll be able to take a piss and not piss blood. It's an assumption that when I go to bed, I'll be up in the morning. What's your point?
You're assuming future. I'm saying, on what basis do you have any basis for assuming that the future will be like the past?
But what's your point, though? I just made a lot of assumptions. How am I wrong for making those assumptions?
Well, you went to future expectations saying, okay, yeah, that's just an assumption. I'm assuming the future. I'm saying, how do you even assume scientific methodology in the present based on past experience when you can't even validate the assumptions that science goes into?
I know what you're talking about. I mean, I don't do philosophy, so we're not going to do philosophy here. Okay?
Maybe if you want to clarify terms or something like that, ask me specific questions. I'll address them and answer them honestly to you.
Listen, it's really pretty straightforward here. I've already said it. Science has an idea, okay, and it wants to know, hey.
How do you get that? How do you get it?
Yeah,
You're just going, they have an idea. Great. How do you even get to that?
Well, you're trying to invalidate the whole scientific method because they come up with an idea and they want to test
Can you actually account for the scientific method? The scientific method is to give a reason for why things happen. Can you answer why you have the scientific method or not?
You know, you seem to get out.
So it rests on no reason when the whole scientific method itself is to give a reason for why things are. You can't give a reason for the foundation for science. You go, it's based on no reason. There's no reason for it.
I don't understand what you're saying.
The very purpose of science is based on no reasoning when the whole philosophy is supposed to give a reason.
Precipice of science.
Precipice. Right.
Okay.
Right.
Okay, here's the
Is there a
thing.
reason for it?
I already gave you what you wanted. I already gave you what you wanted.
Can you give me?
Science is nothing but assumption. I already gave it to you.
There's no reason.
There's never a reason according to you. It's all assumptions. Okay, so I gave it to you.
I'm asking you for your position. Can you answer honestly?
I already answered it though, and you keep ignoring me. I said that science takes the knowledge of what it knows right now. Okay?
What's the reason for the assumption?
Let me finish. I'm not going to go back to 3,000 years of science. I'm talking about right now. Science takes what it knows right now, and then it says,
I feel like diving into this.
Our prior knowledge states this. Now I think that this might work this way. So they form a hypothesis. They test it. If it doesn't work, then it gets thrown away. If it works, then it gets repeated again and again and again, and it's verified, and then it becomes a theory. What's your point?
If there's no uniformity in nature, you cannot perform consistent experiments. Which when I challenged you on earlier, you said, well, it's not uniform.
Experiments are not consistent.
How do you get... Wow.
The experiment is not consistent. The results are consistent to prove the experiment, though. Okay. You have a methodology.
The results are consistent if the conditions aren't consistent.
You have a control. You know, it's not called consistent. It's called controlled. You have a controlled environment in which that experiment is done. Sorry.
Based on laws of physics, right?
I don't know what you're testing.
Which are uniform? They're not uniform, or they are uniform? Laws of physics.
You're starting to mumble like the wolf guy now. Come on.
Laws of physics.
Come on.
They're uniform, right?
Well,
yes or no?
I can't answer that question. I don't know.
Tell me something you do know.
The laws of
physics. Every basis thing, which is fundamental to the position, you dodge, and you say, I don't know, but I'm going to assume this. That's the basis of your argument on every single point I've challenged you on. Fundamentally, every time it gets down to a core issue, you go, I can't get into that, Matt. I can't, but take my opinion for granted on this.
The thing you're doing, though. You're claiming that you have the answers. I'm leaving an open mind to say
You haven't got to me yet. I'm cross-examining your position.
We have not been inside a wormhole. We don't know if the laws of physics apply the same way in a wormhole.
You have no clue.
You're not making any sense here. You know, for a black hole to exist,
you know anything?
The laws of physics.
You know anything?
Open-minded here, and you're trying to state that because I cannot give you a direct answer on these questions.
You're the empiricist.
That science.
You're the empiricist, dude, not me.
Assertion.
You're the one pontificating empiricism. I wish you'd stay consistent with it. That's just what atheists do. They pontificate empiricism up to a certain point, then they dive into philosophy.
Things can be proven. That's all that science says.
So you have to dive into philosophy to validate your empiricism, right?
We don't use philosophy. Sorry.
Yes, you do. It's a philosophy. Science is a philosophy.
I know many scientists who know
the philosophy of science. Got any college?
I know very little about philosophy. I'm not going to play this game with you. Okay.
Science is philosophy. And you're absolutely ignorant of that.
Geology. She talked about geology. She didn't talk about philosophy. I'm not going to play these word games with you where you're going to call everything around you philosophy. We're not doing that. It's not going to
You have
happen.
philosophical assumptions that lead you to empiricist epistemology.
You don't use philosophy. Sorry, it's called science. It's not
You're in
philosophy.
denial. It's clear. I'm glad it's live for you because you can review this later on and know that the assumptions you're going into are philosophy in order to get some sort of empiricist epistemology, okay?
Your own paradigm. Right now, you're altering your reality to fit your own
You're
paradigm.
assuming
Your
all
paradigm
reality.
is that the whole world is philosophy. Okay, the whole world is philosophy is your paradigm. And if that's your personal paradigm, that's fine. Have fun with that.
Otherwise, you can't get the philosophy of science. You just reject that and say, no, science is science, man. It's not philosophy. Quit calling it philosophy. You know, it's called the philosophy of science.
Okay, you're making the claim.
You're ignorant of that.
You're making the claim that philosophy is science. So when I go to have brain surgery,
proved it to me by saying, I don't know all the assumptions they go into, but when you make assumptions, that's a philosophy.
Out of my brain.
That's a philosophy.
When I go to have brain surgery,
go into
out of my brain.
Pardon?
When I have a car fixed, what philosophy is being done in my car?
Now you're switching.
No, I'm not switching anything.
Yes, you are.
Auto mechanics is a science.
Before you get to science, you have philosophy. Before you even get to empiricism.
Okay,
which is a philosophy.
You were hijacking something in the historical record.
You're very ignorant of philosophy.
The record state that all of science is philosophy because there were philosophers in Greece.
I said they have certain assumptions that they assume the validity of in order to engage in the scientific method. In order to even formulate it, you have a philosophy in order to
alchemy was when they started to use the beakers and the chemicals and all this stuff. So all science is alchemy, right?
You're assuming the uniformity of nature.
All science is alchemy, right? It should be.
No, I never said that. Why are you putting words in my mouth?
I'm using the same logic that you're using right now.
You're assuming empiricism as a standard and saying it's not philosophy. It is a philosophy. You're ignorant of that.
No, I'm not ignorant. You're
yes,
ignorant
you
of
are. You just don't like that.
Your logic and
you're
really
playing a game.
You won't even respond to it.
You're demonstrating your base assumptions. That's philosophy.
You're
demonstrating it in the chat. You're
really good at word games. You're really good at word games. Okay, here's how it works, buddy. If you're an attorney and you go before a jury,
your subjective opinion. You're going to tell me how it works. Okay.
If you're an attorney and you go before a jury and you have your own version of reality,
so you have all knowledge of everything. Therefore, you can tell me what is.
If you have your own version of how things are, you're going to lose. You're going to lose your case as an attorney. You have to explain things to the jury under the guise of what reality is. You can't alter it yourself.
Who's my jury? Who's my jury? You?
The jury right now are the people in this room. Nobody knows what the fuck you're talking about. Seriously.
We're just talking about you and your assumptions.
No, you're talking about yourself.
And your whole argument is, I assume empiricism, Matt. It's a science. And I'm going to say science is not a philosophy. And there I'm going to hold that hilt and say, no, if you're going to say it's a philosophy, I'm going to say, no, it's not. That's what you're doing.
Science doesn't just throw shit out there and say, hey.
You're in self-denial.
And if they make educated guesses. They don't make assumptions. It's an educated guess.
How do you get education from chemicals?
This guy is
You're the naturalist. I wish you'd stick with it. You're assuming things you cannot even account for. Are there education?
When you go to
Chemicals
school,
get educated? Really?
Okay. So take my advice, Matt. Go to school and learn things. That's how you get education.
You haven't even
Matt,
education on your chemical worldview.
Yeah, Matt, how many years?
How do chemicals learn? How do they learn?
How many years of university have you had?
How do chemicals learn?
Matt, how many years of university have you had?
How do chemicals learn?
How many years of university or college have you had, Matt?
Do I need to know that answer in order to give you that question of how do chemicals learn?
University or college?
You're dodging. You're dodging.
If you go to college or
how
university,
do chemicals learn? You said education.
Sorry, but
how do chemicals educate themselves?
I'm an adjunct professor, and normally I charge.
How do chemicals educate themselves?
If you want to learn this stuff, you can go to a college or university and learn all these questions.
Mr. Empiricist, can you please answer my empirical question to you?
How many years of
From
university
your
have you
own
gone to?
philosophy, how do
How many
chemicals
years of
educate
university have you
themselves?
gone to? How many
How
years?
do
You're focusing on one.
University assumes education, okay? So your question assumes education. I'm challenging you on education. Can you actually answer the question from your worldview? You
I'm
believe
not
in
answering my world. I
determinism.
can't my
How do
worldview.
chemicals educate themselves?
I'm sorry, but I don't answer
How
questions.
do
about
they
the world.
educate themselves? How do
Questions on
chemicals educate themselves?
the Nazis had a worldview, man. They had
How
a
do
world.
chemicals? You're
Everybody
running off on
who
red
declared
herrings,
that
left,
the
right,
genetic
and
ancestry
center.
should be killed. That was their
Any
worldview.
more red herrings?
I don't
Any more red
subscribe to any
herrings now?
worldview. I
Any
subscribe
more red
to
herrings?
facts.
Any more red herrings?
I don't follow any worldview. I
You
follow
have a
facts.
view of the world where there is no God.
I
Do you
follow
not?
facts.
You're great, Matt.
You have a view of the
You're
world
great.
which entails no God.
I have a view that science.
You have a worldview down. Okay, just admit it.
When science
Quit
proves
being
that God is
obtuse.
real, when
Quit being
science proves
obtuse.
God is real, when science proves God is real, then I'll believe in a God.
You're assuming empiricism, which you haven't even justified yet. You're just assuming that to be the truth.
I'm not gonna play this game of philosophy.
I know that God's within.
And you pontificate philosophy and go, I'm not going to argue philosophy with you, Matt, and then down pontificates a philosophy.
To say that I follow the facts. Okay, it's a fact.
That's a
It's
philosophy.
fact that if I put
That's a
diesel fuel in my car, my
That's
car
a
will break. So I don't put diesel fuel in my car.
You're arbitrary.
I put unleaded gas. It's a fact that my car only gets 10 miles to the gallon. Therefore, I only
account
drive
for
10
that.
miles per gallon to make sure that I don't run out of gas.
That assumes uniformity,
There are facts
doesn't
in the
it?
world,
And I
Matt.
ask you, why is
There
nature
are many
uniform?
facts in the world. Okay.
Yeah,
There's a
and why
fact
is it
that my
uniform
car
that
needs
way?
4 quarts of oil. Therefore,
Why is
I
nature
put 4
uniform?
quarts of oil into it. Why is this so hard for you to understand?
Why is nature uniform?
It's not uniform.
You just said if you have this certain amount of gas, you'll get so much miles to the gallon on it, right?
And
If
there's
you have those conditions verbatim, it's gonna have a certain result, right?
There's cars that get 90 miles to the gallon. There's cars that get 40 miles to the gallon.
And
There's
under
many
those same conditions, you
that
get
can
the same
affect
result, right?
mileage. It's not.
You
It's
get
not a
that
uniform.
certain thing, and under those conditions, you get that certain mileage, you get a certain result, right?
God,
Why is it like that?
That's called testable and repeatable. That's not uniform.
How can you have repeatability? How can you have repeatability if it's random?
I don't even know what you're talking about.
You said you brought up repeatable.
have
Are
no
you
idea.
ignorant of what you're saying? You said
I'm not-
repeatable.
I
You
stated
said
what it
those
was.
words.
No, sorry.
You rewind the tape. 3 seconds ago, you said repeatable, testable, and repeatable. How do you get repeatable? Repeatable? How do you get repeatable if it's not uniform?
I'm starting.
You can't repeat it.
I'm not sure you're totally sane here. Okay, I'm starting to.
You brought up repeatability. What's repeatability?
Starting to question your
From your
sanity.
position, how do you repeat it if it's not uniform?
Hey Matt, do you and Nephilim Free ever present together?
Do you always introduce terms that you do not know how to define and actually explain?
I've
You
already
bring up
explained.
repeatability, and I challenge you on. You go, Matt, I'm a red herring you.
I've explained it very well, and you.
You're
continue
red
to-
herring. You dodge repeatedly when you're challenged on specific issues.
I have
You're
not
very good
dodged.
at it. Okay, just shut up right now and define repeatability.
I've already defined it for you.
No, shut up right now and repeat your repeatability thing. Okay? Demonstrate repeatability here. Can you do it for the audience?
I've already explained it. I'm not going to explain it again.
You're dodging. You bull crap. I challenge you on it. You haven't even defined it. You just assume it. You go, I'm going to introduce this term, and when Matt says, what do you mean by repeatability? I already defined it. No, you just asserted it. You haven't defined it at all.
And
You just
Matt,
assume repeatability.
Matt, I want to get to know you in a personal level, okay? What college experience,
Pardon?
what college experience or university experience do you have?
Pardon, Dad?
What's your education?
What do you mean? Post high school? What?
Yeah, what's your post-secondary education?
Post-secondary education is business school.
Business school, okay?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do I have to have a piece of paper written if I can't debate someone?
Okay, I have a degree.
I mean, really, do I have to show it to you or something like that in order to argue philosophy with you? Or?
Let me finish. I have a degree in foreign language, and I have
Great.
a degree in history. I also
Great.
have an advanced degree in education as well. Okay.
Great. Piece of paper says you know some things. Great.
So when you come in here, postulating,
You arguing from authority, a piece of paper? So if I had higher degrees than you, you'd have no argument really, because I'd have higher degrees than you, right?
That's not what I'm getting to. Okay.
Then why do you bring it up? It's
Let me finish
stupid.
talking. You're not letting me finish here.
You bring it up as if that's some sort of freaking argument, dude.
Let me finish. I'm trying to make
Otherwise, you wouldn't do it. It's so clear.
You're talking over me. Okay. My degree in
It's
education.
pointless. That's
My
why.
degree in education and my experience does make me an expert in that area. My degree in my foreign
No
language.
kidding.
My degree in my foreign language and the papers that I presented professionally does afford to me a degree of expertise in that area. I do not have a formal degree in science, and I'm going to be the first one to admit that I'm not an expert on that. Now there are many things that I don't have answers for.
But you're an empiricist.
When you come in here, though, you claim to have all the answers for science, and I'm sorry.
I never said that.
But
You're putting words in my mouth.
You're acting like
You're
you do right
assuming
now.
many things about
And
me.
that really concerns me. That really concerns me that somebody who's not educated, and I've admitted
I'm
already.
sorry it concerns you.
That I'm not in science as well.
Why would it
Somebody-
concern chemicals?
Somebody who's not educated is going to tell somebody else who's not educated in it that they know
Why
more.
would it concern chemicals that just do what they're pre-programmed to do when presented with certain stimuli? So you're just reacting to what you're chemically determined to do based on what I say.
I'm not reacting chemically. I'm not reacting
Yes,
chemically.
you are. You take in input and you just react via
It's not a
stimuli.
reaction.
That's all.
It's called the fact that I have a ability to discern.
You're assuming that. You're assuming the fact.
I'm not assuming anything.
Yes, you are.
Neurology has studies that show how the brain works.
You assume consciousness, which you cannot answer. You're just going to say, I'm conscious, Matt, and therefore I'm right.
Matt,
You can't
here's
even
how it
account
works.
for it.
Matt, here's how it works. Those videos of ISIS.
This is how it works. Okay, you know, I have all knowledge. Therefore, you know how it works in all cases, in all times, in all places, right? So from your finite, a posteriori knowledge, you're going to give me an ultimatum on all knowledge.
Here's how it works. I have an organ. I have an organ in my head that gives me consciousness.
Which is just chemicals in motion.
It gets blood and
From
oxygen.
that, how do you get from chemicals in motion?
There are chemical processes.
This is true, and this is what is.
There are chemical processes that happen in the head that allow for consciousness. I agree with you. So what's the debate?
You just assume that they do that.
No, it's been.
And I'm asking you, from your empiricism, lay it out, you Mr. Empiricist. You can't do it.
When somebody has a stroke, okay, they lose that consciousness. Why do they lose it? They know the
Lose
different
consciousness when you pass out.
Yeah, you do
You're
lose
just
consciousness.
non-responsive.
Your brain's not getting the oxygen. But how come when somebody has a stroke, it's more complicated than passing out from a lack of air? How come when somebody has a stroke, they lose certain abilities to talk?
The motor skills, duh, yeah.
Okay, let me finish. Those motor skills are tied to your brain. The brain gets damaged and they lose those abilities.
Are we talking about motor skills or are we talking about truth?
We're talking about all of them. They lose the ability.
Yeah, it includes everything because we're created in the image of
lose the
God
ability to
from my
learn skills,
position.
and they lose the ability to discern reality from non-reality. Sometimes they do lose that ability. Same with Alzheimer's and dementia, etc. We know how those parts of the brain are affected. We know exactly what parts of the brain are affected.
Did they not evolve right or something, or what? How do you account for that from your worldview?
I don't have a worldview.
Where did that come in? How do you get that?
You know, I really hate this term worldview because the Nazis
It's
had a
your
worldview.
perspective. You're giving me your perspective.
I'm not
That's
giving
a
you my perspective.
worldview. Yes, you
I'm
are.
telling you the facts. I'm telling you the
Are
facts.
you always this self-contradictory? I'm not telling you my perspective. No, I'm not. But you are giving me your perspective. You're giving me your truth. You're going to say, Matt, I'm going to tell you how it is. Isn't that how you started the conversation? Like
Matt, I want to take you out to
3
ice
minutes
cream.
ago?
Hey, I wanna take you
I'm
out
going
to
to tell
ice
you how it is, Matt. You're going to tell me how it is. You're
I don't
giving
wanna
me
make
your
you go
worldview.
upset right now and so conflicted. I will buy you some ice cream at
So
whatever.
stop contradicting
I want to help you
yourself,
out.
Down. Stop contradicting yourself. You won't run into too much trouble.
I will get you a nice red balloon as well. I will make you happy and whole again.
So are you always this self-contradictory? You say, I'm going to tell you how it is, Matt. But no, I'm not giving you my worldview. I'm just telling you how it is.
Yeah.
You don't see that? Are you that blind?
You know, you're following along in the same
Are you that blind?
Of, logic, ergo God. Philosophy, ergo God.
You haven't even got to ask me questions yet.
What's that?
You haven't even got to asking me questions yet. You're assuming a whole bunch of things. You haven't even clarified anything.
I already know who you are. I've talked to you before. We've talked before.
Okay. So when I challenge you on your position, you back into your just assuming things to be true.
No,
You have yet to prove.
I told you there's many things that I don't know because I'm not a neurologist. I'm not a
Yes,
I'm not a chemist. I'm not a biochemist.
But you're going to tell me how it is universally, right? With your limited knowledge, you said verbatim, I'm going to tell you how it is, Matt. This is how it is. You have all knowledge from your limited perspective, I say.
There are facts.
It's a fact. You know this.
There are no notes.
From your a posteriori knowledge that you just take
There are
in.
no
notes. You've encountered all of the universe? All of reality? Really? Interesting. You're making these bold claims from your finite perspective, saying, I'm going to tell you how it is, Matt.
Hey, Matt, I'm going to sit back and listen to you because you're going to tell me how it is. Go ahead, Matt. Tell me how it is.
Ask me some questions. I'll answer them.
Why don't you address everything that you've said to me? So tell me how consciousness works with God. Tell me how it is, Matt. Proselytize. Let's hear it.
God is eternal.
Me.
There's never a point where he went from non-conscious to conscious.
That's a perfect answer. God is eternal. Wow. That explains everything now.
Do you know why?
Totally
Do you know why? Do you know why? Do you know why?
I totally get it, Matt.
Do you know why?
Why don't you explain why, Matt? Yeah, go ahead.
Down? Do you know why?
I don't know why at all, because I'm an atheist, and I don't buy bullshit, but go ahead.
Because he's revealed himself to be.
Every Christian I talk to has the same answer. I hear this again and again from all of you. Calvinist.
Haven't even gotten the Calvin. Do you actually know what Calvinism is?
I don't know. Right now, you're stating the exact same thing that the New Right evangelicals state under Jerry Falwell at all these.
And he's not a Calvinist.
Oral Roberts University. They all say the same.
He's not a Calvinist.
I've been to all these campuses.
They're Arminian.
I've talked to these same people, and you're saying you're a Calvinist, and you sound just like one of these new right.
We do have basic theological bases. We disagree on soteriology. You do know that Calvinist or Arminianism debate dialogue is based on soteriology.
Okay, so your answer for a consciousness is God is eternal.
No.
All you got to say is one statement: God is eternal. That is consciousness.
No, you asked me. What was your first question to me?
God is eternal. So your knowledge base is greater than science now. Because
I'm saying that God is conscious. God is eternal. Therefore, when He creates man in His image, there is communicable attributes to His creation.
Your knowledge based on science is greater now. That God is eternal.
I'm not the empiricist. You're imposing your standard upon me. Do this self-reflection here. This is what atheists do. They take their philosophy and impose it upon the Christian. The Christian has a different philosophy. Down. Down.
I can stand up and say
that
the engine of my car is eternal.
Hello.
The engine of my car is
eternal. It's finite.
But you can't see it because it's invisible.
It's finite.
It doesn't conform to any of the modern conventions of science.
Your engine is a material property of the physical universe.
When my car has no visible engine.
Your engine is a physical property of the physical universe. That's not equated to the immaterial God, the creator of the universe. That's not even close to a parallel, because you're making a fundamental category error. An engine is a physical property.
How is a fundamental category error? I have a
You're
book.
switching categories. You're giving me a physical representation of something that's immaterial, revealed in Scripture as immaterial. You said you were asking me questions. I thought I can actually answer them.
I don't need to demonstrate at all that my engine exists because it is invisible.
You're assuming empiricism, which you have not justified. Your assumption. And you're trying to put it upon the Christian, where I'm an empiricist.
Is different than every other engine. Just like your God is different from every other human being.
How do you know that?
He's invisible.
How do you know your engine's different than the other engine? How do you know that from your worldview? How do you even get that from your chemical reactions? Can you answer that, please?
You sound kind of upset, Matt. You sound very upset.
You're making these assertions, and I'm throwing them right back at you, saying you're assuming a whole bunch of things you can't even answer. You're not even going to try and attempt to because you just give up.
Matt,
how do you know
Matt,
your engine's different than some other engine?
That's where you and I differ, Matt. I don't have all
How
the
do you know that?
I don't have all the answers, but you do.
Well, continue. I only got the one question thus far.
Matt, please tell me you're trolling. Please tell me you're a troll.
You're saying, well, as soon as I answer, you go, well, Matt, this engine here, and that's not, it has nothing to do with the question I responded to. Nothing. You're imposing your empiricism upon the Christian and saying you got to adhere to this philosophy. So I'm showing you that you're making the mistake of not letting me clarify my position and articulate it without you interrupting and imposing your philosophy upon mine, saying you have to adhere to these standards. Your standard is arbitrary.
But I'm not giving you any philosophy, though.
Yes, you are. You deny that. Yes, your science is philosophy.
I live in a world of facts. I don't talk about
It's called the science, the philosophy of science, dude. Look it up. Google it. Type in philosophy of science.
I mean, it's a fact that I already told you the facts of how my engine works.
It's a philosophy. You assume certain things even get into your engine.
Science has verified that my engine requires unleaded gas. My engine requires
That's an assumption.
Oil.
That's an assumption.
My engine requires. It is not an assumption. It's a fact. My engine requires coolant.
In fact, you need that. How do you know it needs that?
It's been verified by science as a fact. That's how. It's not an assumption.
This, in order to do that, in reality, you're assuming uniformity in nature.
I don't care.
This physical material that contains these certain.
When anybody makes an assumption on anything, I don't buy it.
Down. Can you let me finish? Down. Can you let me finish? You just said you have to put this certain type of oil and this certain type of gas in an engine for it to work at a certain point in time. You have to have certain conditions met. How do you know that that chemical is going to be uniform when you put it in the gas tank?
I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about. How do you know? Uniform goes though, Matt. There's so many different types of oil.
Does it contain the same properties or not over time?
I don't know what you're talking about.
You introduce fuel and oil, and you say, well, if you put this in this engine, it's going to run. Does it contain the same properties over time in order to run it day by day? It runs it day by day, right?
And that chemical produced a certain
result. It runs it day by day, right? So the chemical is uniform over time, right? The chemical has its uniform properties over time, does it not?
Chemical itself does not have uniform properties. Science applies that.
Does it have electrons, protons,
Science makes that chemical to work a certain way.
You believe in atomic theory? Do you believe in atomic theory? Atomic theory?
Sorry?
Do you believe in atomic theory?
You're jumping all over the place here. Let's stay on.
Is a proton a proton? Is an electron an electron?
Let's stay on the engine here, though. I like the engine better, though.
What's the material made out of?
Okay,
you're assuming materialism,
you are
and you can't get down to the core thing.
Than what I use. That's all you're doing right now.
Do you believe in protons, neutrons, electrons?
But I don't say uniform.
Do you believe in protons, electrons, neutrons? Yes? No?
I'm not going to talk about that. I want to stay on the engine right now.
Can you discuss anything?
So the oil was proven to work a certain way in this engine.
Brother.
Yes, it was.
That's assuming a lot of things.
Put this oil in your engine. Put this oil in your engine to make your car run. That's a fact. I mean, that's all there is to it.
Does the oil have its same properties? Yes or no over time?
I don't
How's it
know.
say
There's so many
uniform?
variants involved with the types of oil and how it should be used, the weight of the oil, the company that makes it, the additives. I don't know. I can't say that.
So how do you have repeatability?
Uniform implies that
How do you
everything
have
in oil is going to be
repeatability?
identical, man, and it's not.
You're
Oil
not
is not
even
identical.
repeatability. How do you have repeatability?
You cannot say uniform. That's a bad term. Uniform means that every oil that comes out of the ground is going to be identical, and it's not. They have
I didn't
different
say
qualities.
that. You said one specific oil that goes in your
They have
engine.
different qualities. They have different
Are you that
viscosities.
dumb?
They're
You
not
brought up
uniform.
oil that goes in an engine. You go, well, different oils come out of the ground. You said about an engine oil.
Different
Why
oils
do you
do
go
come
from
out of the
engine
ground.
oil
They're
to
processed differently.
oils coming out of the ground? Why do you switch?
Why do I switch?
Why do you switch?
Why are you stuck on this for over an hour now?
Can you
seem to
stay
have been
focused
talking
on the
about-
topic that
you're
you're at? When I
talking
bring up
past me
engine
now. Now you're
oil,
talking
when I bring up
past me.
engine oil, you bring up all oils coming out of the earth. Why do you do that?
Well, all oil does come out of the earth. What's the point?
We're talking about engine oil.
Engine oil does come out of the earth. What's the point?
Because you brought up the engine, right? So why do you go
Yeah.
from engine oil to various oils coming out of the earth when I challenge you on engine oil and its properties, consistent over time, to run your engine, and you
Matt,
go,
I'm gonna help
well,
you out
Matt,
here.
different oils come out of the
Matt,
earth
you caught
differently. That's
Matt,
not
you
even
caught
a
me in the
topic
corner.
we were
You
on.
got me, Matt. Matt,
Don,
you got me.
down.
Every oil is uniform. There you go. You got me. Okay, next question.
There's different types of oils. We agree. You brought up one specific. I stayed on topic. You went to
Yeah,
the
Matt, let's stay on
generality.
topic then. Every oil is uniform. Okay, next question. Stop talking about this. What's your next question?
Why is it uniform?
What's that?
Okay. Ready?
Yeah,
Want to make sure you're listening. Okay. Why is it uniform?
I can't deal with this definition. It's uniform because you say it. It's uniform.
You're assuming uniformity. And
It's
I
uniform
ask you,
because you
why
say it.
is it uniform? You say because it's uniform. You're begging the question. I'm asking you
Because
why.
science has tested the oil or gas. And
All oils?
Let me finish fucking talking. Science has devised a way. Science has devised a way to manufacture the gas, and if you manufacture it that way, it will produce fuel for your car to make it run. That's
Have
why.
you tested all gases?
What's that?
Have you tested all gases?
I've never tested gas in my life. Sorry.
Okay. Thank you.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm showing you from your philosophy, from your a posteriori knowledge, finite knowledge, you're taking a finite particular, your experience, what you've experienced up to this point, and assuming it generality across the board universally.
No, it's not an assumption, though. I've looked at
Yes, that's what you're doing. You're
I've looked at
extrapolating.
scientific books on gasoline and how it works. It's not an
Oh,
assumption.
your Bible, okay. People wrote things in books? Oh, you're kidding me.
Yeah,
People
they
wrote
did.
things in books and you assume it's truth?
They documented. They documented
No,
things.
that's the first thing you came in assuming that you want to attack religion on because someone wrote things in books.
Matt,
Wow.
Matt, I'm sorry, but the
I find it hilarious when people say that the
scientific
Bible was written
books-
by
the
men
scientific
and
books
it's just
that
men,
show how gasoline works
fallible
are very
people.
different from the
Yet when
Bible,
they
okay?
appeal to their own
Matt,
knowledge,
Matt,
they appeal to
Matt, you're not listening
books
to me,
written
buddy.
by fallible people.
Matt,
Can you explain that to me?
the
Why you have a
scientific
double
book
standard?
on how gasoline works
Can you
is
explain
different than the
that to
Bible.
me?
You cannot compare
Can
them.
you- I
Matt, you cannot
absolutely
compare the
agree.
Bible with a
I
science book.
agree. I agree.
Matt,
I
I really
agree.
want to counsel you on this, buddy. You cannot
Then stop
compare the
doing it.
Bible to a science book. They're very
I
different.
didn't. I said the claim is that the Bible was written by humans. It's not
Okay,
inspired
Matt,
by
listen,
God.
listen.
Well, hold on.
Listen, Matt, if I
No,
write
hold
1
on,
plus
shut
1 is
up.
2 on a piece of paper,
Quit using your
is that
list.
the same as the Bible?
Listen. No, I'm not being bullied by you. Just saying,
If I
just
put
because
1
you say
plus 1 is 2 on a
listen,
piece of paper,
just because you
is
say
that the
listen.
same as the Bible? Yes
Hold
or
on,
no?
I clarify a point. Can we actually have a dialogue without you just saying, hey, Matt, listen. If I addressed you every single time I got on mic here and said, down, listen, You're
Yeah,
bullying.
well, Matt, you gotta
I
realize
haven't
I'm
done
very
that to
dominant
you.
in my
Hey,
relationships. You know,
Hey,
I like to dominate. I like to
being
bend
a
that
dick.
ass over
You're
and
being a
dominate.
dick. You're being a dick by doing that. I haven't done that to you. Show me some respect.
Well, I
You do that every
normally
single
am the
time.
dick
No,
in a
and
relationship. I'm just saying.
and your
And I
BS.
pound
And
that dick as deep as I can, Matt.
no.
As deep as I can.
Okay, so you're just the authoritarian saying, "Hey, I'm going to say, listen to everyone that gets on my mic." You're so arrogant. Just how about you just shut up for a second?
Matt, I like you.
How about
Seriously, I like
and stop treating me like that.
No, I
Stop
like you.
doing that. Then shut up and you listen. And
Matt,
if you
hold
like
on,
it, then
Matt,
I'm just using your own
Matt,
standard against you. I'm using
Matt,
your own standard against you if you're just allowed to say, "Hey, listen to me," and that's some sort of authoritarian thing in a Google Hangout. You say, "Well, Matt, just shut up and listen to me."
Well, some
Then how
folks
about you
like to be
shut up and
dominated.
listen for a
Matt,
second?
Matt, I read you wrong.
If
You
that
don't like to be
standard
dominated.
applies to you, or you're saying that applies to me, then I can use it right back at you. So quit being arbitrary, and why don't you just shut up and listen, because you can't have any argument against that, because you just use it against me.
Okay, Matt, I promise that I will not put any handcuffs on you or strap you down. Okay, go ahead.
Well, stop with your arrogant attitude and saying, just listen, listen. That's arrogant. When someone starts off a conversation like that, it's like, you're not paying attention to the conversation. You're just dismissing me, and you're trying to be the authoritarian, talking down to someone. You listen to me. It's so pontificating.
Matt, if I add you as a friend, can I add you as a friend?
Yeah, I don't know why you're not already, but we should have had previous dialogues before if we did talk before. Separate hangouts, just not meeting on public ones, which I want to have a cogent conversation, but when I'm being talked down to half the time, every time I try to make a point, it's like, shut up and listen. I can't have a cogent dialogue when someone's just being authoritarian over top of me saying, listen. I mean, I haven't done that to you tonight at all.
Actually,
I haven't said, shut up and listen.
You did it for about 45 minutes, though. I give an answer, and then you just talk over me.
I was questioning on your philosophy, and you didn't like the questions.
I don't have
That's
a
what you
philosophy.
honestly did.
I don't have a philosophy.
And you said, I don't have an answer to that, Matt. Okay, fine. We're having a dialogue on that. You gave up. That's what you did. And I left it at that.
I didn't give up on anything. I let you know up front.
You said you don't know this. You don't know that. You gave up on it.
You said the laws of physics are uniform, and they're not uniform inside of a vacuum like a black hole, or I don't even know if a black hole is a vacuum or a wormhole.
You can't give me any definite anything.
Matt,
give me something definite. Do you know anything definite?
Matt,
do you know anything for sure?
Matt, science is not definite on everything.
Do you know anything definite?
That's what's great about science. That's what's great about science.
You said you were going to tell me how it is. You said that verbatim tonight. Rewind the hangout.
I said there are known knowns, but the laws of physics is not a known.
They're known for sure.
You
sound sure.
You want to apply every single potentiality.
Are you pontificating sureness? Then when I challenge you on, you go, no, I'm not really sure.
You want to say the laws of physics are going to be the same? Are going to be the same everywhere, and they're not going to be. So yes, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if the laws of physics are going to apply the same in a wormhole as it would on Earth.
You said you were going to tell me how it is. Do you know how everything is? I'm using your own words against you. You stated it, not me.
Hold on, Matt. How tall are you?
I'm 6'7".
Okay, 6'7". So when somebody grabs a measuring, in your case, it's going to have to be a measuring tape because you're pretty fucking tall. I'm 6'4". So when they measure you,
that's pretty tall.
You're 6'7", so they'll measure you at 6'7" again.
Imperial measurements, they'll be different on the metric scale.
Of course it will be. But on the scale of inches, once they measure you, though, it's going to match up again and again and again, right?
Well, I change over time.
Okay, right
really,
now...
my core beat does not.
What, say that again? Go ahead.
My personal identity doesn't change. My physical appearance changes.
Okay, so you're 6'7" though. So, would you call that?
That's a problem in philosophy too. How do you get personal identity over time?
By the way, if you're
Really?
if you're 6'7", I hope that you played basketball because you should have been playing basketball.
4th grade. That was it.
Yeah, I had a student who was 7'2", and he never touched a basketball in his entire life.
Wow, 7'2". Well, Pittsburgh doesn't have a their own basketball team, professional or something like that, so it's never something to aspire to. Cause
Are you in Pittsburgh right now?
Yeah, born and raised, man.
Okay, it's very gloomy
Yep.
there. Okay, so
What's that?
it's a fact.
Oh.
What's that?
Yeah, it's really cold.
Yeah, so it's a fact that you're 6'7", right?
At the moment, yes.
Yeah, that's a fact. So the stuff I was telling you about is information that's currently a fact.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. If I die at age 65, that's going to stay a fact forever. Like that will never change, right?
You died at 65. Yes.
That's
If
a
that
fact. It
happens,
won't
yeah.
change. So what I want to do is I want to cut through all the philosophy bullshit and state facts like that.
You're assuming that from chemical reactions you get facts. Do you understand that? That from your worldview, from how you view the world, you come from a naturalistic, materialist
Chemical
worldview.
reactions. Well, hold on. If you
Lead
mix
to facts.
if you mix the petroleum a certain way, you will get a chemical reaction, and it will make gas. That's a fact.
That's a conceptualization. A fact is a conceptualization. Yeah, we know it does what it does. That's a thing conceptualizing what a thing is doing. A cognizant being. I'm saying how you get cognizant being from mere chemical reactions. So you just start off with elements, and these elements come together, and they're non-conscious. You get a whole bunch of these non-conscious things together, and you're telling me from your fundamental level that, hey, we just get consciousness from these things, Matt. I take that for granted. You take that for granted. I just take this for granted, Matt. So I assume consciousness in every single thing I'm arguing about here, yet from your fundamental level, you're not even thinking about how things started and how you can actually explain how they did it. But you're the empiricist once post-consciousness, but you're like, well, when it comes to consciousness, I can't be an empiricist. I just, plead ignorance on that.
Well,
You're abandoning your empiricism.
My consciousness.
You're an empiricist up to a certain point.
My consciousness came from my parents fucking when they were younger. Okay, that's how I became conscious.
Keep going back. Keep going back. So it came from a conscious being.
I don't want to go back. No, let's focus on that though. Let's focus on sexual reproduction and then having somebody who's conscious. Explain that to me.
Mm-hmm. From my perspective, consciousness.
Matt, hold on a second. Matt, hold on a second. Matt, was that a chemical reaction? When my father's sperm went into my mother's tainted vagina, and I was a little sperm. I was a little sperm that raced above before ahead of all of them. Was that a chemical reaction?
Because God has ordained via His creation on how humans are to reproduce.
Yeah,
via His created order.
I know that's your view of it.
You just asked me a question, so I'm supposed to give you my answer, ain't I? No, duh. So you're like, well, yeah, you're giving me the answer you're supposed to say. Oh, yeah, I did ask you the question.
That's a really good example of where a chemical reaction takes place in order to make this tall human being. I'm not as tall as you, but
yeah, it made my physical body, but that did not create my consciousness. It's a continuation of life. Reproduction is a continuation of life.
See, you believe in a soul. I don't. You can't have the consciousness without this body.
We have fundamental differences, of course, down. We're gonna butt heads on fundamental issues. That's not an issue. It's accounting for certain things from our worldviews and who can make a cogent response that actually corresponds to reality.
Exactly, to reality.
Yep.
Reality's
Yep.
important.
How do you know what's real?
I'm not going to play that game with you. Not doing that.
You just assume what's real is real. That's your assumption. There you go. Assumption number 5 or 7 on the list.
Not going to play that game with you.
You assume what's real, and you say whatever I say, Matt, is real is real.
No, because people are going to
can't
say
justify it.
people are going to start saying, well, then prove you're real. I mean, it's not going to go anywhere. I'm not going to go down that road.
You're assuming realness.
I'm sorry, but
I'm sorry you're doing that, but that's just a fact.
Okay, if I didn't know what reality is, then when I died at 65, if I live that long,
You have base assumptions of what reality is. You
when I died
believe
at
that all
if I
reality
don't know
is.
what reality is, then how come I'm dead at 65 when I'm dead at 65? Why is that?
Wait, repeat that?
If
You don't
nobody
know what
knows,
reality is.
if no one knows what
It is
reality is, then how come when I'm dead at 65, I'm dead at 65?
That's a fact. Yeah, that's a truth statement. Are
It's
you
a fact.
speaking that when you're dead, or what?
What's that?
Are you stating that truth statement when you're dead?
It's
That's
not
a
going to be
truth
stated.
statement.
I won't be able to state it because I'll be dead. People around me will state it for me.
Oh, how does it obtain its truthness? Because they state it?
Because I'm fucking dead. Okay, I'm 60.
That's begging the question. I said, how do they know that you're, how does it obtain its truth value?
Okay, no, I'll tell you that's a good question. They checked my pulse. They
No,
they check my temperature. Okay, when my temperature is 40 degrees, I think they know I'm dead.
So you have to have conscious beings confirm something? Is that what you're saying?
In order for
in order for it to be the fact of the matter, you have to have a consciousness being verifying something.
A conscious being has to verify it in order for it to become a fact.
Really? So were there facts before humans? You're an evolutionist? Were humans eternal or what?
Before we existed,
were there facts?
Before we existed, there was no written down facts or documented facts.
There's no truth?
I'm not talking about truth. I'm talking about the truth is subjective. A fact is not.
Is a fact true?
I'm not going to compare a fact to the word truth, true or false. So that's a false.
You're equivocating the two terms. I'm actually asking you to clarify those two because you use them interchangeably.
Apply what you just said to what you just said. Okay. If there's nobody here to write down a fact, how can it be a fact?
It's a fact regardless if they write it down or not. It's whatever it is.
If you had no book at all, if you had no Bible, would you be sitting here telling me there's a God?
Of course not.
Somebody wrote it
down. He revealed himself.
Fact.
That's his self-revelation from the Christian perspective. That's his self-revelation to his people.
Please tell me that you're drunk and smoking weed right now, and like you just come out here.
No, I'm a Christian. I am a Christian, Down.
As long as it helps you pick up the.
What you're saying is, Matt, abandon your core, disregard your fundamental pillar. Therefore, you can just straw man the death out of me. I'm not gonna allow you to do that. That's my
fundamental core, so you can have fun and you.
Well, you have your fundamental assumptions as well. We know that.
Abandon your fundamental core.
We already exposed them.
Abandon your fundamental core, so you can be a real, rational human being, have fun, and go to parties and do cocaine and have a bunch of cocaine.
Why do I have to do that?
What's that?
Do I have to do that?
You should experience as many things as you can before you die.
I should? Where's the obligation? I should? Who says? You?
Wait,
how am I obligated by your personal opinion? I'd like for you to clarify that for me. How am I obligated by your personal opinion?
You're not obligated at all by anything I'm saying.
Oh, then you shouldn't use the word should you?
I'm giving you advice.
Okay, don't pay attention to the words you're using. Can you do that for like maybe 10 seconds? So be self-reflective and listen to the words you're using. Matt, you should do this. Wait, and I say I'm obligated by opinion? No, you're not obligated by opinion. Well, that invalidates you using the word should in your sentence, doesn't it?
Here's the reality. You're going to do whatever you're going to do. I can provide all kinds of scientific evidence for this and that, and you're still going to do what you want to do.
Yes, people do what they want to do. Yes.
Exactly.
I'm a Christian. I actually agree with that position. People do what they want to do.
So it's really futile for me to disprove every single one of the things in the Bible. Like, that will not go anywhere.
Well, most atheists are very ignorant of, or at least the things they want to bring up as arguments against the Bible. They're very ignorant of things because
I can
usually
bring
once
up
they're
a
challenged
lot.
on things,
I was baptized Catholic. I was
you
raised.
say you didn't want to do that.
Didn't want to do what?
Bring up things in the Bible. So it'd be
I
pointless for you to do that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Then you go, well, I'm going to do that now, Matt.
But I'm not doing it though. I already said it'd be pointless. I'm saying that if
Okay.
I were to do that, if I were to do that, first of all, it'd be pointless. Second of all, it would allow you to evangelize about God.
You don't like that?
No, I don't like evangelization at all.
You don't? Okay.
No.
Great. So now what?
I think evangelizing is now what? Well, now you meet me in a bar and we play some pool and darts. I don't know what. I mean,
And I'll buy you a beer.
Bring the cocaine while you're at it, please.
No cocaine. No thanks.
Somehow I'm not buying that. I'm not buying the fact that you've never used cocaine before.
Nope. Never. Never
That's
any
a-
drugs.
That's a lie. That's a total lie.
You know that.
I can tell.
You sure you want to do that before God and everyone? Yeah. Okay.
I'm not going to use this against you. I'm legitimately wanting to know. Have you smoked a joint before?
Nope.
I'm not. I'm really not buying this.
I swear before my creator.
Please tell me you're a troll. Please tell me you're a troll.
Nope, not a troll. I'm being honest with you, dude.
Hey,
100%.
Rose. Matt and I are getting way too intimate. Do you want to add anything? Because I want to take a break for a little bit here.
Yeah,
we've been there for a while.
I think he's making it his show, like the Matt show or something.
Oh, thanks. No, really, Downs talked more than I have, actually. I think, yeah.
There's a lot of people on here that want to talk, and nobody could talk like over an hour and a half because it's the Matt show. But yeah.
Okay.
Hey, Rose. I wanna save the saliva in my esophagus and my palate here. Do you wanna ask him some questions about his ability to verify the claims that he made?
Well, yeah. I mean, all of us want to have questions, and nobody could even speak for like an hour and a half. So it's just a of nothing. Everybody's talking to everybody. Nobody's getting time for anyone to explain their points. It was useless. What do you think? Matt? Do you think that time was useless for you for the last hour and a half?
No.
Wow. Well, it was for us, okay?
Well, all it was is I was asking Down to answer.
Damn it! I was going to
questions.
talk to Seth. Fuck.
But
Go ahead.
you're kind of skippy on my end, Rose. Was she skippy on your end, Down?
Skippy?
No, she sounded fine to me. There's kind of a loudish burst of echo, but it's fine. I can understand her.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I'm on my phone, so I have to yell at my phone. Sorry.
No, you sound fine. No, you're loud and clear. I'd rather have you loud and clear and be a little too loud than too soft. I don't.
Yeah,
like too
maybe it's coming through my earphones or something like that, so I'll mute when she talks. Maybe I was getting echo or something like that, and it was.
Matt,
Rose, hold on, Rose. I don't want to talk. I want others to talk, but I want to talk to Seth for a second. Seth, have you been watching the thing while it's live here on YouTube at all?
Nope.
Okay, so let me phrase it very simply here. Okay, so Matt basically said that I have faith, or that I'm making an assumption when I read a book on how gasoline works and how it has the whole mathematics behind how in science, and has all the documentation for how gas will go into my car and make my car run. He's stating that I'm making an assumption on those formulas. Okay,
that's not correct. That's weird.
Yeah, I know. But I want Seth. Sorry, Rose. I'll let you talk as well, but I don't want Seth to leave. So Seth, he used that little thing to say that, well, my Bible's the same way. I have all this stuff in the Bible that says this and that and blah blah blah, and it's verified. You know, the Gospels prove God. So, what is your take on a book on gasoline proving how gasoline works versus the Bible?
Well, Down, you should be accurate in describing the earlier conversation when you said the New Testament documents were unreliable based on the writing.
Matt, he's not talking to you. He's talking to somebody else. Let them speak.
Well, he misrepresented the conversation that took place
Alright.
well beforehand.
But he's talking to somebody else. He's not talking to you.
Down is well aware of the previous context, so I want to be accurate.
How would you approach that faulty comparison?
I'm not sure it is a faulty comparison. I have a little bit more faith in Mr. Bell than to assume that the way you're explaining it is so is as accurate as it's going down. And whoa, shit! I just spilled my drink. That's good. And apparently, from what Matt was saying, I might be justified in that assumption that you might not be explaining it that accurately. I don't really know. I wasn't in the conversation. I don't feel like commenting too much on it without knowing how the conversation was going exactly.
Okay. Fuck the conversation. Let's say that I said that. I'm a total devout follower of God, okay? And that was my rationale. Let's say that I said it. How would you respond to that?
Respond to what exactly? How would you be justified? I don't understand what the question
Let's
is.
say Matt never said it. Let's say I'm completely making it up because I actually said it myself, okay? So how would you respond to that? If I said that because you look at a book on gasoline and how it works, that you're only making an assumption, just like with the Bible.
It's 2 o'clock.
Yeah, I have no idea.
You have no idea. Okay.
I guess my response would be the what's written about how gasoline works in whatever science book you're reading is independently verifiable, whereas the Gospels, as far as I know, aren't as independently verifiable. There's a lot of but there is a lot of scholastic work or biblical criticism that supports the dates and the sources.
But it's not independently verifiable, right?
It is to a sense. Like the dates that are most likely the dates that that some of these books of the New Testament were written are independently verifiable. You could actually go and find out what the independent. I don't know, it's not independently verifiable in the same way. It's about as independently verifiable as anything in history.
Isn't papyrology a scientific method?
Damn it.
Papyrologist, right? Papyrologist is a profession, right?
What?
The science of it.
I'm not sure.
Papyrologist. People who study papyri in ancient texts. That's how they date the things, by the way it's written.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Yeah. Papyrologist.
Matt, here's the thing, though. Where are the original documents for the New Testament? Where's the
Where are
original?
they? I don't know where they're at. We
Why
have
don't you?
copies of them. Why don't we?
Where's the
Because we're so old.
But if you want to verify how old it is, then you have to have the original. So Seth, where's the original?
No. Well, it
Wait,
depends
we
on what you
have
mean
to
by
have the originals?
It depends on what you mean by verify. I mean, we could read was written about 30 years after Jesus' death.
So you reject the writings of Plato and stuff like that, even though they're hundreds of years removed?
I can't read lips. So.
Seth, I'm really sick of you placating the fundamentalist rhetoric. I'm sick of it, Seth.
Well, it's not, I'm not placating fundamentalist rhetoric.
It's called historicity of documentation.
Atheism. You are a total embarrassment to it, Seth.
I don't know how it could be an embarrassment to atheism. Atheism is purely a concept that no God exists. Theism is likely false. I hold to that, and I think I have good arguments for that, unlike you.
I've never heard any of your good arguments. I've heard none of them, actually. So why don't you impress me for once and actually argue against theism for once and stop.
Dan, do you know what the most well-attested ancient document of ancient antiquity is?
Seth, I would love to hear these arguments, and I'm not being facetious. I would love to hear your arguments against theism, but you never make them around me. I don't know what your problem is.
Nothing.
So I'm pretty sure I have, but I don't want to totally take over the room. I promise you, I will give you one or two. But I want to hear what Matt's going to say. Matt, what were you saying?
No, I was just asking either one of you. Was the most well-attested ancient document of antiquity?
Tommy, you got a lot of background noise. Do you mind muting?
I'm getting that mustache. I'm getting the mustache, dude.
Okay, I'm gonna mute Tommy. Sorry, Tommy.
Yeah, my question
Do
was,
I know the most attested to ancient document?
Yep, the most well-attested ancient document of all antiquity.
That's a good. I don't know. Are you going to say that it's one of the Gospels?
It's the New Testament.
New Testament isn't a document, is it?
agrees with that. Pardon?
The New Testament isn't a document in and of itself. It's a series of documents, right?
Mm-hmm.
How can something like Revelations be attested to?
What the fuck are you guys talking about? You guys don't even make sense.
Seth's making sense.
When you look at the manuscripts from the time they are and the continuity of the manuscripts over time.
You sound like Nadia. Shut up. Oh my god.
Are you ancient? What do you mean
studied? Have you guys studied textual criticism at all?
Yes.
I've listened to some textual critics. I haven't studied textual criticism myself.
Okay. You know, about textual variants, stuff like that. You know. So we know what's been added to the manuscripts because of the veracity and tenacity of the text over time.
Like the whole ending of Mark.
Right. Yeah. Because it's not in the earliest manuscripts.
And it's in a totally different form, and it totally changes the narrative of Mark. Right.
I agree. Yeah. I don't believe Scripture. That's my opinion.
God, you guys are some narcissistic motherfuckers, man.
What does narcissistic mean, Rose?
Yeah.
You guys just talk over everybody. There's people on the panel.
Actually, me and Seth are going back and forth quite calmly.
Exactly.
Different than me and...
Exactly. For 2 hours. 2 hours. Nobody's... I haven't heard from anybody else but you.
Oh, okay.
You're just center of attention, Matt. And
Okay, Rose. Rose, point taken. What does narcissist mean?
It means you, Matt.
Well, Matt, you know, Matt is. Hey, I'm going to defend Matt on this. Now, Matt is 6'7", and I bet when he goes into a bar, he probably.
Are you
Everyone does look up to me. Everyone does look up to me.
I bet they do.
Yeah, there you go. So
you know, there was another. You're a Christian, Matt, I'm assuming.
Yes. Yeah, I am. Yeah.
So there's a Christian on.
This is
there was another.
Matt.
There was another 6'7" Christian who was on the Dogma debate with David Smalley, arguing against abortion. So that's kind of interesting. You don't meet a lot of 6'7" people, so.
True.
Matt, what do you think about that, Matt? Matt, what do you think about that? Matt, we need your opinion on that. Matt, it's fucking annoying, Matt. Shut up.
My answer is when.
You're not the like the fucking
Rose,
lion.
I answer stuff when it was addressed to me.
What do you want to talk about, Rose?
Yeah, I mean, it's like, okay, well, you could have interjected at any time. It's just me and Down were going at it.
Rose, she's making a good point, though. What she's saying, Matt, is that make your stuff concise, make it concise so Seth can respond to it. Then you can respond to Seth back and forth. That's all.
Oh, we were doing that. We were doing it more cogently than me and you, Down, were doing it.
I have no problem with me and Matt's back and forth. I think that it was fruitful and interesting.
And I want to give a shout out to my lovely friend here, Mark. Mark, I'm glad you found it.
Oh, fuck off.
Hi, Mark.
How you doing, everyone?
Good. How you doing?
I'm just peachy.
Great. You look peachy.
Yeah. So what's going on in here?
Hanging out.
Mark, please don't flee when you start to hear Seth talking about this topic. Don't flee. I mean, please.
Well, hold on. I want to just Rose for a second because Rose came into the Hangout earlier saying it was like really, really boring. Then once we got into stuff, then she said, "Well, you're hogging the Hangout, Matt." It's like, okay, so you complain about one thing when it's this state, and you complain about it in another state. You just can't please everyone, I guess.
So who's the atheist and who's the Christian?
I'm a Christian.
I'm sorry.
Matt.
And Rose?
Unless my picture didn't pop up when I spoke, but.
Hey, Rose, are you there? Mark wanted to know what your affiliation is. She might have lagged out of stuff.
Are you an atheist? Are you a theist? Are you a deist? Pantheist? Panentheist?
I mean, this is the thing that I want to get across here, though. Is it doesn't really matter what you are, Matt. You know, it doesn't matter what you are. What matters is that you want to alter my political system or my laws because of what you are. That's what matters to me.
Does he?
Anybody who's religious wants to do that, Seth.
Well, no. The Baptists, for the longest time, fought for a separation of church and state. A lot of religious people want a separation of church and state because they don't want other religions to have privilege.
Cannot tell how the church is to be run.
Right.
Seth, I like your logic on that, and I agree with it. This is a problem you have because they don't want other religions stating how things are. I agree with that.
I think a constitutional convention is in order, and let's get this worded correctly. Just do away with the entire problem and get fucking religion out of our government.
In what way?
In what way? Let's take, for example, abortion. Your religious beliefs or representatives' religious beliefs have nothing whatsoever to do with law. And, you know, I don't see it happening.
Who says?
What's this?
Who says?
Who says that it doesn't have anything to do with law?
Yeah.
Until every single person in this country is Christian and holds that belief.
So once it's 100%, then it's law.
Matt, you stay for an hour and a half, dude. Let other people talk.
I'm going point by point, point counterpoint.
Quiet, dude. Let other people talk, Matt. It's not
I'm
your.
letting them talk. I'm challenging them on one point.
Oh, she's been removed.
I wouldn't have fun to keep her around and just mute her when she's being irate like that.
No, I mean, I'm not going to interrupt you. I mean, you took a break there, so I wanted to challenge you on one point.
Yeah, it's fine.
And you were making that point. That way we're not, like, speaking past each other saying, well, you said this. At least I can remind people, you just said this, and I'm addressing the point, like, point counter, you know.
I'm fine with that.
Oh, cool. Good. I'm fine with that as well. So just making that aware.
Instead of complaining that other people aren't getting a chance to make a point, maybe you could have actually made a point.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, continue. But yeah, my point is, who says so? You said once Christians, or if the entire population was Christian, then therefore it would be correct to make it law?
No, but this theocracy thing.
Well, I'm not a theonomist, though.
Well, I know, but let's face
Jews
it.
run a theocracy of Israel, you know. They run a God's authority.
You know, look at all the people that get into office, and because their religious beliefs are against abortion, I don't see how that should affect an atheist.
Doesn't the pro-abortion person have religious convictions as well, in endorsing their position? Because they have a philosophy of life, what it constitutes life, and they make laws deciding that. Therefore, it's legal to do that and murder.
What is that, religious belief?
Yeah, they have a basic assumptions on their philosophical assumptions, what they believe about the true nature of reality. They say this is not a living human being; it's a fetus. It's not human. You can kill it.
Right.
That's a religious conviction. They're making laws.
I don't think it's a religious conviction at all.
Sure.
No, philosophical.
That's their fundamental assumption. For their own religion, their own worldview.
Right. No, I disagree with you there.
They don't have a view of the world.
I
They
don't think.
view the fetus in the womb as non-human, right?
Well,
These
I
people that
mean,
make those.
the law says that it's not. The law says it's a fetus, not a baby.
The law, subjective, collection of subjective human opinions determines what's a law, right? According to your.
I don't think that the best arguments for abortion or for choice are that the fetus isn't a human. I think the best arguments go along the lines of the violinist argument, the argument that a woman has autonomy over her own body and whether or not it is a human.
Okay, so does her body have 4 arms, 4 legs, 2 hearts?
No,
Does
but her
body
womb
have that?
Part of, no. The baby that lives within her.
Okay, you said her body.
Fetus.
So there's a body in a body, right?
Right. I'm that
Okay.
that goes without saying, and I'm totally granting that for my argument.
Autonomous over her body. So she has autonomy over her body. I agree.
Mm-hmm.
But her body contains another body.
Right.
So it's not just her body.
Right. But we
She
don't.
does
We
not
don't
have 4 arms, 4 legs, 2 hearts.
I understand that, but
Okay, good.
I understand that, but her womb is her body, and she should be able to decide whether or not her womb is used to
Her womb
as life
is her
support. for another
body. The body inside her womb is not her body.
Right, but we don't. This is the only instance in where we we even contemplate forcing somebody to give up a part of their bodily autonomy for life support for another body. We wouldn't do that if you hit somebody in a car crash, right, Matt? And they had the same blood type as you. We wouldn't force you to give blood to them, even if it was your fault that you were in the accident.
I have an organ donor card on my driver's license, so.
So do I, but we wouldn't force you if you were alive to give blood, which is minor inconvenience, to the person that you put in the hospital. Yet we expect a mother or a woman to give use of her womb to an infant against her will.
Against her will? You're saying every instance of abortion is because of rape?
No, but
okay. Okay. So it's not against her will.
No, I think it is, because consent for sex is not consent to have a baby. Just like you driving drunk isn't consent to give blood to somebody that you put in danger.
What does the law, Matt? What does the law call what's inside a woman's body? Is it a baby or is it a fetus?
It's a human being.
Well,
it has human
according
DNA.
to law.
It has human DNA.
According to
right?
law. I'm asking you
a
simple question.
I'm asking
to the law.
Whose law?
The United States.
A whole bunch of subjective opinions. I'm asking a more fundamental question. Is it human DNA?
Well, okay.
Is it or not? It either is or it is not human.
My heart contains human DNA.
It's human, right?
My heart, yeah.
Yeah, you're human whether you're not. If I remove both your eyes and both your arms and both your legs, you're still human, right?
And so is that woman if she gets rid of her kid.
She's human, yeah. And so is that human. What's the argument?
Well, one of my arguments.
They're both human.
One of my arguments is.
You asked what's the law state? They should say it's human because it has human DNA, right?
Well,
that's the truth of the matter.
When did Adam become a living, breathing human being?
Per Genesis, when God breathed the breath of life into him.
When God breathed the breath. So is it a human being until it breathes?
No,
I mean, we could go.
Genesis. Let's tackle that. That's not analogous to every one of his progeny that are via sexual reproduction. He was not created via. Hold on. Genesis, if you're being biblical here, God created man and woman, not via sexual reproduction. All of Adam and Eve's progeny are created via sexual reproduction. Life continues. Life does not start at conception. It continues at conception.
Which creation story are you talking about? The first or the second?
Genesis. You said when
two.
Adam was created, God breathed the breath of life into him, and he became a living soul. That's what Genesis 1 says.
So this whole breath thing is interesting. I just want to add something to the conversation here. According
That's
to
not
Jewish
equivalent
teaching,
to all.
I understand. I just want to say that according to Jewish teaching and some rabbis, and I think this is probably supported in the Torah somewhere. I'm not sure. Look it up while I'm gone because I have to pick up a friend of mine. But according to a lot of Jewish thought and teaching, the soul enters the body of a child and actually becomes a human when it takes its first breath, not while it's in the womb.
What's the Hebrew term roh?
I'm not sure.
R-A-U-C-H. It's the breath of life. Adam was not a living human being until he breathed the breath of life. I look at it the same way. Get rid of the kid at 8.5 months. I don't care. Number one, I'm a guy. I'm not going to have a baby. It's not my business.
Aren't men supposed to protect the
So
innocent?
here's an article in what I was talking about. I haven't really looked into it too closely. I just found something relating to it, so forgive me if it's completely off topic. But like I said, I have to go pick up a friend, so I just wanted to put that in there, and then I'll be right back, guys.
So it doesn't become human until it's born? Mark?
Perhaps.
Perhaps? Or
I really don't care one way or another. What I
so
care
it's
about
human both
is,
ways, right?
No, human?
Yeah, it's human DNA. It's human.
Well, so is my appendix, and if they have to take it out, they have to take it out.
That's an organ within the human body.
So?
Human. It's not a
Baby is
dog, right?
And the
It's not a
baby-
dog.
The baby is a parasite inside
She's
the
not
human
giving
body.
birth to a dog or a cat or a bird.
Well, here you are.
It has
assuming-
human DNA.
So? What's
It's a
that your
human.
business? What is that your business?
So she has a right to murder her own human?
It's her body.
Right. She has the right to kill it.
Absolutely.
Why?
Because it's her body.
No, it's not her body. She does not have 4 arms, 4 legs, 2 hearts, 2 livers. She does not have that in her body.
Oh, so you're referring to the fetus.
Yeah, there's a distinction between the body inside of her and her body. There's 2 bodies.
Definitely. One's
There's 2
alive,
bodies. So when you say her body is not equivalent to the baby's body. The baby's body is the baby's body. Her body is her body. Her
It's not a
body does
baby.
not
It's-
have 4 legs and 4 arms.
It's not a baby. It's a fetus.
It's a human.
It's a
It's
fetus.
a human. It's a human. We've already determined that. You said it has human DNA. It's human. So why don't we
does
call
my
it a human?
appendix.
Yeah, it's human. It has human DNA.
And sometimes my appendix, some people's
It's human.
appendix need to be removed.
So it's just an appendix, right? It's just an appendix.
It's tissue.
So a body inside of her is equivalent to just an organ inside of her.
Worse, if you ask me.
Worse?
Yeah, it's a
It's a
parasite.
human being.
What you could call it whatever you want. The law doesn't state that.
Your subjective, collective of subjective opinions is to say,
Yeah,
we just
see,
want to
I'm able
state
to
this
keep.
is that.
I am able to keep my
It's
spiritual
not
beliefs
objective.
out. I'm able to keep my spiritual beliefs out of law. You don't seem to be able to do that. Now, why don't you ask me?
How
what
could
my
you separate? Why would
spiritual
you demand that I separate them? What
separation of
prerequisite
church
is there?
and state?
No, I already clarified that before. It means
No,
that
you
the church has
clarified it the
no
way.
right to tell the church how it's supposed to run, but the Christian principles are to be in the government.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
The government has no right to tell the
Have
church
you ever
how it's
read
to be run.
Have you ever read any of Thomas Jefferson's?
Yeah, it's on the Constitution. It's one of his letters.
Mm,
So one of his letters.
This country was not founded in any way upon Christianity. That quote, you missed that one?
That has nothing to do with that.
Oh,
We're talking about Thomas Jefferson's and separation of church and state.
Yeah,
That's the topic we're talking about.
that's exactly what that says.
No, I
Thomas
said
Jefferson stated.
in the context, the church or the government has no right to say how the church is to be run.
Do you understand why more and more people are becoming
That's
atheists?
separation. Are you
know why the church is-
bringing up a red herring?
A red
That has
herring,
nothing
I
to
don't
do.
care what you call it, a bluefin tuna, a
Could
red
we stay
herring.
on topic? Can we stay on topic? We're talking about Thomas
Stay on
Jefferson.
topic?
Yeah, we're talking about Thomas Jefferson. You run off to about atheism.
And
We're
what
not talking
happens
about
every
that.
time I try to talk
We're
about
talking,
Thomas
we're talking about
Jefferson?
church and state, and you bring up atheism.
Exactly that. You interrupt me. Because
Thomas-
you are a fanatic.
Mark, we're talking about church and state.
Hey, Matt,
you bring up something.
Thomas Jefferson was not a Christian. I'm sorry. He was not even a Christian.
He was a
Sorry.
deist. I know. I'm well aware, Dow. You thought I did not know that, Dow?
Well, it would seem so.
No. Well, you don't know until you ask, but you know the assumption is, well, Matt, you're ignorant.
have you
I'm
asked
well
him?
aware. I know what I'm talking about.
Okay, so how about you ask me about my spiritual beliefs?
Are you Christian?
Hell no.
Okay.
Not a chance.
That's the only one.
God bless you, Mark. God bless you.
I'm much better than a Christian.
You're an atheist, right?
Nope.
What are you? I could go down through the list, but I can ask you 50 different not denominations, but different cults. Are you a Mormon? Are you Jehovah's Witness? Are you a Christadelphian?
Hold on a second, Matt. Do you realize that Christianity is a cult?
No, it's not.
Down, what am I? Am I a pantheist?
I thought you were just Mark. I
Fanatic.
thought you were a human being.
Yeah, I don't. I'm just.
You are a human being. Yeah. You do have certain beliefs, certain assumptions, certain beliefs.
And by the way, as a human being, I have the right to take my own life.
You did. You gave yourself life. You gave yourself life.
It
Do you have
just
the right to take your own life? No, it's
Sure I
it was
do.
given to you. It was given to you by God.
Well,
Well,
that-
his-
was it given? Was it given with
Yes,
conditions?
you didn't create yourself. You didn't create yourself.
Was my life?
You said it's your life. You didn't create yourself. Then that would be your life. You created yourself,
Parents had sex and Mark popped out. I think he's aware of that, aren't you, Mark?
which is a contradiction in terms, because if you created yourself, you have to be before you actually were, so it's a contradiction.
Who said anything? What?
In order for it to be your life, you would have to create it yourself. You did not. You did not create yourself. It's not your life.
Who created me? My parents. So
They
should
didn't
I go
create you.
ask
They
them?
continued life.
Oh, they
correction
continued that. I had a feeling that it was something that happened in the back seat of a Chevy. I don't.
Continued life, yes, fine. However it came about, fine. You're here.
Continued life. Explain this for me.
Yes, God created Adam and Eve in the garden. Every one of his progeny, via sexual reproduction, created all the rest of human beings.
Okay, that's Adam and
And
Eve.
that's
That's
how
one
you
story.
came here, was via sexual reproduction.
What about the other creation, the creation of mankind? Who created them? And
No, all progeny from Adam and Eve are all humanity. From
suppose
two
I'm
people.
from the other creation,
What other creation?
the second creation in Genesis.
What second creation? No, there is no second creation.
There most assuredly is.
There is a creation in the garden where God created the animals in the garden in Genesis 2.
No, there is.
Because Genesis 2 is explaining the details of Genesis 1, what took place on day 6.
Damn,
Genesis
that's
1 says he created male and female. Then we get further explanation of how he created male and female in Genesis 2. How did he create Eve? He created female from Adam's rib.
Okay.
That's what the Bible says.
Go
There's not
read.
two separate creations.
Yeah, there is.
No, it's encompassing Genesis 1, day 6, is further explained in greater detail because male and female are created, and that's explained in Genesis 2, which correlates to Genesis 1. He created them male and female,